Well, a very good morning and a warm welcome along to final day of the group stages here in Group A at the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023. We are live from the Pisara Oval for a really critical match between Bangladesh A and Afghanistan A. A little while ago, we had Shamim Chowdhury down for the toss with the two captains. Let's go and see what happened.
Very good morning. We're all set for the all-important toss here in this crucial match. I've got the match referee, Graham Lebroy, alongside him, the captain of Afghanistan, Shahidullah Kamal, and Bangladesh captain, Saif Hassan. So who's going to toss the coin? Saif is.
Head.
Head is the call. It's tails. So Bangladesh have won the toss. Saif, what are you going to do?
We'll bat first.
Bat first. Understandably, you've seen the track record and what it did yesterday, the same pitch being used, gets a little slower, I understand.
Yeah, I think it's a used wicket, so if we put a good score in the board, it will get slower later on.
And it's a must-win situation for you guys. If you win this, you virtually qualify for the semi-final. So a lot of things to look at and give your best.
Yeah, obviously, this is the day. We have to give our best shot.
And what are the changes in your team?
I think we are playing the same team.
Same team. You don't want to lose that. You had a very good last outing, so you want to carry forward that momentum.
Obviously, last match, everyone played well. So I think if everyone give their 100%, inshallah, we'll have a good game today.
Well, the very best of luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shahidullah Kamal, would you have done anything else if you had won the toss?
Toss doesn't matter. We have good bowling attack. We will not to try to him to give a big target.
Yes, and just going back to your last game, very big, very important match that you won.
Yeah, absolutely. The boy performed very well. The bowling, they will according to the field is very well.
And have you got any changes from that winning team?
Yes, I have one change. Bilal Semi not playing. Navid Izar is playing.
Well, very good luck to you for this game.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that is it. Bangladesh have won the toss and batting first. Now, have a look at this pitch. Same track that was used yesterday. It's a bare patch, hardly, no grass to speak of. And we noticed yesterday that it kept on slowing down as the day progressed. And what that did was give the spinners some more purchase off the wicket. So batting first is a good option to do. And the bowlers will have to really bend their back. The pace bowlers and the spinners early on will try to give the ball some air and to get more purchase out of this wicket. So pure batting track, and Bangladesh have that little bit of an advantage of batting first.
Yeah, thanks as always to Shamim Chowdhury. Here's a look at the teams. Bangladesh A unchanged, no real surprise in that, going into what is a must-win contest for them. But for Afghanistan, just that one change for them. Out goes the left-arm quick side Shirzad, and in comes Salim Safi, the big fast bowler. Keep your eyes too on Mohammad Ibrahim. He's the tournament's leading wicket taker with 7 wickets. Here is the state of play on the final day of fixtures in Group A. All to play for. We have 2 games as always. The day game you're watching with us live here. And then this afternoon at 2 p.m, Sri Lanka A will take on Oman A. Group B is a bit simpler. India A and Pakistan A are both through, and they'll have that big fixture, the Titanic tussle, tomorrow. But there's plenty of permutations in play today for Afghanistan to qualify. With certainty, they must win too. And Bangladesh, if they lose, you'd have to think they'll probably be out. But all to play for on what is decision day in Group A here at this ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023. It's been a really good tournament, and here to guide you through every single ball of it, you've got me, Andrew Leonard, and alongside me, I've got WV Rahman, who's joining me, the former Indian international. WV, great to have you with us this morning.
Great to be here as well, Andrew. Good morning to all of you. It's going to be a cracker of a contest this, because Afghanistan as a team has been in good nick. The batters have been in good form. The bowlers are doing their job. And Bangladesh have been challenged. And they got a task here on their hands. Of course, they do have the experience. They're playing as many as 4 or 5 internationals in their ranks, which means that collectively they'll have to bring in all their experience into play here. to prevail over what is a challenging situation.
And here's the man who's top of the pile in terms of wicket taking, Mohamed Ibrahim. Abdul Ramazai, he is not only a quick bowler, but he's a bowler who generates significant movement through the air. It's in swing to the right-handers, but bowling up to the two left-handers that Bangladesh open with. It's going to bring those slips and gully into play. Critical period, this first power play. We're all set for decision day in Group A. Here we go. And whipped immediately, too short, too wide, and punished. Well, it's a flying start for Bangladesh. We've seen these two left-handed openers start well. Doesn't get any better than that.
Quite a positive start this. There was width on offer and Sheikh was quick to pounce on it. The important thing was that he played late. Look at where he makes contact, way after the ball is past him. And there are too many gaps out there available for the batters in the power play. And making use of it. Good start this.
Well, carbon copy almost. First ball 4, second ball 4. What a flying start from Bangladesh, and the tournament's leading wicket taker. Well, he's treated with real disdain by Mohammad Naeem Sheikh. Not quite as short this time, but the same result.
At times, confidence can be a double-edged sword. You can tend to take it easy. You can try to take your confidence into a new game and try too hard as well and provide such opportunities to the batter. He's got to calm down a little bit, try and do what he did in the earlier games, that of bowling a slightly straighter line.
Put down! Oh, I thought it was taken. It was a reasonably simple chance at backward point. Zia Akbar, you get your best fielders into those critical positions. And after 2 boundaries from the first 2 balls, we've so nearly, well, we should have had a wicket from ball number 3. How has he put this down?
Quite eventful already, isn't it? Just 3 balls into the game, a couple of boundaries, and then an opportunity for the fielding side. You need to have your best fielder in the hot spot, and that should have been taken. Fairly comfortable height.
Well, an action-packed start. It's not a T20 you're watching, remember, it's a 50 overs list A contest here. First 2 balls flew for boundaries, the third one was a drop catch, a backward point. This is why today's game is so important. Group A all comes down to this. We're in one of those scenarios that you often get in 4-team groups where you could get 2 victories and not qualify, or you could sneak through with 1 win. Afghanistan, to guarantee a semi-final spot, they have to win. Again, Ibrahim with a significant movement across the left-hander is posing all sorts of problems. 7-2 field in operation. Afghanistan won their first 2, an outstanding start, but to be guaranteed a semi-final spot, they must win today.
And it'll be in their interest to continue the momentum, because they got off to a good start. They hit the straps, and they need to ensure that they don't have any ebbs here.
12 runs from the first over. It's come off the under edge of the bat. A flying start for Bangladesh, but easily could have been the first wicket. Bangladesh A, 12 for none. Minad Banuka, top of the pile. He'll be in action this afternoon in the day-night fixture over at the Premadasa Stadium, but a good start for Tanzid Hassan to the tournament too. A couple of 50s for him. Yashdul, just the 1 innings century for India, who were outstanding yesterday, I felt, against Nepal taking a 9-wicket win to seal their semi-final spot. India and Pakistan are already into the semis from Group B. And in Group A, it's all to play for. All 4 teams, in theory, can still qualify. There's Tanzid Hassan's numbers. 47 list A's to date. As it's going to be the change to the team. Safi to open the bowling from the far end. WV, you've watched and played a lot of cricket. Can you remember a more eventful first over to a 50-over contest?
I'll have to think really hard. 3 boundaries and a dropped catch. It's also an indication to all of us watching here there's a lot of nerves out there, because both the sides realize the importance of this game. This is the first over. Starts off with 2 boundaries, the shake, and then he's put down. A lot of width and offer from Ibrahim. That's really wide.
There's some significant movement on offer already. Look at that, that's gone like a banana to start the morning. Hooping away. Both of these tall quicks will take it away from the left-handers. Salim Safi into his 22nd list A match. Good strike rate in terms of wicket taking. This one goes the other way, an acrobatic diving take down the leg side from Ikram Ali Keel. Well, even when it's only an extra, we're getting an eventful start to the morning.
He's got to have a real think about the lines where he starts off. When it is leaving the batter, he's got to be around the middle stump, but when he's bringing it back, he's got to alter the line to the off stump. So only then he'll produce the effect that he's looking for, that of beating the batter and getting him out. At the moment, the line is a bit all right. The idea seems to be good.
Yeah, the radar is errant. That's 3 consecutive wides. 2 outside the off stump and 1 down the leg side. That's one of our 2 standing umpires today signalling that. That's Faisal Afridi from Pakistan. He's joined at square leg today by Rahul Asher from Oman, our TV umpire. That's Lyndon Hannibal from Sri Lanka, Asif Iqbal from the UAE reserve umpire. And we saw Graham LeBroy at the toss as the ACC match referee. Afghanistan have had some problems with their extras, 23 in the previous game. It was a thrilling contest against Sri Lanka at the CCC ground. You see, is Safi gone cross-seamer there just to try and control that movement?
It got to be intense, no doubt about it, but also you got to be slightly relaxed to execute your plans well enough. That's the key here, maintaining that balance between intensity and over arousal. That's the surface, it's the same pitch as the other day, very dry. So whatever the fast bowlers might get out of it will happen in the morning session. Later on, it could come in handy for the spinners. We'll come back to that. Nicely played away. And he'll pick up a boundary there. This one on the leg side. He's quick to pounce on the short stuff and then pull it away in front of square.
Tanzi's been in excellent form. He's looked really good in his innings thus far. Something he's been particularly devastating on is anything shorts. Picks up that length quickly, and that's the shorter side of the ground. It's about a 60-yard boundary to the leg side. As you're looking on your camera, it's to the larger side of the ground. I'm deceiving myself. To the left-hander's leg side, it's about a 70-yard boundary. To their offside, it's about a 60-yard boundary. We'll get used to our bearings. Carted away. Really poor bowling. Far too short. The radar is errant from Safi. He was the change. It was the big call from the Afghan management, and right now it's going wrong.
Too many gifts on offer. We are in the 2nd over, and there have been already 5 boundaries scored, all of them coming of loose deliveries. A lot of width on offer, and way outside the off stump on each occasion. So the openers simply had to put away. And they're making use of the opportunities as well.
That is the shorter side for the left-handers. Probably about a 60-yard hit to the offside. Bigger side on the leg side, about 70 yards out there. I'm not too sure that's needed from Tanzid. 10 deliveries bowled prior to that, 23 runs, but Bangladesh looking to take the aggressive route.
What was he thinking there? He's picking up boundaries with ease. They're giving them a lot of opportunities, and he's looking to create opportunities there. Has he got a total of around 400 in his mind?
You mentioned there it's the same wicket as yesterday. High-scoring affair. Pakistan A posting 309 all out against UAE A, who got off to a flying start in the chase. See there, Safi definitely going cross-seam, trying to get some control. 11 runs have come from the second over. It's 23 for none. There he is, top of the charts. Mohammad Ibrahim Abdul Ramazai. He's yet to debut for the Afghan national side, but he's making a real case, bowling these big in-swingers. Qasim Akram, who took his maiden list day 5-wicket haul. He actually got a 6 for with his off breaks yesterday. Harshit Rana and Shanawaz Dahani, express pace, and then Zia Akbar, the left-arm spinner. So a good mix of seam and spin on the leading wicket-taker chart. Been so impressed with Ibrahim throughout the tournament. Your first time seeing him in the flesh. WV, what do you think?
Yeah, he's looking good. Only thing is that he's got to get a little bit of extra protection on the onside. The 7-2 field forces the bowler to provide width to the batter. He's got to have another fielder, which I think has happened this over. And the second slip has been taken out. A mid-wicket is in place. This is the insurance he needs.
Big appeal. There was just a hint of a noise, but Rahul Asher is unmoved. You're spot on. It was a 7-2 field to start with, which is a very aggressive route to go. Means your line has to be immaculate. The movement that Ibrahim generates, though, means that his margin for error is quite narrow. That's what we have to come tomorrow. It's the big clash, the one everyone's looking forward to. India, Pakistan. It's to win the group as well. Both sides have qualified for the semis. Oh, fancy footwork. It's the old tiki-taka, the 1-2. The football skills have come out from Sheikh. Well, Bangladesh have an affinity with Argentinian football. Lionel Messi, eat your heart out.
They like the football to these Bangladeshis, and he's shown good skills there with the foot. Anything to keep your wicket intact.
Well, I tell you, I think it was needed. Ole! 1-2. Thank you very much. I think Riaz was trying to catch it. Well, it's all happening to start this morning. WV, what's going on out there? Nearly a run out. Could be overthrows. My, oh my.
They're backing up our statements. We said it was going to be an exciting contest, and they are making it exciting. And what's good to see here is that Ibrahim is not sacrificed on his pace. We saw Safi do that in trying to get his direction in order. He sacrificed on his pace a bit, but Ibrahim letting go, as he should, because he's quick, he's got the wickets, and he's a leading force for Afghanistan.
The thing I love about cricket, you never know what's going to happen. We've only had 16 balls this morning. It already feels like a lifetime of events and occasions inside 15 minutes. One of the moments of the tournament for me there from Sheikh. Quick single, that's good running, good aggressive running. I think even with a direct hit, he was home. So you talk about skills as a cricketer. This surely isn't something you practice. You've got to save this for the football field.
It's not good enough if you have good footwork while you're playing the ball. You need to have good footwork even after you play the ball, Andrew. That's what is important. Let's not forget that.
Oh, come on, stick that up there in the highlights reel. That is magic, absolute magic. Great camera work too from the team downstairs. It's come off the toe of the bat, good fielding at cover. You talk about today's clash, it really is the two Asian titans on the rise, Afghanistan and Bangladesh. End of the third, 25 for none. Well, WV, they call this the greatest rivalry, not just in cricket, but in sport. How big is Pakistan versus India, any contest?
It's always big, regardless of which level it is. It could be the under-19 game, it could be the A-side game, but it's always a game which will be followed by millions across the world.
Credit to Afghanistan's captain for sticking with Safi after a very errant first over. Tomorrow's contest, it might not be for qualification. They're both in the semis, but it doesn't lessen the contest. It's absolutely massive, isn't it?
That could be the appetizer for what perhaps can happen later on in the knockout phase. Could be even the final, who knows?
Carved away, deep third in place, and gone. Well, maybe not the best delivery from Safi, but he's picked up the big wicket, that one of Tanzid, and the action-packed start continues. It's Afghanistan that roar back into this contest. Well, they really needed that breakthrough, and it's Safi, the change today, that's provided it.
He's picked up a wicket, but he will struggle to convince me that was the plan, because it was way outside the off stump, the width was on offer, and it so happened that the batter found the field at third. Tanzid it is. Ibrahim was a catcher, and if not picking up wickets, he's involved in a dismissal. Tanzid has been dismissed for 9, and Bangladesh at 25 for 1.
Well, an action-packed start to say the least. We're trying to catch our breath quite literally here. Moved across to the Pisara Oval after the day-night contest last night. Myself and WV Raman, great to have him alongside me today. The new man at number 3 for Bangladesh, who's going to try and add some stability and maybe a bit of sense, is the highly experienced Zakir Hassan, who's played more than 100 List A contests. Just over 2,500 runs, strike rate over 80. But it's another left-hander, and with the way that both Safi and Ibrahim shape the ball, they'll quite like that. Well, the radar's been errant from Safi, but that delivery there was right on the money.
Better direction, extra bounce as well. And that's what you'd expect from a tall fast bowler like Safi. Hitting the deck hard and then creating an opportunity for himself to have some extra bounce off the surface. And this is the only time the fast bowlers can expect something out of it. Otherwise, it's fully loaded in favor of the batter. Even the scores of the previous games bear testimony to it.
It's also renowned as a great batting surface here at the Pisara. Again, a play and a miss. A shot a minute from Bangladesh. What's going through their minds out there?
As they used to say in the Caribbean islands, it's watch the ball, beat the ball, man, and pitch this here at the Sara Stadium. But at the moment, there's a little bit of deviation and swing for the bowlers. The ball is new, so there'll be some swing for the fast bowlers. And then, because of the watering that is done on completion of a game the previous evening, there'll be a little bit of moisture. And this is a day game, mind, it's not an afternoon game. So there'll be that little bit of moisture available for the fast bowlers to exploit.
Another play and a miss, 3 consecutive. The second slip has come back into place. There's a gully in there. Another saying they have in the Caribbean, calypso cricket. We're seeing that right now from Bangladesh. Chaotic. It's a wicket maiden. What a comeback from Safi. Zakir as well to survive. It's 25 for 1. Well, this was a cracker. Afghanistan A and Sri Lanka A played out a game for the ages. Banuka almost carried Sri Lanka A over the line, but it's left them in a fragile position. And ironically, because the margin of victory was so tight, it also has meant that Afghanistan will probably need to win today. Sri Lanka were to go on and beat Oman heavily, which is the way the games have been trending against the associates. Driven elegantly, stylishly, 4 from the moment it left the bat.
He enjoyed that. The moment he made contact, he knew it was a boundary because he had picked the gap to perfection. Full flow of the bat and using the pace provided by the bowler as well. That's the key when you're looking to score some runs through boundaries. So the fast bowlers, you need to get a good contact on the ball rather than hitting it powerfully. A lot of gaps available, of course, during the power play.
You're spot on. Just 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle for the first 10. Deep third and fine leg in place. And it's left the group equation as a relatively complicated one, to be frank. Afghanistan, if they lost today, I think they're very fragile. They could well go out on net run rate, despite having won their first 2 games. And there's even a scenario where sides could qualify with 1 win, were Afghanistan to win today and Oman to upset Sri Lanka A later. Put simply, it's still all to play for. Afghanistan, they must win for me.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that if Bangladesh put up a decent score here, batting first, it could really create a little bit of confusion for the Afghanistan side, because the net run rate will be playing on their minds. If you look at the huge difference between the net run rate of Bangladesh and Afghanistan, that could be a real critical factor here. And when they chase any side, if they get distracted about various other things, they can mess up the chase. So it's going to be a very challenging chase for Afghanistan, as long as Bangladesh put up a good score.
You're spot on, it can muddy the mind. But it's a simpler equation in a funny way for Bangladesh. If they win, they are definitely through. We'll get a look at Ibrahim in the last game. You'll see this against Oman. That was a beauty to clean up Prajapati, and then straight through Shoaib Khan, and then rounded things out. This was at the CCC earlier in the tournament. He's top of the wicket-taking charts for a reason.
Yeah, the interesting thing was that the bounce is not much on the surface from what little we saw. So out here, he's getting some extra bounce. He's got to adjust the length. And this is the last wicket against Oman. Good catch that. The bowlers need to be supported on the field. Let's talking about Ibrahim having to adjust the length here according to the bounce of the track. That is the key. You cannot bowl the same length on every surface that you're playing at.
Just a slight shuffle in the field before that delivery. Fine leg had come up and deep square had gone back, so it'll just be a single to the shorter side of the ground. 5 bowled. Score is 30 for 1. You think about the rise of Afghan cricket over the last decade or so, a lot of the success that they've had has been based upon X-factor bowlers, credible wrist spinners. Obviously Rashid Khan is the one that grabs the headlines, but Mujibur Rahman, Mohammad Nabi's finger spin too. Noor Ahmed, the brilliant left arm wrist spinner who I think is going to continue to go from strength to strength, not just in the national side but around the franchise leagues, but also some really skillful quick bowlers, Hamid Hassan, Dawat Zadran. You look now at Fazil Haq Faruqi. These two putting themselves in the mix for national selection coming up.
Yes, it's not just a matter of having talent and skills, it's a question of resilience and temperament as well, because that's important for a bowler. You need to be good temperament-wise, you need to have the resilience to make comebacks after you're being put under pressure by the batters. Skills is just one half of the equation. There are a lot more other things that need to complement the skills that a cricketer has.
Gone! Oh, massive moment. And it's Safi, the change again, who has got Mohammad Naeem Sheikh to pick out backward point. There's already been one put down by Afghanistan, but they won't mind about that now. The two Bangladesh openers back in the hutch.
As talking about temperament once again, this is a classic case of the temperament of being a little bit fragile. Reyaz Hassan as the catcher, and Naeem Sheikh has to depart for 18, and Bangladesh lose the second wicket at 30.
Come quick.
There are the standings. We'll show you those plenty throughout today's coverage because it's an all-important moving day. All 4 teams can still qualify, and no one team is guaranteed their semi-final spot yet. It's the captain to the crease for Bangladesh, Mohammad Saif Hassan. Again, a very experienced domestic cricketer. He's over 100 list A games. Career strike rate 76, that's fine. He has come to the crease much earlier than he would have liked. Both openers, the two left-handers, are back in the hutch. Both arguably to Pretty errant strokes too. It means the right-hander will come to the crease for the first time. Safi has his tail up. Shot a minute being played right now. His catch was held, but only just, WV.
Yes, it was hit hard. Sometimes the fielders do not gauge the speed at which the ball is coming well enough. And he was wrong-footed too. Look at the posture of the fielder there. And he was looking to take the catch in a very difficult posture there. Positioning yourself is critical.
Oh, stylishly played. That's a lovely way to get off the mark, and it is the shorter side of the ground. Just a 60-yard boundary over there today. A clip into the leg side, no more. It's a boundary for the captain.
I'm surprised. It looks that this particular outfield could be slow because of the thick grass it has, but look at the way the ball is flying off the bat here. Nicely timed. Good use of the wrist at the right time. Got on top of the ball. Head was over the ball as well. And that's why he could play it with such control.
Thuds into the pad, full, straight, gone! Oh, what a start from Safi. Afghanistan have made the change. His first over has gone for 11. Since then, he's been immaculate. Afghanistan have picked up 3, and Mohammad Safi's got all 3 of them.
Looks like Bangladesh is being lulled into a sense of false confidence. They got runs quickly enough in the first 2 overs. After that, they've been losing wickets here. And this one is straight in front. And the captain dismissed for 4. He played a very good shot, but gets out the very next ball. So Bangladesh is really looking down the barrel at the moment. 34 for 3.
Well, my oh my, it has been quite literally a breathless start to this contest. It feels like a must-win game for both sides, but Bangladesh A have got themselves into all sorts of bother thanks to one man, Mohammad Salim Safi. He has got those 2 ODI appearances already for Afghanistan at the top level. He's picked up all 3 wickets, and he has brought the number 5 for Bangladesh, Mahmudul Hassan Joy, to the crease early. All this experience in the Bangladesh team. They've picked a side that has got a good depth of international experience and a lot of List A and first class experience. But they have played, I have to call it a little bit like headless chickens to start with. A shot a minute, and they have lost 3 wickets in the first 6 overs. Safi's taken all 3 of them. He's on fire. Misfield, though, is going to cost him a run. In fact, it will cost him 2 and allow Joy to get off the mark. 6 have been bowled. It's 34 for 3. Decision day today in Group A at the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023. I have to say it's been a brilliant tournament. It really has. Quality of cricket we've seen on show, given that in essence we've got some under-23 teams here, we've got some A teams here. I know they're all badged under the A side. Standard has been phenomenal, I've felt.
Yes, there's been some outstanding talent on display. And what is also important is that some of the cricketers are shown they possess good temperament too. I was talking about it. We've seen Safi demonstrate that today. He got off to a very indifferent start, went for a few runs at the start of the spell, but then he settled down, had a rethink quickly enough, altered his line. Yes, he did have a lucky break first up, but after that, he's been really good, not giving any opportunities at all for the batters, and then picking up wickets. He's done the start turn here. It has to be said that he's also been helped by the Bangladesh batters as well to a certain extent.
Another stylish stroke. We've seen a few of those. And that's a beautiful way to get off the mark. Similar to his captain. It's the left-hander this time, Zakir, who clips it off his legs and works it away to the short side for 4.
It's a case of who's going to blink first. Wait for the opportunities. Where's the hurry to go after runs? If you hang in there, you're going to get your opportunities. It's a 50-over game. And look at the talent that these batters have and the ability to play shots all around the wicket. They will get their runs. We're just in the 7th over. Good stop that.
Israel Hook Naveed, the young leg spinner, with a brilliant diving stop. It's a shot a minute, it's action of every ball. I think he saved 4 here. One of the things I wanted to say, in that wickets package that we saw, that the catch a cover point for the 2nd wicket, I know he juggled it, but the ball was hit with such ferocity and he was so close because he wasn't on the edge of the 30-yard circle. It was about 20 yards out. So we've seen a drop catch, a couple of misses in the field, and then 2 outstanding moments. That catch for the 2nd wicket, and now a diving stop from Israel Haq Naveed. Action-packed cricket. Great entertainment to start the morning.
You got 5 seconds. Tell me what hasn't happened this morning.
Well, I've blacked out. I don't know where I am. Colombo, the PCR Oval. The 2023 edition. We had to wait 4 years for this tournament to come back because of the COVID pandemic, and we're in beautiful Colombo. It is a very special city. It's green, it's luscious. We've got the ocean, got some heat and humidity too.
And so many grounds in the heart of the city, which is a rarity.
So many quality cricketing venues. But like any country, it really is the people that make it, and the kindness and generosity of spirit that we've experienced here in Sri Lanka been really, really very special. Loved every second of my time here, and great to have you come in and join us as of yesterday's game.
Yeah, my privilege, absolutely. I love coming to Sri Lanka. It's a great country, lovely people. Driven through the offside. That'll be a boundary as well to complete the over. 45 for 3 Bangladesh at the end of 7.
Well done, okay. Thank you.
The match in progress here, Bangladesh A versus Afghanistan A has had its moments, to say the least. Up next at the Pramadasa important match. That's a good ball. Afghanistan can take a lot of credit in what they've achieved so far. 3 wickets down. Bangladesh in surprising hurry. Couldn't fathom that out at all. The approach of the Bangladeshi batters early on, they're chasing virtually everything that was coming their way, and they paid the price for it. Had to show some mental resilience, to show some patience. Not quite there, having a struggle to come out of this rut. Short enough and pulled it away with the utmost comfort for 4 runs.
They won the toss and decided to bat first. In the process, they've lost 3 wickets. That's a good shot. In control, in front of the square. Deliberately just angling the face of the bat downwards so that the ball doesn't go in the air or towards any fielder. 10 boundaries, but yes, the wickets column would be a worry. We saw and we want to extract anything from yesterday's game. There are runs available on this track. Just apply yourself, give yourself some time. So opposite of what we saw, that the fast bowlers weren't doing much yesterday. But today, Afghanistan, and especially Saifi, has just turned the tables on the opposition. Wow, that was a very, very good short ball. I mean, that's the kind of short ball you want to bowl. Not allowing the batter to get out of the way, just hitting the badge. Will have the concussion protocol coming into place.
That's what Safi has done, is get the ball to get off that track very, very well, and surprise element even from that kind of a length. Have a look at that again. Short and tried to sway away, just couldn't get across, and of course they're gonna have a look and let's go through the protocol as you mentioned. There he goes. Just I think it didn't hit him flush, thankfully. Should be all right. Well, it's been quite a start here into the 8th over. 49 runs in quick time, but 3 crucial wickets. Group A fixtures, you see the match live at 2 p.m. on the 19th is going to catch the eye for everyone. Pakistan A versus India A. After the Nepal versus the United Arab Emirates on the 19th. Those finish off the league standings. Pakistan doing well, winning the couple of matches. So did India, both qualifying. Yeah, that's all right. Just going through the process of making sure that the batter was okay. And we're talking about the greatest rivalry. That's match number 12 on the 19th of July, live from the Rana Pramadasa Cricket Stadium. It's Pakistan A versus India. Always a match to look forward to. Always creates a lots of hype. Doesn't matter at what level you're playing, the national level, the A teams, under 19s, women's cricket. This rivalry really attracts the attention of everyone around the world.
All is well, and Zakir back on strike.
I just do not understand the approach, the thought process. You've lost 3 wickets. You're still striving to play shots. And it's not that the balls are there, always there for the taking. You're taking a few risks. You're trying to be a little arrogant in your attitude. And Naeem Sheikh, in particular, even after getting away with a drop catch, carried on in the same vein and paid the price.
He's bowling the good areas, isn't he? Just angling it across the left-hander.
You know, very impressive when we think that this is the same track that was used and the pace bowlers were suffering yesterday. It's a different scenario altogether. Putting their shoulder into it, they're lining it up, angling the balls properly, enticing the batters to go for those big shots, and it's paid dividends.
Again, a short ball. Again, that pull shot from Zakir. He does well to again keep it down and away from that square leg fielder. But he's taking that challenge on. 53 for 3 now after 8.
Bahira, your sleep side there.
Openers back in the hut. Naim Sheikh and Tanzir Hassan, they really scored the runs in the previous two games against Sri Lanka and Oman A. But they're now back in the hut. So is Saif Hassan, who got 53 in that outing against Sri Lanka. So top order back in the hut, all due to Safi's bowling. Marvelous so far.
Oh, how good a shot that was on the shorter side of the boundary. Just a back foot punch this, and it's raced away through covers.
I don't mind that. If there's a proper shot, an orthodox cricketing shot, and you're getting the ball to just get the meaty part of the bat, see him just stand his ground, wait for it. That's a lovely looking shot. Just a controlled shot. Just use the pace of the bowler, angle the bat. Delectable. It's very, very good. That's what they want to do. Do not want to try and take the attack to the bowlers. Once in a while, it will come to you, the opportunity. That's better. Good ball. Deserved the respect it got with that block.
How good was Ibrahim, especially against Sri Lanka, the CCC. That swing that he was getting with that new ball completely demolished the top order. There was a fight back coming in from Binod, but the win came in because of his bowling. In the air for a while, a lot of bottom hand in that. For a moment, Shahidi thought that he had it covered. Just on the bounce.
Just has not arrived. Closing the face of the bat, getting the leading edge. Very fortunate. Mahmood Hassan Joy trying to flick that ball away.
.24 years of age. He's in action at the moment. In the air, upish. The cover and cover point is just at the edge of that 30-yard circle.
It's inexplicable. 24-year-old right arm pacer, very, very impressive, as you said. Earned a test call-up June 2023. Took 4 against Sri Lanka that you're just mentioning. Between that shot to the boundary, we've had 2 when the batter has been put into trouble by Ibrahim. Just a change of pace, ball not arriving, Mahmood Hassan Joy trying to flick that away, getting the leading edge, and then one into the covers, not really hit along the ground.
End of the over, 9 gone is 57 for 3. Well, Group B at the moment looks like a clean sweep. India and Pakistan A sides both there with their first 2 wins, 4 points each. The Group A is the one that keeps things open, but that will also settle down by the end of the day. Sri Lanka A and Oman A will be playing at the Premises later in the afternoon. This is an important game for Bangladesh. Almost inside edge, bouncing right in front of the stumps.
The bowling has been marvelous, top class stuff here by Safi. Really had the batters in all sorts of bother. For the second time, we saw Naim Sheikh earlier doing a bit of footwork, and this time Zakir Hassan just alert to the fact, realizing that the ball might just roll back in. Got back behind enough for a foot between the ball and the wickets.
Goes with that shot, and he'll earn himself a boundary. He's so good at it, Zakir. It's not the first time that he's managed to pull the ball square of the wicket on the onside. and he's not shying away from taking up on that challenge.
13 fours just into the 10th over. That tells you the mindset of the Bangladesh batters. But I tell you what, it has not always worked. Lost 3 wickets. They would have been better to wait for something like this. A ball that they can be confident in putting away instead of trying to hit everything out of the ground, which resulted in some of the wickets that have fallen earlier. Now these two have got to batten down, show some temperament.
Glance his way to the boundary again. That was a bad ball, rare bad one. Onto the legs and just helped on its way.
Simple, just a little tickle round the corner. Once in a while, Safi does tend to deviate in line, and Zakir Hassan waiting for that angle down the leg side, very comfortably flicking it away. No chance for anybody to get a hold of it. But this is where Zakir might get a little carried away. Couple of boundaries. There might be a good ball coming. Beware of that. Play the ball to its merit. Shot selection imperative here.
In spite of the 3 wickets that they've lost inside this first power play, their run rate is 6.72. They're still getting those boundaries. A boundary in the previous over, 2 in this one. They're making sure they get as many as possible before over number 10 completes and the field's opens up.
For once, shouldering arms, and that was needed earlier on the innings. They just took on everything that was short and angling away, the falling into the trap. It was good thinking on the part of the Afghan bowlers in realizing that they were taking the bait more often than not. Those are the boundaries. 40 dots, but lots of boundaries. Power play done and dusted. 65 for 3.
Yeah, umpire will signal now the end of the power play. End of the first power play. Bangladesh A have managed to put 65 on the board, losing 3 after winning the toss. Now it's into power play 2 from over number 11 to 40. And this field will open up now. It was interesting to see how spinners had a huge say yesterday, and you know what Afghanistan offers in terms of quality when you talk about spin. Yesterday, Qasim Akram got 6 for 26 in his 10 and 3 for absolutely nothing for the young Sufyan Mukim. And there was exaggerated turn. Yes, it was a bowling second. It will be very, very interesting to see how the spinners continue on with that momentum that the fast bowlers have created by dismissing 3 of the top batters. Zia Akbar, left arm orthodox, be bowling from our commentary box end. Just a little full on that occasion, just the first ball of his quota of the over.
I feel, Sikandar, that despite them bowling in the first innings here, there would be similar kind of purchase because we're playing on the same track. Looks pretty tight. When I was down there doing the pitch, it seems to be offering some purchase to the bowlers. There's a change of angle because of the left-hander. But what have been interesting early on in this over to at least have a couple of fielders in close proximity of the batter. Maybe a slip in position just to keep him thinking about what might happen if the ball goes through with the arm. But no fielders close by. Got to try and eke out another wicket.
Well done.
Couple of boundaries and then the 6 dots being compiled.
We saw clearly yesterday, it's not easy to put away the fast ball, especially in the end part of the innings. The last 10 overs was tough. The wicket gets slow. So what kind of total would Bangladesh have in mind and feel that they can defend a second time around? They do have quite a few spin options, and they're good quality spinners.
Bangladesh with this pair just steadying the rocking boat will be looking and hoping that they can go on and play out. And 280 is something they will be thinking of. They would have been thinking of when game started, but the scenario has changed. Projected scores at this rate looks very good, but tell you what, it's not going to be there on a regular basis. They got off to a flyer. Now they're having to just tone it down. You just can't ill afford to lose a wicket here.
Oh. 11 overs bowled. It's 68 for 3.
That's the standings at the moment. Afghanistan top of the pile in Group A, and they will get a chance even if they lose today. Bangladesh desperate to get this win to give them an opportunity. If they win, they're through to the semis. India and Pakistan A teams have made their way already. A couple of matches left there for them, one each for each of the other group. Zakir Hassan, Mahmoud Hassan Joy building up a partnership here. Somehow steadied the rocking boat. 34 of 31 deliveries. Shahidullah Kamal, the skipper, comes on.
When you look at the first power play, you probably say that Bangladesh A looked in some sort of unnecessary hurry. And they lost 3 wickets. But the good part about their batters at the moment is that they're still going at a run of ball. And it's all a matter of taking calculated risks. They've not gone into a shell that they've lost 3 wickets and just offering a dead bat. Sometimes it is important to put away the bad balls or the scoring opportunities to be grabbed. Runs are available on the surface.
There's the power play. He really went after the bowling initially. There's a dropped catch from Naeem Sheikh. Other side, Tanzid Hassan kept on going on his merry way. Width offered and the temptation given. That was the first strike. Very intelligent on the part of the Afghans, and immediately after another one outside. This is back live, just down the ground. Still a dot ball. Sensible. Just watch the new bowler in and ensure that you do not be silly in selecting your shots. Going through the rest of the power play. That was the closing of the phase by the captain after he had hit a boundary, and then once these two came in, they were looking a tad more comfortable and building up a partnership and just ensuring that struggle they had early, losing wickets, has been steadied. 12 overs done, 68 for 3.
this partnership between Zakir and Joy. 34 of 37. And they've had a fair share of boundaries as well to their names. A good maiden over the previous one. Kamal. Akbar, two left arm spinners in operation.
Very tentative. I think both the left-arm orthodox bowlers have done well to fall into a lovely rhythm. Control of line and length. This is his previous wickets from the last game. Very, very good.
Yes, yeah!
Edge, that little bit of purchase of the wicket.
Good ball, good ball. Catch it!
Against Umane. 3 wickets for him. Now long on's been pushed back.
You might feel there's a period of play, and this is where the test of temperament, the test of patience comes into play. After that well, scintillating start they had in terms of runs, not loss of wickets. This is where you select the shots. Wait for the loose balls. Do not lose your head. Do not try to take on, because you've got as a team a very, very good start in terms of the run rate. And you don't want to throw it away. Now this is good, bringing in a slip in position. It's getting some purchase off the wicket.
And again, a very good over. Just 1 run off it. 69 for 3. Important game this, as we've been talking about it. Afghanistan have got their 4 points. Bangladesh would like to win this and seal it off. Is that phase of the game, Shamim, once again? Last 12 deliveries, just 1 run. So you just feel that the batters don't creep into that frustration and go for a release shot or do something silly. So much time in this match available to them. That's slightly short. He's so strong on the onside, Zakir, against the fast bowlers and the spinners. Hits it hard. Just a single on that occasion.
You see, those are the opportunities that are going to come to you once in a while. You can't be constantly on line and length, even as a bowler. You will give that chance. You're talking about the mental resilience, the temperament of the batters being tested. That was deliberately played over the top, inside out. That's got the 4 runs. That leaves some pressure, definitely.
Yeah, that's very well carved. He's deliberately elevated that over that short cover fielder, and then he knows there's no protection in the deep to cut that one off. Allowed himself to get underneath that, a little fuller outside the off stump. Good comeback.
Bowling.
The inside part of the bat.
Yeah, excellent on ball. That's the one, the surprise element that Kamal has produced after being hit for 4.
Well bowling.
Just got to be a touch careful. We saw Kamran Ghulam making that mistake. If you're going deep into your crease on the back foot, trying to play the spinner, it's just you gotta allow yourself that much time to bring that bat down.
This is excellent bowling. That's the comfort in which he bowls the ball, the line and length, the little variation. He pops one through, gives the ball a little bit away, gets purchased, then zips one through with arm ball.
End of the over, 5 from it. It's 75 for 3.
Soga, Salima, bas, Zubeda.
Well, the trial by spin commences. We might see quite a lot of it too. Left arm spinner. Zia Akbar, just one of 3 that can be used by Afghanistan A. Both Sharafud and Ashraf has bowled nicely throughout this tournament, and then looking forward again to seeing the leg breaks of Israel Haq Naveed. Definitely signs of some turn on offer.
Yes, because it's a dry surface, and it's also been played upon on this pitch, so that's the reason spinners will get some assistance on the surface. And it's also a case the batters taking it easy because they're looking to consolidate the innings. They're not really trying to put the bowlers under pressure here by going after them. So that's another positive factor for the bowlers as well. It gives them time to get away with a little bit of rubbish at times.
Or to settle into their spell, perhaps. Yeah, certainly after the chaos of the first 7 overs, a little bit of calm kicked in the next 7. Some sanity. It's all happening. A bit of a madcap start to the contest. Is that a little bit of the pressure as they run for a quick single? They're going to get an overthrow as well. The backing up was tardy. They may well get 2 of them. So 3 runs will come to the total.
That's exactly what it was. Trying to be over keyed up and wanted to be really at it all the time. It should have been just a single there. The fielder picks the ball up, hardly any chance. And the fielder backing him up was running the other way around. Absolute confusion. Nicely backed up in the deep though.
Israel Haq Naveed couldn't affect the stop. It's a little bit more round arm and a good one-handed pickup. Well, the chaos is returning as we return to the commentary box. WV.
It's been rather interesting in a different way. It started out with a flurry of boundaries, then a lot of wickets fell, and then a little bit of lull after the storm. End of the over, 79 for 3, and Bangladesh will move on to 80 for 3 after 15.
Body concussion. 15 hours. Hey! Hey! Mother dear, red mazal the gap the gora. Dalta go dear gap the palm di wicket na ball makwazawa.
All building up to tomorrow, the greatest rivalry. We've got a couple of thrilling contests. One in progress and one coming up today. That's the Group A action. All 4 sides still battling it out for the 2 places in the semi-finals. But tomorrow, India and Pakistan already into those semis. A real drag down. That was a rank long hop from the captain and punished by Joy to the shorter side, all the way for 6.
If you're going to get some deviation of the surface, you try to toss it up and impart revolution on the ball, not drag it short like that. And that's really a gift to the batter. And it deserved the treatment it got. A biggie this and a 6. I'm impressed with the over rate here from Afghanistan. There'll be drinks break after this over. They would have completed 16. It's good going this, because that's one aspect which has been a little bit of a cause of concern, because they tend to bowl about 11, 12 in 70 minutes. They could definitely do much better, which Afghanistan has done.
Yeah, really is going to be a cracker. Live on Star Sports all across the subcontinent. If you're somewhere globally, you can get it on the Asian Cricket Council YouTube channel as well. When was the last time you played any cricket? I know you're a long time retired from internationals, WV.
I wound up at the start of the millennium, which means that I must have perhaps felt the atmosphere of India-Pakistan towards the late 90s.
Even with that in store, I think you still would have hit this one for 6. That's how short that was.
I never felt the urge to bat at all, Andrew. Once I packed it in, I'm happy watching and describing it.
Well, I'm backing you. I think you would have still pumped that into the stands, even though you haven't picked up a bat in quite a while. Good partnership this for the 4th wicket. Bangladesh have fought back ably and really nicely. Not so sure about Shahidullah Kamal going with himself. He's got better spin options to bowl. I think we might see them shortly after that 10-run over from the captain. It's the end of the over. It's time for the players to have a drink as well. In Bangladesh, they've recovered to 90 for 3. We'll have to say a really good partnership from Zakir Hassan and Mahmoudul Hassan Joy. They have brought some joy back to the Tigers.
Yeah, what has been the takeaway of that partnership is that they did not take any undue risk, but still they got runs at a healthy pace without any alarms. This is what the batters to come should have noted down and employed when they walk out to bat. Of course, the last 5 overs is a different story altogether. But until then, there's always the possibility of a batter getting runs resorting to conventional means.
We also saw during the drinks break there, Israel Haknavid just going through his paces in terms of loosening up. I wonder, will we see the captain Shahidullah Kamal take himself off of the spin options? I would have thought he was the least likely to come into the attack early. As is the captain's prerogative, he's come on as the second change bowler, the fourth to be used. Still no signs of either the leg spinner Israel Haknavid or Sharafuddin Ashraf.
I think he's doing the right thing here, getting these overs through with the spinners, because the batters are looking to work the ball around, and if he can get as many overs as possible out of the spinners, then he can always have the option of bowling his full quota of overs from the fast bowlers or not, depending on how the situation is towards the end of the innings.
Just a quick single backward point comes around to do the fielding. Would you think then that we're going to see a very spin high heavy diet through these middle overs, through the second power play?
I would think so, because I think he's doing a clever thing here. He's using his finger spinners. He'll get the wrist spinner when he feels that the batters are going to go after the bowlers. Then there's an equal chance of him picking up wickets too.
You see most captains in the modern 50-over game want to have 6 bowling options. The reason for that primarily because of one of them has a bad day, you've got that kind of backup option. With the captain himself already having bowled 3, that allows some freedom, some flexibility. You do want to get all your bowling options in before the 30th though, to make sure if someone has a good day they can bowl their full 10-over allocation. 17 have been bowled. It's 93 for 3. Change of bowling from the scoreboard end of the ground. We'll see Sharafuddin Ashraf come in with all that international experience. His batting as well has really improved in spades in recent times. Takes just over a wicket a game in List A cricket. Never easy as a captain, is it? In 50-over cricket, in some ways in a T20, you almost have a preset, or you certainly, you know roughly where you're going to go, who's going to bowl your power play overs, who'll bowl at the death. There's so many more parameters and permutations within a 50-over contest to get it right. As a skipper, WV, do you always want to have that 6th option up your sleeve?
As long as a couple of your bowlers can bat reasonably well as well. Otherwise, 6 can be a bit of an overkill. In the T20 format, you're almost taking decisions on instinct and on the go. because it's action-packed, things keep happening all the time. You've got to be thinking on your feet. But in the 50-over format, you do have a little bit of time to be calculative, to sit back and think and mull over your options and then take a call. You need not necessarily be in a hurry as you need to be in a T20 format. In as much as 6 can be an overkill. I remember India went with just 4 regular bowling options under Saurav Ganguly in the 2007 World Cup, so that did not really work well enough. So sometimes it's also a case of the resources that you have.
Thought that 2007 World Cup had been stricken from the records. India not getting through the group stages, Pakistan too. Talked about the greatest rivalry in sport. It was supposed to be India-Pakistan in the Caribbean. It ended up being Ireland and Bangladesh.
Yeah, I presume that it might be remembered for many wrong reasons, the 2007 World Cup. We also had the death of Bob Woolmer then. The tragic death of Bob Woolmer, a highly respected coach and former cricketer as well.
And that great irony, of course, he was a great advocate of the associates, and it was Ireland, one of the leading associates, that beat his side Pakistan on St. Patrick's Day, every Irish fan will never forget, back in '07. Those 5 bowling options used thus far as we get to the end of the 18th over. Score 96 for 3. There's the 5 bowlers used thus far, and now from the media end of the ground, we're going to have another change. In comes the 6th bowler right on cue, just as we're talking about it. We both felt the leg spinner might have been held back a little further to get him deeper into that second power play, but instead, I think Israel Haque-Naveed is coming on because the captain of Afghanistan wants a wicket.
Yes, it's a good move this, because he's bowled the other 2 spinners in tandem for a while. And then this partnership is really getting a little bit of a hold on this particular game here at this point. So they need to break this partnership. He's got to try something or the other to try and break this partnership soon enough. Going back to Ireland beating Pakistan, there are some games you remember ball by ball, Andrew.
I can remember all of that as this is guided away beautifully to start with. That's nicely played, isn't it? Just using the pace, the 100 comes up. And Naveed, his first ball, stylishly glided away for 4.
Deft touch from the left-hander, allowing the ball to come on to him. There was a slip in place, but he was looking to play wide of slip. And there was a gap there for him to exploit. As long as you don't try to hit it hard, you can always find the gaps.
Backward point has gone very fine, and just as well he did, because that could have been 4 more. Give you a sense of the growth and the proliferation of T20 cricket in this modern day and age. Israel Haque-Naveed, the 19-year-old, he's born in Kabul. Must be difficult to get into the national team when you got Rashid Khan in front of you. But as a young wrist spinner, he's already played in the Big Bash for the Sydney Sixers, in the CPL for the St Kitts and Nevis Patriots, and in the Pakistan Super League most recently for the Multan Sultans. Incredible to see the growth of the T20 game and how a young wrist spinner who are so in demand and in vogue in the shortest format can ply his trade and learn around the world.
Yes, leg spinners have really become a force to reckon with in the shortest format of the game. Not that they're not good enough in other formats, but it was thought that they would be played more in the test match format. But in recent times, They've been really sought after when it comes to white ball cricket too.
That's the googly out of the back of the hand. We'll see quite a few of those to the left-hander. Just the one appearance so far for Naveed. That was against Oman. 2 for 42 he took. That's the googly. It's the one he favours, turning away from the left-hander. And then a beautiful leg break, one that just drifted in and spun away to clip the outside of the off stump. Talented young bowler, gives it a rip too. Again, it's out of the back of the hand. 19 have been bowled. 7 come from Naveed's first. It's 103 for 3. Here's the Group B fixtures into action tomorrow. Nepal and UAE will be looking to pick up their first win, but all eyes will be on the Premadasa Stadium, Pakistan A versus India A, to decide the group winner in Group B. That's a day-night contest from 2 p.m. Talk about the importance of the 50-over game and the great cricket we've got coming up. We've got the Asia Cup after this Emerging Teams Cup in a few weeks, and then we've got the World Cup to look forward to in India. Just how much are you looking forward to those two 50-over events, the 16 Asia Cup and then on home soil, the World Cup in India?
Yeah, I can't wait to see those events because it's always abuzz with a lot of excitement, anticipation, even as it is. As we speak about tomorrow's encounter between India and Pakistan, there's a lot of chat going on in the social media already about everybody wanting to tune in for that game. So that kind of enthusiasm and anticipation never dies when there's a contest coming up between India and Pakistan.
You were talking about 2007 there. It's hard to think of a World Cup in India without thinking about 2011. And those scenes with Sachin and MS Dhoni, they're part of the nation's bloodline. They feel imprinted upon it forever.
Yeah, good, he brought up the 2007 World Cup. It was under Rahul Dravid. They played 4 bowlers, not Saurav Ganguly. Sorry, Saurav, if you're listening to it. And talking about the 2011, the celebrations never ended, Andrew. I assure you on that. Forget the team members, the fans and the Indians across the world. That went on for about a week. And after that, they got tired of partying, I think.
What an occasion, one that will live long in the memory. MS Dhoni carting one into the stands at the Wankhede to spark those jubilant celebrations. 20 have been bowled, 106 for 3.
Shahid, after 23 minutes down, 3 minutes down. Come on, boys, push. Side.
Really strong partnership, this one, for the fourth wicket, and Bangladesh desperately needed it. They got themselves into a muddle at 34 for 3. It's been almost the opposite to the chaotic and madcap start to this game. There's been some sanity prevailed through some proper batting.
Yes, the good thing is that both these batters have worked the ball around and they waited for the loose deliveries. Like I said, it's a case of who was going to blink first. If the bowlers got impatient in their quest to pick up a wicket, they will provide you opportunities. And that's exactly what these two batters waited for. And the left-hander also has the advantage of a shorter boundary on his leg side, batting from the far end. And these dimensions come into play when the batters are looking to pick up runs and pick the areas in which they want to pick up runs.
Yeah, and on a day like today where you have a disparity with the sides, that's when you want a left-hand, right-hand combination. Talk about young wrist spinners. Guide us through this action. Certainly gets a good rip on his leg break.
Yeah, the good thing is he releases far away from the head. Rashid Khan is just right on top of his head, which means he can bowl good googlies, not great leggies. But Naveed, because he releases away from his head, he can bowl leggies and bowl his googlies as well. But on that occasion, he's straying down the leg side. And this is something that he's got to watch out for. There's not much of turn for him at the moment.
It's very flat through the air. I think that's one of the reasons why. And a challenge for young wrist spinners who come from T20 cricket in a way. They're going to be flat. This was the googly out of the back of the hand, and he's just clipped it away behind square on the leg side. Runs for 4. I'd like to see a little bit more flight, a bit more drive from his back leg as well. That is a beauty, right on the money.
I was going to say it's uncanny how he releases and gets the googly going, because he is delivering from where the leg spin must be delivered from. And there it is. This is the ideal place of release for a leg spinner, and that spun real sharp.
The leg break to finish. Cut away. And it's going to be cut away for 4. The shorter side of the ground is being costly for Afghanistan thus far. Naveed not happy with his landing area. 21 have been bowled. It's 115 for 3.
Got the greatest rivalry coming up. Match number 12 on the 19th. 2 o'clock day night match. Pakistan A locking horns with India A. Lot to look forward to. Lot of hype, lot of interest all around the world. That's at the Rana Premadasa International Cricket Stadium. Here at the Pisara, Bangladesh fighting back after the early fall of wickets.
Yep, sanity prevails. The two have put together 81 of 92. Zakir and Joy.
Good bowling, Sharafa, good bowling.
Just that power play 1 craziness has just settled down now. Down the wicket, just giving the charge. Good ball that. Angled in. It's ramped up for space.
This is what I cannot understand, cannot fathom, is the fact that it's just a rush of blood. Last thing you want to do, you've done all the hard work. You want to show some more patience.
Just be a single on that occasion. Especially when anything is offered to be hit on the onside, you can see Zakir goes hard at it with that horizontal bat. That's the Pakistan A squad for you. And for that big encounter tomorrow. Conditions will be a touch different than here at the Premadasa. 4 changes were made for yesterday's game. And probably now they have their best 11 in their mind that they want to put out in the field against India A.
Well ball, well ball, well ball.
And the only worry that Pakistan would have in the back of their mind is how they've not been able to finish well. India have done well, India A, the matches that they've played, being led well by the captain with the bat.
The arm ball almost doing the trick for Afghanistan. Very, very fortunate. Mahmoud Hassan Joy getting an inside part of the bat to that.
Well ball, well ball.
Really hurried onto him. This is a good change of line, and that arm ball always seems to surprise even the most set batter. That's the Indian squad, very, very strong. Yash Dul, Abhishek Sharma, Sai Sudarshan, names that we've come to hear from the IPL, Prafsimran Singh, Dhruv Jurel. These are guys that have really put up their hands on the periphery. It's going to be a good tussle on the 19. That's the way to go about it. Milk the runs. Do not take any risks at all.
121 for 3.
Asif, can you hear to the whole he just said because he need a hammer for the preparation of the football.
Zakir and Joy closing up to a 50 each with the 121 on the board. Lost the 3 in the first power play. Tanzit was the one who scored very quickly in that previous outing against Nepal. Single-handedly took the side to victory. Today that aggression didn't work for him.
Sometimes you can tend to get carried away. Bangladesh have had the stutters, but this one, this partnership, 87-97 balls between Zakir Hassan and Mahmood Hassan Joy. These two are used to playing the longer version, represented the teams in the test arena. So if you'd want a couple of players to steady the rocking boat with their temperament, with the patience, you'd want these two. And thankfully, from the Bangladeshi perspective, their contribution and their steadying the rocking boat for the team after the early fall of wickets has worked. What you need to do now, Zakir Hassan and Mahmood Hassan Joy, is just ensure that you pay respect to the good balls, play the ball to its merit. Do not get carried away. We saw a rush of blood in the previous over from Zakir. Last thing you want to do.
You're talking about these two men who formed this partnership now of 88 of 90-odd deliveries. There's some good shots played by Joy and Zakir. Square of the wicket, anything short, and they've taken it on. The right-hander also has got some nice back foot punches through covers. Preferred the onside Zakir on many occasions. And back live. Good calling. Very important is that they've put away these scoring deliveries. They haven't missed out on that. You also mentioned about the Zakir has a big 100 against India in the test format, the longest format, and he's preferred by Bangladesh in the red ball format. Looks to be taking his time and enjoying his outing at the moment. Plenty of overs still to go. You're not even halfway through.
That is what they've got to tell themselves. We've got more than half the game to go. You've done the hard work by just getting back. They had to claw back. It wasn't easy when they started the partnership. And you're under extreme duress mentally when you come in at 3 down in very quick time. Then you've got to show that in addition to your skill sets, your mindset has got to be attuned to the different approach that you need to have. And you see, milking the runs becomes a lot easier just in that manner.
Lots of chat going on. Keeper marshalling the men. Captain of Afghanistan are now thinking various ways, something out of the box to break this partnership and get an entry back into this game. After the 3 quick wickets, they haven't had anything coming their way, not even half chances. in the air. Upish is the shorter side of the ground. It'll clear with absolute ease. 50 comes up for Zakir Hassan. What a knock he's playing, and a lot more is expected out of him this afternoon, as Bangladesh A values this game a lot for further qualification.
Have a look at that. Shortness, simple enough. Swivel round. Really enjoyed hitting that almost into press boxes there. Almost smashing a window there. That is good. See, it pays off if you wait for the bad ball to come. 130 for 3.
July 19th, which is tomorrow, Emerging Asia Cup, and then later on in the year, August, September, Asia Cup, minimum 1 match, maximum 3 outings. And then after the Asia Cup, where they can meet more than once, October 15th is the ICC Men's World Cup 2023. That's the game, again, will have a lot of value. Will be played by India at home.
Well, frustration creeping in now with those overthrows. The fielders running a little ragged there, with the pressure being built up here by Zakir and Joy. And the leg by, couple of leg buys with that overthrow. Afghanistan, this is a test, a massive test for them. They had it their own way in the early part. Now they're having to work hard. Captain of Afghanistan will be trying to lift the spirit of his fellow players. Mahmoud Hassan Joy also on the verge of a 50 here.
Nice looking gut shot. He beats the fielder. That's so nicely placed to get a boundary and get to a 50. A well-deserved 50. And a lot more to come. These two have been so good, complementing each other, and they've taken the side to 136.
Done a great job, and what a wonderful way of getting to the 100. It is just backing away, cutting it back with a point. No chance for the fielder. Despairing dive. Just an absolutely marvelous and well-controlled shot to get to the 50.
Yeah, 6th list A 50. Joy. .24 gone. It's 136 for 3. All depends on what happens today in the 2 encounters. Later in the afternoon, Sri Lanka A will take on Oman A. Sri Lanka and Bangladesh both looking for those 2 points desperately. Afghanistan have got 2 out of 2. Oman can spoil the party for someone. Not only both of them got a 50, Shamim, it's the number of deliveries they faced. Yes, you could say they were touch critical initially, that they were still going for stroke play after losing 3 quick wickets, but they've been positive. And the good part is that they've taken the fight back to the opposition. And now they've got Afghanistan A and the camp thinking how to break this.
Hassan Joy will be telling himself, despite the struggles early on, really show some grit and determination. And these guys, both these batters have the temperament. They just apply themselves, frustrate the bowlers. We've seen evidence of that even on the outfield. There have been a couple of misfields, overthrows. And the bowlers, after such a big partnership, tend to get frustrated. They try different things. Akbar, so you can see just trying to change his feelers around. That is the partnership, 103 of 111. That's absolutely wonderful comeback here by the Bangladesh A team. Desperately needed these two to click, and they've done so far. Need to carry on. Just the manner in which they're getting the runs will really cause the bowlers to be a little frustrated, to say the least. Every time there's a single taken, of course there's a combination, different combination, but there's a lot of hand waving going on.
Yeah, umpire's not interested, a little too excited on that occasion. Akbar well forward, Zakir Hassan on that. He did get that extra bit of bounce and a bit of turn into the left-hander. "25 overs are almost getting done, Shamim. It will be halfway. We reckon Bangladesh A now have a score in mind. We'll come back to that. With 25 overs bowled, it's 139 for 3.
Just to your point about the remaining 25 overs, I think first things first, they want to ensure that they go to the 40 overs without getting this partnership broken. That'll give them the platform to try and really go after the bowling in the last 10 overs. At the Lotus Tower, lovely sights of Colombo. Qasim Akram, very, very good. We saw the turn yesterday. The A team really suffering some excellent bowling, and that is what the spinners can expect. That is a good catch taken. 6 for 26. Look at that sharp turn. Very impressive from Qasim Akram.
Come on, Avida.
We saw yesterday Sufyan Mukim and Qasim Akram getting that exaggerated turn. Mind you, that was the second innings. So when Bangladesh had come out to bowl with the spinners, bound to get some more grip, and we'll see some more turn coming in. That will pose a challenge to the Afghanistan batters. And again, it all depends on what Bangladesh end up with at the end of 50 overs, what kind of score. That will really have its impact on how Afghanistan want to start off in their first power play. Do they want to go attacking or they want to go easy? This projected shows 274. But wickets in hand, you could fancy more.
Temptation there, but he's taken him on. That is a superlative strike for the maximum. Suddenly there's air given, and he said, take me on. He does, and it tonks it away for the maximum.
It's a 6, yes. But when he attempted the shot, it was a calculated risk. He just had to clear the inner circle. There's nobody in the deep at a wide, long off, or you could say sweeper cover. So he knows even if he doesn't get it all the way as he did, he's still safe.
Come on, Navida bowling, Navida.
Now they've got the 6. What is the mindset? More. If you're offered with outside off, you're not going to hang back and play a defensive shot.
Really good work by the man in the deep. Quick pick up and release, restricting them to that one. And a flat throw right on top of the bails. Everything so correct about it. Having complete game awareness as to what the batters are trying to do, running the first one hard. Superb batting, getting us maximum, just rotating the strike. Things that now just seem to be getting a bit neutralized for Afghanistan in terms of any penetrations that they would want to break this partnership. They have an answer for everything Zakir and Joy at the moment. There you go, just pushing it into the gaps. Soft hands. 26 overs bowled, 148 for 3.
Majid Hassan and Naeem Sheikh came out with, well, a plan to really take on the bowling. Sometimes it worked. More often than not, it was the bowlers who fancied their chances. That's the success for Safi. Down the leg side, sweeps it. But there is going to be some protection in the deep. Just the single. I can see both ends, the bowlers, the Akbar on that occasion, both striving and also having to, because the rotation of the strike, every other delivery, you're having to change your angles with the left-right combination. That can't be the easiest thing to do, particularly when the batters are so much in sync at the moment.
Well done, Zia. Bowling, Zia.
Afghanistan need a couple of wickets now just to stem the flow of runs. We've seen how things changed yesterday. UAE were being hit all over the park, but then eventually in the last 7 overs or so, they really plugged everything up, started bowling variations. 25 runs were scored by Pakistan and lost 6 wickets in the process. They couldn't finish batting full 50 overs.
That's a very good point. I think the Afghan players will be telling themselves, look, strong unit like Pakistan A team faltering in the last 15 odd overs, and it's always hope. You just cannot give up trying. Mahmoud Hassan Joy, 53 or 59, 1 to 20 in 31 deliveries. A little quicker between 41 and 60, but sedate in the middle, and that's when they're rebuilding the innings.
It's well stopped.
Well done, well done.
Yeah, the mistake the Pakistan batters did yesterday, what you feel is that 3 of them got to 50 and then they did not convert it to a big score. And the similar situation here between Joy and Zakir. They've got to that certain landmark. They need to continue. Nicely done. All these shots being played by that right-hander Joy. Put the spinner away over extra on many occasions. Worked him around on the onside. He's very good at the cut. Just cuts it from in front of the stumps or just outside. And his ability to find gaps has been immaculate. 151 for 3 after 27. Opening game was Sri Lanka A and Bangladesh A. That's where Sri Lanka started on a winning note. Afghanistan have won both their games. Oman really hasn't had that opportunity to get into the points as yet. Nice bounce, extra bit of bounce there. And then eventually we're now down to the last day of Group A's round fixtures. Will shape up and give us the answers. Who are the two teams making it to the semis by the end of the day?
Hello, that's high up in there, chance. And taken in the deep. Just when they were settling down, once again a rush of blood. High in there, could not keep it down. Zakir Hassan has holed out.
You just get a feeling, Shamim, that he got too much underneath it as he would have liked. He got more elevation than distance. It was just struggling. He knew it, that he's hit it very high in the air, and long off was right in position. Good boundary line awareness there, keeping still and eyes on the ball, and takes the catch. This is exactly what Bangladesh didn't want at this stage. Zakir Hassan getting a start and dismissed at 62. It's 151 for 4. The one in navy blue, the darkish blue, is in progress, and there's one more game lined up. 2 o'clock in the afternoon at Premadasa. It'll be Sri Lanka A, the home side, versus Oman A, to wrap up and finish the group stage for Group A. So yeah, interesting times now. This is where Afghanistan A would feel that they've got half a foot in the game. Soumya Sarkar comes out after the dismissal of Zakir Hassan. And again, the case of a batter getting a start, reaching a landmark, but not being able to convert it into a bigger score. Now, ideally, now Afghanistan A smartly should attack more onto the new batter's side, and you don't want to lose wickets in pairs. It could result in a huge setback in terms of the final score that Bangladesh A have in mind. Well, he has no problems in terms of experience. 178 matches in List A career. He's almost approaching, well, got 2 runs to get 5,000.
Yes, been playing emerging cricket since the first edition, I think 2013. But he's got a job on his hands now. Got to show some resilience, show some form. Chops that away comfortably enough. Fumble allows him to open his account. Zakir Hassan, I think, is going to be very annoyed with himself. Dr. Hassan really trying to go for a big shot. Thought he had enough distance on it. Swivel around. Finds the fielder, gets a run. Just have a look at the transfer. A little rush of blood. I think it was a little uncalled for early on. Thought he had enough bat on it, but just at the edge of the boundary. Very well judged catch. Another couple of yards would have gone over the top. But that's the difference between a 6 and a wicket.
Well, when you look at that wicket from Zakir Hassan, you just get a feeling that he was middling the ball well, and when you have 60 odd to your name, and you know there's a fielder at long off, but you take him on. You back yourself, and it only takes that one mistake or a hit that's not got enough on it to dismiss you. He manages to get bat on that. Was way outside the off stump. Successful over comes to an end. It's 28 gone. 156 for 4.
Work to be done here by the new partnership. Joma Sharka, Mahmoud Al Hassan, Joy have played with each other, against each other in the domestic circuit. And Shoma Sharka in particular got this opportunity. This is from yesterday.
Yeah, this is what I was trying to say. You see Farhan and Kamran and Haris, all of them got 63, 55, 63. None of them could take it forward, even Saim. You just don't want that case to happen today.
You've just put the mockers on Zakir Hassan, didn't you?
But you can see 309 all out. They couldn't bat 50 overs. And there's no excuse for losing 6 wickets for 25 runs in the last 7. Similar thing happened in their first outing against Nepal, where they lost 6 wickets in chasing just 180. When you don't have a huge required run rate to worry about, then that's just pure mistakes, bad shot selection. So it's so important once you get a start as a batter, you do convert them into bigger ones.
Now, Afghan bowlers will feel they've got that foot in, as you mentioned. This is where you want to say that one gets two. Let's do our best. Let's bowl it tight, force the batters to make a mistake, force them into shots of indiscretion. Now it's gone down the ground, and that's going a long way. That's a brave-looking shot from Shoma Sharkar. Gets the maximum. It all looks good when it comes off, but just think back to Zakir Hassan's wicket caught on the boundary. This was very balanced when he placed that shot, shimming down the wicket. 4 sixes so far and 24s in this compilation of 162 for 4.
Bangladesh A could make good use of the experience Shoma Sarkar has at the highest level. He's batting at number 6, so a good man to have. Joy would feel that he can take care of his part, and then Joy himself can continue on scoring runs. Doesn't have to hide him. Oh, that's a good ball. Sleeves that outside edge, begging for a nick. Just that good length, excellent length, dragging that front foot out, making the batter reach for it. We're having a look for that stumping opportunity. Square leg umpire has gone up.
Just check on the front foot first. Go through the process. Dragged him out, didn't he? That little floater in. It's all right. No worries with that one. Carry on. Missing the bat, obviously. Whips off the bails. This is the angle you want to look at. Oh, that's going to be tight. Oh, I think it's just made it. It's going to be touch and go. Yeah, right on the ground. The bails whipped off. What do you reckon?
Well, it's a clear case of touch and go. I don't really see the bails completely dislodged at this frozen frame. This might give us an idea. The shadow, look at the shadow under the boot. And now this is the time where probably the bails, when they're completely out of the groove, Joy has managed to put his foot back. And that's what can happen when that length drags you out as a batter. All your weight is on that front foot. It's tough to get back.
It's going to be a tough one for the third umpire. And Hallenbull having a look at that, waiting to make a decision here. What's the decision going to be? Going to be a close call. Not out. That'll be of some relief to Mahmoud Hassan Joy. Very, very close. Good work from the keeper.
Usually it happens, doesn't it? When it takes that long by the TV umpire, then it usually goes in the favor of the batter. Again, that excellent length. Again, a similar stroke offered. 29 overs have been bowled. It's 163 for 4.
Critical phase of this contest. Really is. You sense that both Afghanistan and Bangladesh's very essence in this competition is going to be dictated by the next 21 overs, the remainder of this first innings. Spinners have offered some control, but the wrist spinner, Israel Naveed, as is often the way, has served up a bit of everything. Some beautiful deliveries, has picked up that wicket, but he's bowled plenty of boundary balls, and he's been expensive too, going at the best part of 8 runs per over. For Afghanistan to get into this contest, get ahead in this contest, they're going to need more wickets. He so nearly gets one right on cue, as I wish a very good afternoon now to W.V. Raman.
Thanks, Andrew. You'll always expect the leg spinner to go for a few runs. That's the reason why they need to be handled well by captains, and they need all the support possible from a captain. Otherwise, they can be really demoralized. Every bowler needs the backing of his captain, but a leg spinner having to obviously be restricted is something that no captain wants him to do. A leg spinner is more of a wicket-taking option. But he'll learn. He's young, he's already made a mark for himself, and of course there'll be a lot of focus on him as well. So he's got to keep improving in order to be ahead of the others.
Googly right on the money. I think Joy might have only picked that at the last second. He almost changed the shape of his shot. I think what he'll also learn, Naveed, is the difference between T20 cricket and 50-over cricket. Yes, they're both played with a white ball. Yes, they're both played with coloured clothing. And it's only a small difference, but in these middle overs, he's only allowed 4 in the deep. There's always one gap. That means there's often a boundary option for the batter. Bowling a 10-over spell compared to a 4-over spell, a very different art.
Yes, from the Bangladesh point of view, they'll perhaps look at it as a T20 game at the completion of this over, and if they can get anywhere between 140 to 150, they would have done well. They'll go past the 300 mark, but in order for that to happen, Joy has to be there. Nicely played away, just a single to end the over. Bangladesh 166 for 4.
So it's the final day of Group A today, and the final day of Group B tomorrow. before we'll have a rest day before the semi-finals. India and Pakistan are already there, but plenty to play for. National pride on show as always, and first place in Group B on the line. Nepal and UAE will play out in the morning, both looking to pick up their first win. It's been a tough tournament for the associates. I have to say, there's someone that I follow very closely, as you know. WV just coming off the back of the ACC Premier Cup, then a big preparation period for the Cricket World Cup qualifier. It might have been a bridge too far for UAE, Nepal and Oman, who just struggled a little bit, as we see a change in bowling from the media end. Safi, who picked up the first 3 wickets, taking 3 for 33 as a change of ends.
It remains to be seen as to how he's going to operate here. Is he going to focus on really being quick, or is he going to compromise on his speed and stick to bowling a better line? He has picked up 3 wickets, but there's still a lot of cricket to be played in this innings yet. The pressure is definitely on Afghanistan. They have won the 2 games that they played before this, but if they mess things up here, all the good work will be undone.
We saw this a little bit in his first spell. You can see there clearly bowling cross seam. You can understand that with the new ball, as he just didn't have the control, did he? Here were the wickets he took. Some of them were with the seam down. That was a moment of fortune. Down to deep third. Then an excellent catch, juggled, yes, but very close in at cover point. And then a good delivery. Trapped the captain, LBW. And 1 for the leg break bowler with the googly, tempting the left-hander to hit it down the throat of long off. This time he goes down seam. Why is he mixing it up so frequently?
It's been a strange innings this of Bangladesh. They got the first 24 runs quickly enough. After that they lost 3 wickets when they were 35, and then there was a big partnership there. As many as 117 for the 4th wicket between Joy and Zakir, and that's consolidated the innings and has also put the Afghanistan under a little bit of pressure as well. He is mixing it up here as far as the seam position is concerned. A few of the deliveries he's bowling with the seam up, and then a few of them are bowled with cross seam.
And the big difference in this second spell, WV, no movement, certainly compared to the new ball. He was getting it to hoop a long, long way with the new ball. That movement's gone now. It's a sort of 15, 16 over old ball with the 2 balls in operation, 1 at each end. He's going to try one down seam again here. That's something the batter, in fact, this is cross seam, isn't it? Look. Pulled away, dug into the wicket. Gets that well in front of square. It's a strong pull stroke from Joy, who for me has been the pick of the batters today. Moves into the 60s.
Yes, a short pitch delivery has to be well directed, and it has to be really quick. And Safi has to realize that he's bowling to a batter who is well set, who's been on top of things. And that was really a half tracker. Waist high stuff will be easily put away, like Joy did there. It has to be somewhere between the head and the chest to create some discomfort to the batter. Something like that.
That will close out the 31st. 173 for 4. Plenty of permutations at play in today's Group A fixtures. 2 matches as always. The day fixture here for the day-nighter. 2 p.m. start over at the Premadasa Stadium. All 4 teams can still qualify. No one team has qualified yet by the mathematics of it. Obviously, Oman are almost certainly out. They would need a monumental victory over the hosts to get through, and they'd also need Afghanistan A to beat Bangladesh. What is quite a likely scenario, though, is that if Bangladesh A win, they will definitely qualify by virtue of their net run rate, and we could have a three-way tie with 4 points apiece between Afghanistan, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. As Sharafuddin Ashraf comes back into the attack. If that's the case, it will come down to net run rate. Bangladesh would certainly be one of the two teams that will go through, and then it would come down to a tussle between Afghanistan and Sri Lanka, with Sri Lanka having that big advantage of knowing what they'll need to do. Net run rate can sometimes be confusing, but it's actually a really fair way of separating the teams.
Cricket was so simple when you just had to know cricket. Now you need to know mathematics, you need to know physics.
Well bowling, Sharafa.
Get all the sciences in biology, chemistry,
biomechanics, you name it, you have it these days.
and most critically, don't forget the economics of the World Game as well, with big sums on offer for all of these star cricketers these days. Here's the best of Joy. He has brought great joy to the Bangladeshi fans. This has been a stylish innings.
Has been. What's good about it is that he's played a lot more shots on the offside, played it to the line, and he was quick to pick the short stuff as well. And that's a sign of a very good player. And while doing all this, he was very elegant too.
I think for me, he's particularly stylish through extra cover, and that's always a sign of a good player. Also has picked the length up well. You can see cutting that one away. Again, on that pull shot that was well in front of square. Possibly the most notable thing about his innings. It's been flawless, it's been chanceless. All he's really done is put the bad ball away, and he's still at a strike rate of about 75, which is more than good enough.
Yeah, composure was the hallmark of his innings. And there's a lot of action happening around. And in fact, a lot of commotion brought him out to the crease as well.
Cut away. That good point can't cut it off, but the sweeper will and keep it to a single. Good work on the short side. 3 singles from Ashraf's return. It's 176 for 4. That's who's to come for Bangladesh. We suspect it will be Shaq Mahdi Hassan in next at number 7 with all that experience, and then really into the bowlers, although Rakibul, the left arm spinner, more than capable at number 8. Joy will look to anchor things through, and alongside an experienced Asumya Sarkar, Bangladesh might still be thinking of 300 plus. Afghanistan, you sense, are all of a sudden in need of another wicket.
If they can pick up the left-hander, Soumya Sarkar, they'll be happy, because it looks like he can hit big. He's got the experience. He's played better attacks in international cricket. And of course, he has to prove that he's played better class of cricket by standing way ahead of others and being extremely outstanding. That's the kind of little pressure he's under.
Just ask you about the approach the selectors have taken from each of the boards. If we look at Bangladesh, they've got a massive mix of really experienced international cricketers like Sarkar and some of their best young under-19s. India have gone with an entirely under-22 side. Sarkar's played 61 ODIs. He's trying to make his case to get into the Asia Cup squad. Pakistan have gone with a similar mix to Bangladesh, as of Sri Lanka. UAE have gone with a very young team, just like India. It's obviously up to the individual board and selection panel. Do you understand the different approaches?
Yeah, of course. It's also dependent on the objectives of every particular board involved here. UAE, obviously, they are looking to develop a lot more cricketers in that area from the grassroots levels. Bangladesh perhaps is using it as a platform for players who lose out form in international cricket to play some cricket and get back to form, because they're not as strong as India is in the A level, whereas India plays a lot of cricket at the A level as well. So that means that they can look at providing this platform for the youngsters between 19 and 23 to have a lot more opportunities, for those especially who don't get to play for the state sides. So it's all a case of the objectives that each particular system is trying to achieve.
It's actually made for fascinating matchups as well, hasn't it? Because if you look at Afghanistan, Noor Ali, 35, he debuted for Afghanistan back in 2007. Israel Naveed was barely born in 2007. That's how big a disparity there is in terms of relative experience in some of the sides. Oh, beautiful Yorker. I'm not sure how that's missed.
Yeah, these things will happen, especially if you're talking about Afghanistan. It's the youngest cricketing side, and you would presume that they will not have too many options, but that's a lovely Yorker, that matter of millimeters. And that's what this game is all about. Going back to Afghanistan, they'll have to make do with whatever options they have. And all in all, it's made up a fascinating tournament.
Well, that's a really good over. Maybe didn't get the wicket that he deserved, and I think Joy is going to need the drinks break that is incoming just to reset. Gets us to the end of the 33rd. Bangladesh A, 179 for 4.
کنه متفایده شي ورو که بیا هم څنګه بیا مډه دوه ځان ته بار کړ
Well, D-Day, decision day in Group A today, and then a much vaunted, much awaited clash between the two behemoths of the Asian and arguably the world game these days. India and Pakistan A will take on each other in Group B tomorrow. That day-night game. Group A, the permutations are complex, but one thing is for certain. If Afghanistan win, they will top the group. That's what they're going to try to do. They'll need wickets. They'll need a way to break this partnership that's proving troublesome. Ashraf has bowled very consistently. Andrew Leonard here alongside W.V. Rahman. Great to have the former Indian international alongside me. Let me put you into the coach's shoes of Bangladesh for a moment at that second drinks break. What have you just told your players? What is the target for the final third of this first innings?
Look to get around 270, 280. If you had to do that, you'll have to really bat well. You might end up even getting past the 300 mark. But if you get over ambitious, think of 310, 320, you might get bowled out for 240. And this is a good pitch for batting. And you got these two guys who have the experience, and they can steer the innings until the end. At least one of them can stay till the end. And there'll come a stage around the 44th mark, over mark, where Sarkar has to go big. And if he comes off, they'll go past the 300 mark.
I know it's a different format, but I wonder what Brendan McCullum would have been telling these two. I suspect Bazball might be saying, let's go for 350.
He's got a simple line, just keep smashing them, doesn't matter.
Have you been tuning into some of the Ashes, enjoying the action there?
I did in the first 3 games. It is lovely to watch such exciting cricket over a period of 5 days in the first 2 test matches. And there again, that's a different level altogether, but here it's also dependent on the skill sets the players who are playing here have. Nicely bowled, turn and bounce. You cannot advocate baseball to people who are not yet there in terms of skill sets.
Oh, excellent bowling from Sharafuddin Ashraf. He has got it on a string right now. Just 1 run from that over. 180 for 4. Just speculating about what Bangladesh A might be targeting. Joy and Sarkar looking to guide Bangladesh up towards maybe 300 if they could, 280 plus minimum. Comes off the glove, a sharp bouncer, that's been dug in quickly.
Is Safi going to get bowled out here? Is into his 8th over, and he's still looking to mix it up in terms of pace and length. But as long as you don't provide too many opportunities, you're fine. That one isn't on him. Even for somebody who's played international cricket, and that beat him by pace, really.
That's with an old ball as well. No mean feat from Safi. I think his bouncer is a little bit of a surprise delivery. He's tended to bowl quite full. That's shaken up Sarkar, and also shaken up the bowler's run-up. Just talking about the depth in all of these countries, and we saw that Indian Asian Games team announced. Here at the Emerging Teams Cup, they've gone entirely under 22, yet the top 3 yesterday against Nepal all played IPL this season, all had strike rates over 140 in it. Then that Indian Asian Games squad, some of the names there, captained by Rituraj Gaikwad, Jaiswal, Washington Sundar, Avesh Khan, Shivam Dubey. There's so much depth right now in India.
Yeah, it is. That's a side which is primarily picked based on the performance in the IPL. You look at the names, Rituraj Gaikwad, Yashasvi, of course, he's got a 100-down debut, test debut as well. You got Jitesh Sharma, Rinku Singh, Tilak Verma, all top performers in the IPL. You look at the bowling lineup there, Bishnoi, Avesh Khan, Arshdeep. They all have done well in the IPL.
Everyone says the IPL has been the difference maker in the last decade. Why is that the case? Is it the exposure to those international stars as we take a look at the 3 wickets for this bowler? First one a bit short and wide, second one too good catch, hit cover points, and the third one the best delivery of the 3. Is it mixing it regularly with those international coaches, international stars? Is it the regularity of cricket? What has made the IPL such a change maker for Indian cricket?
Yes, you can stack up a lot of cricketing reasons. One of the things being what you said, playing with the best and against the best. But the biggest game changer, as far as everybody is concerned in Indian cricket, is that as far as the players are concerned in Indian cricket, is the financial security that they've got over a period of time, and they're sure of getting it. Even for the guys who are just about 16, 17 who start playing this game. Just to sum it up, we've had parents say cricket won't feed you, to where now these days the parents are hoping that their kids go on to play IPL.
Indian parents have gone from telling their kids don't play cricket to please play cricket. And of course, it's not just with the men now. The Women's Premier League launched this year. If we talk about the 2 teams in action here today, Bangladesh Premier League is going from strength to strength as well. So back in Afghanistan, just the one edition of the Afghan Premier League, but the Giza Premier League is going from strength to strength too. Have to get there one day. Would love to cover cricket in Kabul. How special would that be? 35 bowled, 182 for 4.
سليمة تازان الليك تدوره بآخر كي تقول
Yeah, there's a look at that India A team. We're just talking about the depth and strength in Indian cricket. This side is entirely under 23. In fact, I think all the players. Glorious stroke over the offside, going to get 4. That's been one of the signature of Joy's innings. He hits through extra cover both along the ground and in the air with great ease.
If you ask me to watch this replay for 10 times, I'll say why not 20? That's how good it was. Look at the way he's got the elevation. Big stride forward for a short man. And one bounce into the fence. Look at the bat flow. And he was very sure of where that ball was going.
A little bit of footwork comes out to affect the stop. Why is that inside out stroke over extra cover A, so difficult to affect, and B, so aesthetically pleasing?
You got to hold your shape and you got to open the face of the bat at the right time, and you got to, before all this, you got to judge the length well enough.
India back into action tomorrow. Dhruv Jurel played one yesterday of a similar quality, didn't he? So much talent on show here in this tournament.
The interesting thing is that they got only 6 cricketers in that squad who played in the IPL. The rest are on the way up now. So it's an opportunity for them to make a mark and then get noticed.
Good work in the deep, keeps that to just a single. Yeah, being honest, I've been blown away by the scale of talent on show. Over so much associate cricket, I know of the quality outside of the Test world, but coming to see the A teams of these Test nations, been really impressed. I don't think Asian cricket has ever been stronger.
Yes, it's important to encourage cricketers at the grassroots level. and help them transit into the senior level by way of these tournaments.
End of the 36th. Bangladesh 8, 187 for 4.
Another partnership, 36 or 52 is Soumya Sarkar, and his partner Joy, 68. Just approaching the 200 mark with 14 overs to go now from here on. Ibrahim is back after his 5-over spell, and that ball has gone through Riaz. That's a boundary to start the over. Good looking shot. Everything okay about that. It's just a very ordinary effort by the fielder at the edge of the 30-yard circle.
Hit pretty hard. It's going at a rate of knots, and you're right. I think fielder could have done a little better. But Joy looking so very good, particularly through the offside.
Nice wrists on that occasion. Something middle in leg, just working it, but straight to the fielder. Full marks for making that stroke look good. Yeah, we talk about that all-important encounter tomorrow afternoon between Pakistan and India A sides. This is Pakistan's squad. The trick would be how many spin options would they play? They played 2 yesterday. In a part-time, Qasim Akram, and Sufyan got his first opportunity, left arm wrist spinner. Will they go with the 3 quicks in Madasa? Would they bring Hasibullah back in the top of the order, or will they still go with Sahibzada Farhan, who's got more experience and had a 50 yesterday?
Little tardy with his lines on a couple of occasions. Down the leg side. Hassan Joy will not be threatened. So far, done a good job. Soumya Sarkar looking good. But with Soumya, you've got to always ponder the fact that he tends to pick the wrong shot to play on occasions. He's looking comfortable, doing all the hard work and settling down. Might be a rush of blood. That is what he's got to contain. Play the ball to its merit.
Inside edge will earn him a boundary. Played it away from the body. He had probably had one hand off the handle while into that shot.
That is very, very lucky. Mentioning at times just seems to try and play shots. Look, away from his body. Inside edge could have gone anywhere. Found him 4 streaky, lucky runs. But yeah, after the event, he's mentioning that the ball did a bit. But it's just the way he played that. Not in control, closes the face of the bat, instead of opening it up, showing the full face.
Now that's a good shot. That's something that you'd love to watch and would have impressed Shamim. Over extra, that's a tough shot to play, a maximum from Sarkar.
He can do that. You see, that is where I have a little bit of a doubt about him. He's such a classic player, if you can use the word. And when he does play those shots over the top, he looks so very good. 37 done, 202 for 4.
أنا إذا كان إبراهيم أقد يوي دي قا شمال دي قا صرف دانشي دي بادر ماذا بلاله بس
4 points to Afghanistan. They're looking good to go through, but still a lot of work to be done. Gives the ball some air, tries to hit it, and does manage to find that gap. Didn't seem to be in absolute control. Partnership just going past the 50 mark. Mahmoud Hassan Joy 20, Chomoshaka quicker at 31. Once again, thankfully from the Bangladeshi perspective, after the departure of Zakir Hassan, these two have managed to just stitch together a very crucial partnership. Important that go through to 43, 44th over. Oh, missed out, but still getting the runs. Maybe not with the bat. Possibly a signal for boys. No, got a bit of bat, I think. No signal from the umpire. Maybe the toe end of the bat. Low full toss there. Oh, look at that again. Low full toss. Maybe a feather. It's trying to play it away on the onside. Off to deep third. Another streaky boundary. Now he reaches for that. It's been a mix. The bowlers in a bit of a disarray here in terms of just bowling regular lines and length, and that's what you need to do. Just cannot be overawed by the attacking mode of the batters. Swept. And he's looking round because he didn't do a good job there. Just went right through him. 4 more runs.
Suddenly now the runs are coming in. It feels like the two batters have decided, let's just change gears. Let's just up the ante a little bit. Because they would like to get close to that 300. Taking a leaf out of yesterday's game, they probably realized their runs are available. Look at that. 4 boundaries and a 6 in about 2.5 overs. Oh, that should be out. If there's no bat, that should be. Umpire says no, kept low. He's hit him below that knee roll.
Maybe that sharp turn with the seed of doubt in the umpire's mind. Look at it, where he's pitching just about line of stump and spinning back. Maybe that is the doubt. I think the umpire heard 2 sounds inside edge. A feather could have saved him. What a good delivery. They needed that. Afghanistan put pressure on Shomo Sharkar.
I think he would consider himself lucky there. That's the one that goes the other way. End of the over. 38 gone to 11 for 4. Important partnership, important runs added to the total there with the 5th wicket partnership. And they were 34 for 3 at one stage. Then that partnership between him and Zakir Hassan took them to 106, 151, and then more and more boundaries now coming. The highlight of Joy's innings has been that he's not shy away from putting away those bad balls. That was down the leg side. He's got to get those runs going whenever that opportunity arrives.
117 was the last partnership. So after that, it's been a continuation, and they've gone at the runs in this fashion, deviating down the leg side. All you have to do is swivel around, put a bit of bat to it, use the pace of the bowler to take it to the boundary. Get a little frustrated into his 7th over, given over 50 runs, starts the over down the leg side with a boundary. Pressure on the bowler. Just going back to that point you mentioned about Pakistan team, A team yesterday. 3 or 4 getting into the 50s and 60s and then losing track. This is what the last thing Bangladesh want happening to them. 7 and over now, they're going to reach that 300 mark.
Good run, good call. Direct hit, but still they make it. Very important to trust your partner. Sarkar was quick to entertain that call from Joy.
A little thing that matter. It's also putting pressure on the fielders. Did well with the direct throw. Just looking at the projected runs, 297. If you go at 7, 320, we get 9 and over, which is tad unlikely with the wicket, the nature. It's not really coming on. Slows down as we progress into the day. Lot of dust. Look at that. When he's sliding the bat in, it's very, very dry. Just having a quick look at that run out is well in. No issues with that.
Third is coming into the circle. Five in the circle at the moment. Tommy Sarkar has been good, 39 of 33. Again, a good single. So important. A new batter that comes, he doesn't chew up or absorb too many extra deliveries without moving that score, because that would put pressure on Joy. He's done well to be as quick as he is, 40 of 34.
Indeed. Makes it easier for Mahmood Hassan, who has compiled the runs in that fashion. 31 between 1 and 20, 31 deliveries. That tad quicker. 13, the second one, 21 to 40. He's been steady right the way through.
And he's got a hand to it, so he's taking the pace off. Wants to come back for 2. And the throw probably at the wrong end. Sarkar on that occasion was a little reluctant in going for that second. He eventually went through with it.
I suppose you think that Mahmood Hassan Joy was running to the danger end. It's difficult when you, as a fielder, you pick up on a misfield. He's just sauntering along. Suddenly, he realizes there's an opportunity because of this misfield. And because of where the fielding was done eventually, you would rather expect that to come to that end. Just milking the run so comfortably. Started off with a boundary and still a big over. 139 done, 220 for 4. Early starters with regard to partnerships, steady fall of wickets despite the flow of runs, but that was stemmed after Zakir Hassan and Mahmood Hassan. Joy came in with that 117 runs partnership, which steadied the rocking boat. They looked very, very much composed in building up that partnership. And after the departure of Zakir, I think Shoma Sharkar has done well to give that momentum, to keep that momentum going with an unbeaten 69 of 70 so far. worries for the Afghanistan A team, trying to find ways to just ensure that the runs don't come easily, maybe get a wicket. That's the best way to stem the flow of runs. It's going to be tough work because both Mahmoud Hassan and Shomo Shaka are looking quite comfortable in the middle.
Shabash, shabash, shabash. Shahida Viksha. Well ball, well ball, well ball.
Now do you feel, Shamim, any one of these batters, if not bowlers, would knock the door for the Asia Cup? As the partnership stroke play from the two, Soumya Sarkar and his partner Joy. And they've looked so good, especially that shot. That was special. So anyone you feel that would be asking, Tanzim, Joy today, maybe Zakir, you say he's from the longer format. Look at those shots. I hope the selectors are watching.
I'm sure they are. One of them is here, Habibul Bashar, on a managerial role, and they'll be keeping a keen eye on the proceedings here. This is always the stepping stone for youngsters to go through the different levels. Under 19 A team. Full toss now, that's up in the air, and that's gone the distance. Oh, making it look so simple. Just a freebie offer. Thank you very much. I'll just put it away.
Yeah, so important to put those bad balls away, isn't it? How many times usually say that full tosses and he could have hit it anywhere, but it's so tough. It was a full toss that was dying on him. He had to like outstretch and then got the lower part of the bat. Still managed to clear it by a big margin. Oh, that's nicely done. No runs, but he's chased the ball, Sarkar.
Yeah, a deft touch. And he's done, that's not the first time he's done it. On occasions, he's just not been able to go across and reach it. He's got long levers, and that helps us cause.
Well, yaar. Lovely ball, lovely ball.
Just the angle, the other one wrong on going. Just feel that the bowler's striving too hard here.
Yeah.
Just a soft touch, soft hands, and a good single. That's how good these two have been. Get a maximum and then you rotate strike. 40 gone, 2-8 for 4. Power play 3 will begin now. Over number 11 to 40 done, and that confirms what I just said. So 10 overs to go, and they still have 6 wickets in hand, 2 set batters. I don't see any reason why they shouldn't touch 300. Just a matter of time that one of them would decide, let's go after the bowling. Got some hitters to come.
As Mahmoud Hassan Joy gets it nearer and nearer to that 3-figure mark, there will be a touch of circumspection. You can expect him to just be a little more selective with his shots. Shomo Shaka has got the license now. He's going at a rate of knots, 47 of 39. He's not going to hang back. Not quite ready. Ibrahim still looking for his first wicket. It's been tough work out there. It's hot and humid, very draining.
Good toss to win today for the Bangladesh captain, and no doubts wants to bat first, realizing that the surface will get slow as the day progresses. Sun's been beating down all day, and we haven't had any even partial cloud cover, and if it has, it just come and gone in no time. Just like that, when I say something, they come and say hello, but they're on the move. A bit windy. It was very warm and humid at the start of the day's play. Now it's just cooled down a touch. That's how the progress has been. The light blue is the power play 1, and the dark blue will be that power play 2. And it's more consistent in power play 2 in terms of Manhattans. The buildings that you just saw. 65 in power play 1, 3 wickets is what they lost. .162 in the 164 in the second power play, and they lost 1 wicket in that. The recovery has been super brilliant. More sensible stroke play in that second power play. As Hirima down, pitching outside leg.
Yeah, I think the umpire immediately told the bowler, look, I can't give you that. So pitching outside the line of the leg stump, but a little bit of a moral victory. Sort of non-committal shot as an afterthought. He sort of tried to close the face of the bat there. Much rather with that kind of delivery, just try and play it down the line with the full face of the bat. Short, but he's played it straight down the throat of the fielder there. Shomo Shawkar getting a little carried away. So the shortness of the length swivel around, couldn't really latch on. It was a good catch taken at last for some kind of respite for the Afghanistan A team.
Yeah, he was disappointed. He was batting at 48. That's 1 personal landmark, and 2, he realizes that he got himself in. I was set. He could have had added a lot more in the last 9 overs. 41 overs have been bowled. It's 230 for 5. The net run rates could also come into play in Group A, provided we have certain results. If Afghanistan wins this, they have a straight confirmed qualification. But they are in a comfort zone, 2 wins out of 2. Akbar Ali, 60 matches for him, just above 1,000 runs in List A cricket. He'll be at the non-striker because it was the end of the over. Ashraf will bowl his 8th, none for 25. Edge, and that's just going to race away. More runs for Joy, and 4 more to Bangladesh.
Not the most convincing looking shot, that's for sure. The toe end coming into play there. Mahmoud Sanjab would do well to be a little more circumspect. Now that the partnership has been broken, you know, those old adage of cricket, 1 gets 2, you've got to be careful. Cannot afford to throw away your wicket.
دا بول صرف دا خپل بول ته ولاړ هغه وایي اکسترا کا ورته باش
Ashraf will also be hoping that there is an error from the batting perspective to earn him his first wicket. Did well there. Seemed to be going away from him. A couple of runs. Joy gets closer to the 90s. This is Shomoshaka holding out. His eyes lit up when he saw the shortness of the length, but just could not timing enough to go over the top. Turn evident from the Afghanistan A bowlers, and that's going to give some sort of hope and for the Bangladeshi spinners to see what's happening there with the purchase. The Afghan bowlers are getting off the track. 48 of 42 for Shomoshaka, back in the hut now. Definitely saw ball turning much more than it did in the first part of the day yesterday. Similar kind of situation expected with the same track being played upon.
Well ball. Well done, Sharafa, bowling Sharafa.
Akbar Ali, the feeling he hasn't got the runs recently. Will be happy that he gets to open his account of the last ball of over number 42. 238 for 5.
Sender, please.
90 for Joy. 238 for 5. 8 overs to go here. Ibrahim will now bowl his 9th. Got that 1 wicket. Will now look to be as tidy as possible in these last 8 overs. You don't want to lose grip. It's that moment where you look to stem the run flow. A touch low. Akbar has just walked in, so he'll find it a touch difficult to put bat on ball straight away.
But a couple of occasions in his very short stay, he has missed the line of the ball, and that should not really give him too much of confidence. Just needs to be focused. Seems his body language seems a little casual.
Yeah, that's a bad ball. Should be a foul for... Yeah, the first one was a slower one. He tried to roll his fingers, bowled a leg cutter, but this down the leg side, so Akbar will feel good now. He's got some bat onto it.
I think it's a leg by.
Oh, it's a leg by, so Bangladesh has got 4.
Have indeed. There you go. No bat, but wide enough past the tumbling keeper. Yeah, he says, you've got to bowl it in line, my friend. Don't want to make me work so hard. It's a hot day.
Just run us through quickly before we change our stint, talking about the Bangladesh A captain, Mohammad Saif Hassan. What number does he really bat on? Because he came at 3 against Oman. He hasn't come out to bat as yet. He has opened for the Enlist A cricket in his previous tour. So where does he really bat?
As far as I remember, there's not been a consistent... It's the opening slot that is slotted into more often than not. But here, maybe because of the 2 other batters coming in, Ranjit and... so you'd feel that he feels at opening the batting or even coming in at number 3 doesn't really make too much of a difference. A teams with Saif Hassan as the skipper gives them that little bit of a luxury with that experience he has in the international arena. I think really not of any concern as to if he opens up or comes in at 3. 242 for 5 now. Mahdi, Rakibul Hassan, Tanzim, the next batter's in. Wheel the willow, the first 2, that's for sure.
It's completely spread out on the onsides. Nobody inside the 30-yard circle in front of the square. 3 men patrolling the boundary on the onside. And a short fine. Now that's a smart thing to do from the fielder. Saw that he's played it with soft hands, rushed to the ball to avoid that second run being taken.
And I think Mahmoud Hassan will be looking to the 1s and 2s now to take him to that landmark, the milestone that will be brilliant from the Bangladeshi perspective. Came in at a time of strife and Bangladesh were under extreme duress. Played a great knock, studied the rocking boat, not heading towards some glory.
That's a good over. Apart from those 4 leg byes, he's conceded 6 in this. And it's 43 overs bowled, 244 for 5.
देखो आर्या जा बस बस बस
7 overs remain. Sharifuddin Ashraf, who's been really economical into his final 2 overs. He's bowled very accurately. Joy is just 9 runs shy of a list A century, be an innings of the highest quality. Whilst he'll have one eye on that landmark, he'll be looking to drive Bangladesh A up to 300 plus. They're well within the reach of getting that. Sharp turn on offer. Bangladesh's spinners will be happy to see that. Is it 300 minimum from here, WV?
Quite possible as long as Joy is there, because he's anchored this innings well from 34 for 3 to where they are now is largely due to him. Projected scores, they got to get at 9 and over from here to get past the 300 mark. And a couple of big hits here will do nicely, especially from Akbar. Joy needs to try and hang in there, and somebody has to get a move on from the other end. Tailenders are generally good at using the long handle. Will we see Akbar doing that?
It's actually one of the things I love about 50-over cricket, that ebb and flow that you don't really get in the T20 game. These last 7 overs, Bangladesh A could collapse and be bowled out for 270 if Afghanistan take wickets. I know some people don't believe in momentum, but it's so important to take that momentum in to the break. Bangladesh A finished strongly. At 310, 320, that's surely going to be a winning score.
Yeah, it's critical to go out after the innings is played in a good frame of mind, collectively. Joy's got a conundrum here. Does he play shots to get his team past the 300 mark, or does he play quietly to get past the 100 mark of his?
Yet another tight over from Ashraf. He's been excellent. None for 36 for him. It's 248 for 5. 6 overs remaining. After a very wasteful start with the extras, Afghanistan have kept that in check to just 11 after 2 very tardy performances in their opening couple of games. We thought it might be a few of the seam bowling options to finish, but with Ibrahim and Safi having just 3 left between them, they do have to bowl more spin now. So it will be the left arm spinner Akbar, who's also been very economical, to come in now from the media end of the ground as the clouds just roll over this beautiful oval, the 4th of 4 venues in action for this ACC Merging Teams Asia Cup. One Akbar to another, and cleans them up. Akbar, bowled by Akbar.
Akbar, the batter, was ambitious there. He was looking to go big against the left-arm spinner. Hardly any flight at all from the left-arm spinner. It was pushed through the air. And the best thing was that the line was good. He was bowling a stump-to-stump line that castled him up. So Akbar dismisses Akbar for 4, and Bangladesh 248 for 6.
Shaq Mahdi Hassan to the crease in now at number 8. We wondered would it be Akbar or Shaq Mahdi. Akbar was favoured but struggled. Former under-19 winning captain from Bangladesh, bowled for 4 by his namesake. Akbar, the bowler, winning that battle. The poor old wicketkeeper for Afghanistan, Ikram Ali Keel, is just needed just a little bit of treatment. It's one of those ones when you stand up to the stumps to a spinner, you think you're okay with the helmet on, but because it flicked to the very top of middle stump, it just cannoned into his sort of his neck, his top of his chest area. They make them tough in Afghanistan, though.
Yeah, much before the keeper started wearing helmets, there have been some serious injuries there. What we are talking about is the ricochet from the stumps. Now, that really caused a little bit of an injury to the keeper, but nothing serious though. Sabah Karim had a serious injury onto his eye, as did Mark Boucher. So there have been some serious injuries to keepers because of the ball ricocheting from the stumps.
Beautifully bowled, sharp turn again. That's reminiscent of the Premadasi yesterday, what India A extracted. That Mark Boucher injury was a freak, wasn't it? The ricochet of the bail then damaging his eye so badly that he lost his vision in that eye. A little bit more round arm, big appeal. Not given by Rahul Asher. There was a noise.
Interesting, there's consistent turn available for the spinners as long as they bowl slow through the air, nicely tossed up. The successive deliveries deviating over the surface. The bat is way inside the pad. Must have been the noise of the bat hitting the pad.
Chipped away, chipped pretty stylishly. There's a lot of experience, Shaq Mahdi Hassan, and he gets things underway with the boundary. Just a chip, no more than that needed, with the shorter side of the ground on the offside.
That boundary brings up the 250 of the innings. Have they done enough? We don't know, but they've done well enough to get to 252 after being 34 for 3. Beautifully played over the infield. This time through the onside, he'll pick up another boundary. Successive boundaries here for Shaq Mahdi. He's really getting stuck into the left-arm spinner. speaks volumes about his temperament. He was beaten on 2 occasions, and then he plays a shot over the infield through the offside, and the next one nonchalantly dispatches it through the onside.
Yeah, good batting. First through the off, this time through the leg. Just a slight overcorrection from Akbar. I was surprised to see him all the way down at number 8. Thought he might be up at number 7. Good start. That's 8 from the over, although the wicket fell as well. 5 remain, 2, 5, 6 for 6. Final 2 games today in Group A, the second one yet to get underway. I've no doubt that Sri Lanka A and Oman A were watching on this morning from the team hotel before departing for the ground. The toss there will be in about 10 minutes time at the Premadasa Stadium. Really enjoyed that contest yesterday, although Nepal, despite battling back, will have felt they were a bit under par. Final over from Ashraf. No one's been able to get a hold of him. Been unlucky to be wicketless.
He's done well, and Joy was trying to go after him. It'll be interesting to see what strategy Shak Mahdi employs against Ashraf. Does he play him out because it's the last over, or does he look to play shots? As far as I'm concerned, he should be looking to play shots, because you've got Joy at the other end, inching towards the century, and he needs to be there till then for Bangladesh to get near the 300 mark.
Wants a single, but really good reactions from Ashraf. That's good game awareness. Knowing that all of his fielders on the leg side, barring fine leg, are in the deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on, all out. So it should be a single anywhere there, but lightning quick reactions from Ashraf to cut off the one. This time he can't cut it off. Put in his batting, which is much improved. He's a good cricketer, Sharifuddin Ashraf.
We talk about dot balls piling up the pressure and producing wickets, but it is not done for Ashraf, even though he's been economical.
Will Joy have one eye on the scoreboard? Will he know that he's 6 away from 100? The deflection won't cost an overthrow.
Definitely. That's the reason he's not really looked to play any big shots here. He knows he's getting into the final 5 overs of the innings, and he's not looked to play shots.
Bowling.
Chipped, probably just 10 yards shy of the man at deep cover. He's never going to be able to get there.
Bit of extra turn, that's the reason he could not get it over the cover fielder. It went a bit finer than he intended. Otherwise, we did see him get a boundary last over, playing a similar kind of shot.
Well, we talked about, would he go to 100 with singles? He's going to get there with a maximum. The helmet comes off, he points towards the heavens. What a way to do it. A moment of real joy for Mamadul Hassan Joy. What an innings.
It's been a delightful innings from Joy. Good use of the feet and playing against the turn, but when you're batting on 94, it doesn't matter if you're playing against the turn or with the turn. You will time it well enough. Lovely stuff this from Joy. He came out to bat when his team was precariously placed, He had to consolidate the innings, build partnerships, which is exactly what he did, and showed excellent temperament and load of good skill sets as well. Played shots all around the wicket, and he's got to his 100 at a healthy strike rate of 88.5, which is not bad at all. And this has not been an absolute beauty for batting. There's been some help for the spinners in it. He's done a grand job here for Bangladesh. Safi will start his 9th over, bowling from the same end as he did in his second spell. Starts off with a good delivery. They're looking for a sharp single. They will get it. Good backing up here from the Afghanistan fielders.
Fourth century of the tournament, first by a Bangladeshi. Mahmudul Hassan Joy joining Minad Banaka, Avishka Fernando and Yashdul in the century list. 2 Sri Lankans, a Bangladeshi and an Indian. That innings was a real thing of beauty. Delightful was the word you used. This could be 100 and out it will be. Well, how often do we see that? Get to the landmark, get to the emotions. You get the adrenaline coursing through your veins and a punch of the head. Well, he's going to rue that moment. It's been an innings of great joy, but now it's ended.
Change of pace from Safi, and it's a big boundary as well. Joy was charging down the track, looking to play a big shot, and that was the right course of action from him. But the lack of pace did not help Joy's cause. He only got the height, but not the distance. Reyes Hassan in the boundary does well to cover the ground and catch it cleanly. That's the end of Joy for 100. Bangladesh lose their 7th wicket on 267.
Well, great credit to Mahmudul Joy Hassan because he walked to the crease with his team in great strife. They were 35 for 3 at the time, and he really has helped to turn it around with that sparkling list A 100.
I didn't see the other 300s in this tournament, but this one was well crafted, well constructed, under trying circumstances and under great pressure.
Just his second list A 100 as well. Has played those 9 test matches, but yet to play an ODI for Bangladesh. Definitely putting himself into the mix in terms of Asia Cup selection, potentially.
After watching him here, I have no doubt at all he'll play a lot more of international cricket. He looks a good player, has a good temperament, he was composed, and he can handle pressure, which is important for a cricketer to survive in international cricket.
And that trademark area of his, through extra cover, both along the ground and in the air, it's usually the sign of a really good player. Big things to come for a man who is aptly named. He has a test century to his name, remember.
Yeah, we saw him play a good pull shot as well. He's just 22 years of age and the world is ahead of him. He can achieve a lot, provided he keeps learning all the time, makes use of opportunities like this to build up on his skill sets and his temperament.
76 and 17 in his most recent test match. That was against Afghanistan in the one-off test that Bangladesh won very comfortably in Mirpur. It has left numbers 8 and 9 in the order with real work to do. We talked about that momentum shift. Could Afghanistan even bowl Bangladesh out here still?
Quite possible. But I'll have to say this once again. Afghanistan will have a tricky chase here. It's not going to be a walk in the park. Whether Bangladesh have got enough is something that we'll know much later in the afternoon. But as of now, there's every indication that this pitch has something in it for the spinners, and Bangladesh does have good spinners in its ranks.
I'd agree with you, and I would also add that the weight of scoreboard pressure in a game like this, where Afghanistan know in essence they will almost certainly need to win, will play heavy. That's a poor delivery. He was looking for the Yorker, but he's drifted down the leg side, and a boundary to end what was an excellent over up until that point. It's 2-7, 2 for 7. Sharifuddin Ashraf is finished out his 10 over allocation. Safi has been the pick of the bowlers with 4 for. But with Safi and Ibrahim only having 1 left apiece, it leaves 1 odd over to bowl, which will have to be bowled by a spinner, unless Afghanistan can find 3 wickets in a hurry. For now, they're going to roll the dice a little bit and go with one of the quicks to bowl the 48th. Ibrahim, the tournament's leading wicket taker, with 8, will come in again with a change of ends for him from the scoreboard end of the ground. That's going to be cut away for 4. Very short, very wide. Extra cover. He's probably crept in a bit. Could do with being on the edge of the circle, and concedes a boundary.
Afghanistan don't seem to be realizing the importance of these runs here that they're conceding. This could be the difference in this game. It's coming rather quickly here. They're leaking in boundaries. That's the problem here.
Well dug out, and because of the boundary, extra cover had gone onto the edge of the circle. Well, it's one of my favourite words in the world, joy. This has been a joyous innings from the man who's aptly named.
It has been. He's been a role model of temperament, technique, and also great skill sets. He's played shots on both sides of the wicket. We saw him play on the offside, and even onside is not really bad at all. And that was the one that fetched him the century there. A hoist or long on.
Come on, talk us through that moment, that feeling of elation when you get to 100 and you lift the helmet off and look to the heavens.
It's definitely something that produces great delight, a great satisfaction, especially when it's come under pressure and you made a significant contribution to your team's fortunes. A lot would have hinged on what he did there when he walked out to bat, and he's done his part.
Good words, satisfaction, isn't it? And when your side is struggling, 35 for 3 and in all sorts of trouble. Remember, if Bangladesh lose today, they're out. They're going on a plane home back to Dhaka tomorrow. But instead, when the chips were down, he's pulled out one of his best innings in national team colours.
I said satisfactory, but it'll be memorable if they go on to win. Otherwise, you'd like to forget this effort.
Ramped away, and a clever little piece of batting. This is turning in to an immaculate cameo from Shaq Mahadi Hassan. Clever skills. Fine leg up in the circle, gets 4.
These 2 batters are the spinners in the Bangladesh side. They know the importance of adding extra runs. Clever stuff. There's cheeky as well. Moving right across the stumps. rolling the fingers across the ball was Ibrahim. But you got to get it right, otherwise you will be put away for boundaries. These boundaries, I'm afraid, could cost Afghanistan. And talking about Joyce 100, it's not about the opposition, it's about the situation and the expectations.
Oh, this is cheeky. Well, one gets ramped over, the shoulder to the leg side, the next just an open glide of the face. He is expertly exploiting the field. Fine leg and third are up in the circle, and as a consequence, Shaq Mahdi, well, he's toying with Ibrahim.
13 runs coming already in this over, and that's cleverly done. Almost feathered the ball past the keeper. Nicely done.
Just talking about the field, and it's just changed, and that's what manipulation and the skills to score runs behind the wicket like he did over fine leg and towards third mean the change in the field. Fine leg gone back, deep square up.
And that also suggests lack of clarity on the part of the fielding side. Single to end the over, 286 for 7.
A little bit of news from the Primadasa. The toss has taken place, obviously a much later start with it being a day-night fixture up there. Oman A have won the toss, chosen to bowl first. So Sri Lanka, for the first half of this innings, whilst they aren't sure which way this game will go, will only have one task at hand, and that task will be to pile on as many runs as possible against Oman. Their bowling has struggled a bit in this tournament. Batted reasonably well in phases, particularly in the first game, but bowling has been costly. Akbar, the left-arm spinner, will have to bowl the penultimate over of the contest. I'm sure that means that Safi will bowl the final with one left. Really impressive little cameo this from Shaq Mahdi. He's made 25 off just 15 balls. They could be critical runs.
He's playing a good hand here. Look at the timelines. Yes, there's been a lot of boundaries coming quickly enough for Bangladesh. At one stage, there was some kind of doubt if Bangladesh will get close to the 300 mark, but now it's quite possible. They might even go on to 310 if they carry forward the momentum they've had in the last 2 overs.
Speared in, wasn't it? They're going to dash a single. Again, good game awareness this time from Bangladesh with Shaq Mahdi. When it's critical, he gets back on to strike. These two, ironically, at the crease for Bangladesh, are going to have a big role to play with the ball too. The two frontline spinners, the right arm off spin of Mahdi, and then the left arm of Rakibul, who's already bowled impressively in this competition.
As they'll get a lot of indication as to what speed they need to bowl in the afternoon. Ah, that's a reverse sweep. He'll get a boundary. A lot of enterprise this from Shaq Mahdi. He's been really cavalier here.
Well, he's been giving us the full 360-degree exhibition of cricket strokes inside just 16 balls. This time the reverse comes out. The reason why, it's the shorter side of the ground. He's hitting with the spin. It's not out of the middle by any stretch. It's right off the toe, but gets enough of it to get another boundary. This time it's heaved away towards Cow Corner. Fields well, keeps it to a single.
Yeah, he's judging the length well. That's the reason he's able to play that shots. It's not just a case of him just throwing the bat at everything.
Into power play 3, the final 10 overs in that light blue. Some big building blocks. Is Rakabul, well, has he missed out here? Was this right into the slot, into the hitting arc?
Yeah, he thinks that's the area has to go because it's a shorter boundary. And look at this phases of play. The first power play was nothing much to write home about. And they did really well, did Bangladesh in the second phase. They got 164 runs, lost just 1 wicket. End of the over, 293 for 7.
That's the state of play. We're going to show you this an awful lot because there are so many permutations at play. Sri Lanka A, they have lost the toss over at the Premadasa Stadium in the day-night fixture and been inserted to bat first. So Oman will bowl as we are ready for the final over of this first innings here at the Pisara ground. What a city. Incredible cricket grounds. Used 4 in this ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup, and it will be Safi, the pick of the bowlers, to bowl the final over. And that has gone a long way onto the tin roof, and down it rolls. Picked up, and Shaq Mahadi is playing, well, a marvellous innings.
That's a shorter boundary, Safi. What are you doing? Dragging it short, bowling a slower delivery. It needed to be a much fuller length. And that was put away well enough by Mahdi.
Well, the gutters are working well on top of that roof, aren't they? Right the way down, like a 10-pin bowling drain. Gotta be fuller, Safi, surely. Into the block hole. Oh, speared into the legs. And previous delivery, the problem with it, it wasn't just the fact it was short, it was the slower ball. It sat up to be hit by Shaq Mahdi, who striking at 200 up to that delivery. Big hit into the leg side. The 300's up.
They've done well here, 300 for 7. And after watching that shot, the fast bowlers of Bangladesh must realize the slower delivery cannot work here all the time. If you drag it too short, it's a different kind of surface where you can drag the ball short when you're wearing your pace, but definitely not on this surface, with a shorter boundary as well on one side. You got to choose the end, you got to choose the batter as well.
Bigger side to the leg side now. The left-hander on strike, and Safi an appeal in hope, maybe. Nearly desperation pleading for his 5th wicket. He's given us a real mixed bag today. There's been some outstanding stuff, and there's been quite a few poor deliveries too.
Yeah, he didn't get off to a good start. Then he got a few wickets in the power play. Picked up 3, in fact. Then later on he came back, did reasonably well in terms of economy and picking up another wicket.
Slower ball bouncer. It's the larger side to the leg side and put down. Well, barely a hand got on it. Well, that was a very tame, a tardy effort from Reyaz Hassan, who's taken a few catches today. He's trying to claim that the sun has gotten his eyes. Why are the sunglasses up in his cap?
It was really climbing on him. That's the reason he could not have any control over it. Have a lot of chat with Rashid lad. Have a lot of chat with him about fitness, about how to go about taking these catches.
Scooped away and clever batting. This partnership has been an outstanding one. It could end up being a match-winning one, and it's the two spin bowling all-rounders doing the damage, driving Bangladesh A.
Another slower delivery, drag shot. He's not learned from the second delivery of this over, when Mahedi hit him way into the top tier.
This partnership worth 39 now, and it's come in just 3.5 overs of 21 deliveries. I think this could end up being a match-deciding partnership. Should be a couple to end things out. They'll get back comfortably with or without the fumble. And a great effort from Shaq Mahdi and Raqib Al-Hassan has guided Bangladesh A to almost a copycat total that Pakistan made yesterday. They made 309 yesterday on the same surface. It was a winning one. The question is, will 308 be that for Bangladesh?
That's for later, but one has to say that Afghanistan could not capitalize on a good start given to them by Bangladesh by way of easy wickets at the top. They rolled over 3 wickets when only 34 runs were on the board. But after that, it's been Bangladesh all the way through. Joy was brilliant in the way he constructed his innings and also anchored the team's innings, and his partnerships with Zakir and Sarkar proved to be really too good for Afghanistan. And later on, we saw Mahedi and Raqibul playing a big hand here. And they have ensured that Bangladesh has got enough on the board. 309 is the target for Afghanistan. As many as 6 bowlers were employed by Afghanistan A. Safi, the most successful. Ibrahim, thus far very impressive, has conceded a lot of runs here. And a wicket each for Akbar and Naveed.
Let's take a look at the highlights of the first innings. I fully agree with you. Joy, sensational. Despite that drop catch early and the flurry of runs, Bangladesh were in all sorts of bother because they lost Tanzid, Sheikh, and then Saif Hassan, who was dropped LBW in a hurry. And 23 for none became 34 for 3 before these two, Zakir and Joy, came together to build a really intelligent partnership.
Yeah, the left-right combination, getting a good partnership there at the right time. 170 runs between the two of them. And all they did was resort to playing conventional mode of cricket. And they were very clever in working the ball around and rendering the spinners innocuous. And the left-hander, looking to go big, was taken in the deep, and that was the partnership broken. But still, misery continued for Afghanistan as another partnership was built between Joy and Soumya Sarkar.
Yeah, and I think the point you made there about rendering the spinners ineffectual is such a good one, because it's a wicket that has taken turn, and between the 4 spin options that were used, just 2 wickets fell. And Israel Haq Naveed, the leg spinner, went at nearly 7.5 and over. That was the second one of them. To Zia, despite Sharafuddin Ashraf's economical spell, that was the special moment of the day, the joyous one, as he went to his 100, but was dismissed immediately after a good catch held in the deep by Riaz Hassan. And then this little cameo of a partnership for the 8th wicket, which ended up being worth 39 and came in such rapid time between Mahdi Hassan and Raqib Al-Hassan. It could well have tilted the scales very heavily towards Bangladesh. Let's get down pitch side with Sikander and find out who he's got.
All right, thank you, Andrew. I've got Soumya alongside me. Soumya, firstly, hard luck. Got to 48. Just run us through the plan when you came out to bat. What was the discussion between you and Joy?
No, when I'm get in, I don't think too much. It's too big, and I try to rotate the strike and give to strike Joy, because Joy in well set that time, and we got early few wickets, and when Joy and Zakir good partnership, and when I'm going and I try to throw.
How's the surface playing? Because you played almost run a ball. You think that it's going to get a little tougher when the spinners come second time around?
Yes, I think so, because his ball turn and bit slow also. So if our bowler in ball in right channel, yes, I thought is big turning also.
You feel 300 plus is a safe score out here, or it has to be a bit of a fight and disciplined bowling?
Yes, think so. It's good enough scoreboard, and if we are bowl in good channel, and I think it's good total.
Okay, important game for Bangladesh. Good luck with the rest of the match.
Yes, thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
Well, thank you, Sikander. Great to hear the thoughts of Sarkar, and he thinks that it's a good total. Will it be a match-winning one, though, is the question. Bangladesh are going to need it to be, because Afghanistan will have it all to do. They'll need 309 to win. We'll be back with you with all the chase in less than 30 minutes' time.
Welcome back to more action here in the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup. Afghanistan A have their work cut out. They need 309 in their 50 overs. Quick look at the points table. Afghanistan wins. They're right through. They already have 4 points. Bangladesh A have to win this match to keep their hopes alive. And there's more action happening at the Pramadasa with Sri Lanka A and Oman A in action. Some scenarios, possibilities for Bangladesh's qualification, for Afghanistan. If Bangladesh win by 1 run today, Sri Lanka must win it by 46 runs at the Pramadasa. That's a big margin here. You can see how chances are so slim for Sri Lanka. And if Afghanistan win, Sri Lanka will qualify with just a win. It's all set. Shamim Chaudhary joins me. 308 is a very good score. And with the spin, we'll have more say in second time around, keeping the surface in mind. This will take some quality batting from Afghanistan A to get close to it.
And Riaz Hassan has got to give that momentum that's required early on. With that target, you'd feel that you just can't afford to just sit back. You've got to take a few cautious shots. Some attacking shots needed early on to get that momentum going. Shak Mahdi with the turning ball. We saw evidence of turn in the latter part of the Bangladesh innings. And I'm sure the think tank have decided that at least from one end, they're going to start off with the spin. Riaz Hassan and Zubaid Akbari opening up for Afghanistan.
Shak Mahdi with the first over. I mean, no surprises, the spin is straight away into operation with that new ball. Earlier in the day, if you've just joined us, Joy played a tremendous knock. A very valuable 100 came when the side was 34 for 3 in the 6th over, and him and Zakir Hassan had a brilliant 100+ run partnership, and then later on Shami Sarkar and Joy brought in some very valuable runs in their partnership. Sarkar got 48. Great start on the money straight away. Mahdi keeping the ball with and around the stumps.
There's a wicket each in the previous games that he played. Was a tad expensive in the first game, but came back well in the second. He was right on the money, as you said, and that's what they've got to do. The Bangladesh team won't be too much turn with the new ball. Just keep it a tight line and length going.
The first runs off that outside edge. The ball just going to die on its own around that third area, and they complete 2. So first over brings Afghanistan 8 for 2 for no loss.
Come on, boys, come on, boys.
Brighter chances for Afghanistan and Bangladesh. Bigger margin victory for Sri Lanka if Bangladesh wins this encounter. So they will have to keep in mind that try and get as many runs as possible batting first. Oman A won the toss and decided to field there, and then try to bowl them out as quick as possible. Keep that margin of victory as big as possible, as far apart as possible.
At the other end, And at the other game, Oman would really like to upset the apple cart, as we have a look at Zubair Akbari. 18 matches for him so far.
Sri Lanka at the moment 20 for no loss after 4.4 overs. Mondal bowled so well against Oman the other day at the SSC. The fast bowlers were very economical on the money, got some early wickets as well. And then later on, Tanzid and his batting won them that game by a huge margin. That's what helped them get a very healthy net run rate. It's a good ball, just right around that rib cage.
And that emphatic win over Oman is going to stand them in good stead from the net run rate point of view. Ripon Mondal 1 for 18 in the last game against Oman. 22 matches so far, 4.88 economy, 33 wickets so far. And in the first game, did well to restrict Sri Lanka. 3 for 72. Was attack expensive in the early stages, but got back with some wickets. That's not a good side. He just held up on his run up, and you can see putting up his left foot. A bit of a strain. Hope it's nothing serious. We'll soon find out. There we go again, stretching. We saw him just out of picture there, struggling a little bit.
Very noisy around the bat. Akbari's innings against Oman. Played some glorious shots through the covers and square of the wicket on the offside. Zubair Akbari looks good, looks very strong in that region behind the square, that backward point area. And offering him full and wide outside the off stump didn't really work for Oman. 79 runs to his name. And homework is done. They're trying to keep it as close as possible to his body.
That's what you got to do. You see what the strengths and the weaknesses of the batters are. Ripon Mondal will try to keep it straight, but in the process, he doesn't want to go too straight or deviate down the leg side. It's hardly any protection. There is a deep, fine leg in place, so it's one of the two fielders in the deep.
There you see, straight away. You give him the ball in that zone, in that region, that's his strong area. And he doesn't spare you. The ball just rockets away through backward point.
That's a superb shot. Just the width of it. The last thing you wanted to do is give that width to Akbari, and he's not going to miss out on that. Right on top of that, very controlled shot. Past that diving, despairing attempt from the fielder. Terrific. A lot of power behind that. Streaking away to the boundary.
That's better line. 2 overs bowled, 6 for no loss.
भाई आपने उन्हें की इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं खाने कम ऑन मेहदी भाई चलो मेहदी भाई देख तो टांगा थाक भाई
Mehdi moves into his second over.
मेहदी भाई घुटने से
He's been right about there where you just feel that Hassan is not going to take any liberties on his bowling. Early stages, still the batters getting of the feel of the wicket, what the bowler is being able to do in terms of getting extraction out of the pitch here. There was heads in the air, there was just evading the bat. Some trouble here for the batters. Gives the ball some air, too much turn, going down leg.
It's missing the stumps altogether. Umpiring's been good throughout the tournament. Seen all the umpires in various games, you know, very accurate with their decisions. Kept a close eye on each and every game. It's just not allowing Hassan to work the ball away even for a single, keeping it so close to those stumps right there. It's getting enough turn just to keep a check on the batter. 3 overs bowled, 6 for no loss.
তুই তো জায়গায় করবি জায়গায় করলে বল ভাগবে মাঝখানে ঢুকি সাকিব আরো যাও অনেক যাও
Quiet start here by Afghanistan. The runs being kept in check by Shakmadi in particular. Akbar has got a delightful boundary in the previous over.
As again, similar result. You bowl anything outside the off stump and he'll throw his bat at it and he'll get that boundary. Second in that region.
So very quick with that bat speed. This time around it wasn't too wide, but just the manner in which he placed the shot, such a comfort zone for him, and Ripon Mondol would do well to just keep it tight, in line, just giving the width. Got to know the strengths of a batter. And just the length also makes it simpler to put it away. So every time he bowls a delivery that's straighter on the stumps, that sort of checks that tendency for the batter to go for a big shot. Gets the inside part of the bat. And to really complement the bowling from Shakmadi, this young man has got to be very tight in his lines. But with the new batter, with the other batter in Hassan, he might just feel a tad more comfortable. I don't know, he has done the homework with the batting prowess, the strength and weaknesses of Riaz Hassan. Soon find out. Ripon Mondol can generate quite a bit of pace. Haven't seen him really try to bowl a short pitch delivery. Got a slip and a gully in position, and a back at point, cover and an extra cover on the offside.
Didn't quite get hold of it. Timing wasn't there.
I think Ripon Mondol got away with that because maybe because of the pace, the timing a little awry. It just stood up there to be hit. Missed opportunity for Hassan.
He's played 14 deliveries for his 2 runs, Hassan, especially against Shaq Mehdi. He's not been able to work the ball around. You got to give the credit to the fielders around the bat. They've been very, very alert. What that does is that if that goes on for a little while longer, that forces the batter into a desperate shot. You can feel it that his partner's hit 2 boundaries and he doesn't want to block one end completely. I know it's very early days. Just want to field that. Now there's more fielder square of the wicket. One slip has been sacrificed. That's the fielder who will have to go and fetch the ball. This is how quick this outfield is. He's just pushed that ball hard into the ground and it's just raced away.
That'll give him a lot of confidence. He is being a little edgy prior to that shot, and a fielder had just been brought to that cover point area. And look at just forward of squares, right through the cover area. That's a lovely looking shot. Confidence builder, to say the least. Just a little punch.
That's not a bad over from Afghanistan A's point of view. They're getting boundaries going. It's got to be a little more disciplined in terms of line. 19 for no loss.
Norris, dígase guys, dígase. Panic করার দরকার নাই। এদিকে আসবে রিপি। চলো। Thank you.
34 for no loss. Sri Lanka A after 7 overs in the game at the Primadasa.
Okay. Hey. Stamping, buddy. Shabash, Mehdi bhai. Big turn.
It's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Akbari.
Good bowling, Mehdi bhai.
Well, Ripon Mondal in the previous over going for runs and giving Hassan that confidence booster that it Mahdi. Eases into that run into the deep. What is going to be the ploy of Akbari? He used the width offered. Let's have a look at Sri Lanka's semi-final qualification scenario. If Bangladesh just win by 1 run, Sri Lanka A must win. Come back to that. They must win by 4-6 run margin. So that's quite an ask, and they're well on the way to piling up the runs at the other ground. There you go. And if Afghanistan A wins, Sri Lanka will qualify with a win. Any kind of win will do nicely. So Bangladesh, of course, need to win this. They've got a better run rate than most of the others who are vying for that semi-final spot.
Good shot through the line, down the wicket, just meeting the ball early. He's just created that length, Hassan, on that occasion that suits him.
That's such a lovely looking shot. Look at the movement of the feet. He's got his dancing shoes on. And the full face of the bat over the top. Couldn't be better. Holds his pose. This is very, very good from Riaz. Mehdi had tied both batters up for a while, but this will break the shackles.
Better work from Hassan in this over. 5 gone, 26 for no loss. We'll make sure you don't do anything else tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, because that match is going to be one important game, just not for the tournament, but also when these encounters take place, invite a lot of attention. So the different possibilities that you just shared with us, in that the first one, that if Bangladesh wins by 1 run, the margin of victory for Sri Lanka should be 46. That's 1:46. And 1 run margin is a very slim chance with 308 on the board. So basically, from Sri Lanka's point of view, they probably hope that Afghanistan just straight away wins this match.
Yeah, they'll be rooting for Afghanistan, hey, that's for sure. Yeah, that's most likely the way they're going to make their way to the semi-finals. It's going to be a tough ask when it comes to actually, if Bangladesh do go on to win by a bigger margin, what's that going to do to the requirement of Afghanistan?
All gone. He's handed it straight to square leg. A soft dismissal, I'd say. I mean, out of the whole open field on the onside, he's picked the man at square leg.
Rakib Al Hassan strikes. This is what Bangladesh needed early on. Looked well in the previous over, but this time round, swiveling round, takes a good catch. I was hurrying onto him, and it stung. You could see that. Wanted to play it square, dragged it behind square. And the threat of Hassan has been removed as he walks disconsolately back after getting a good start. Zubaid Akbari gone for 10, and it's 26 for 1.
Righty hole slipper right. Righty hole Asif.
There could be a third scenario to this. If it rains, and you know, in Sri Lanka you can always never trust the weather, then it's 1 point lead, and then it's just a win for Sri Lanka. Double favor of Afghanistan.
What happens if it rains at the Premadasa?
Well, then Sri Lanka will sit and watch the rest of the tournament on the best in the stands.
Now, the threat of rain is not there, Sikandar. It's blue skies as far as we can see, no threatening clouds. We just hope the games are played out fully with no disturbance. Sometimes divine intervention can do it for you. Noor Ali, new batter in. 56th match, 2,297 runs. Early fall of wickets. He's going to peg back Afghanistan.
You know, I'll tell you, you speak of what's happening here. The umpire is sending the batter back to the 4th umpire. What, he doesn't like his walk-in?
I think it's something to do with the tire. Not quite sure. The number in his back? What is it? Something is confusing the umpire. Thought of sending him back. Now it's been cleared, whatever the query was. Can't be good for a batter coming in almost at the crease, and then the umpire says, can you just go back to the pavilion? Halfway there, you asked to come back. Can't do very much for his confidence levels. you're apprehensive as it is, coming in as a new batter.
Good bowling, Rakib. Cover, Rakib. Good bowling, Rakib.
There's one reason that could be, I'm not sure if Noor Ali was off the field, then he can't come in to bat immediately or in a span of time. It depends on how long he's been away. But a quick one, I'll tell you a story. Talking about weather, in Sri Lanka you can never tell the weather. It could be bright sunshine. I remember a story during the T20 World Cup here. We were in Palakeli, and I was standing in the middle of the ground giving a report how it's going to be. I got all the help from the ground staff, how the weather is. It's a dry zone and you hardly get rain here. And while I was saying that, it started drizzling. That really put me in a very odd position. So yeah, that is a third possibility in today's encounter. 6 overs have been bowled, 26 for 1. Just now, a couple of overs ago, when Akbari got out, he just stood his ground in that crease. He just couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe his luck that he's found that one lone fielder in the circle on the onside. He hit that hard. Reaction time was very, very slow. Tanzim Hassan Saqib will now be in the attack from the commentary box end.
Player of match in that game against Oman, a 4 for 18. Very, very good bowling. He wants to replicate that. Tanzim Hassan Saqib was bowled with a lot of heart. He'd like to just correct the little mistakes that Ripon Mondal did with his lines and lengths. Down the leg side, just a loosener, got away with it, couldn't put bat on ball.
That's a very ambitious shout. First up.
Let's go back to the weather thing. And the same thing, different scenario. The other side of the coin at Pallekele during COVID days, Bangladesh playing of the local Sri Lankans there. It's pouring down with rain right at the end of the last day's play. They eventually decided that they had to call it quits and prepared for the post-match presentation.
It's a moment of shock. That's how you look when you surprise. You say, how did that happen? I mean, it's like he's got a geometry set and he's just angled it straight into the hands. He's not moving. He's hoping it's a no ball.
I'll come back to the rest of that little story in a minute. Right behind that. So the presentation ceremony, everything was set up. It was pouring, so they had to go indoors to arrange the presentation ceremony somewhere under covers near the pavilion. And as they were about to go on air, the rain stopped. It was the other way around. Suddenly, bright sunshine. But they had already prepared for the presentation, so they just went ahead with it inside instead of the bright sunlight outside. So other side of the coin from your experience.
When you were telling me the story that everything was ready, all set up, we were standing and it was pouring, I thought you said it's boring. I was like, okay. So yeah, there are certain regions, I'm talking about the cricketing world, where you can't really trust the weather. It just changes over a course of half an hour. Noor Ali Zatran has presented Afghanistan in ODIs and T20s. He's got more than 1,000 runs in ODIs and 750s and a century to his name. So he's the go-to man with that experience out there. He would be needed by Afghanistan. Eh?
Started off with a target of 6.25 per over. That definitely has climbed into the 7th over. Tanzim Hassan Faqib doing well. And despite the fact that it's a spin and pace sort of partnership in the middle at the moment, you've always got to think of complementing each other.
Just a single to keep strike. 7 gone. It's 28 for 1.
A sedate start from Afghanistan. They'd be pretty pleased with it, apart from that loss of Akbari. Inspired bowling change, getting Rakibul Hassan into the game, who's had a really promising tournament. The stylish young left-arm spinner. Good stop. 4-run save there. That extra cover diving to his right. It's subfielder who's on. Find out who he's on for. Hussein Aman. As I wish good afternoon to WV Rahman. Good afternoon, WV. How are you?
Good afternoon, my friend. How are you? I'm all right, thank you. It's been absorbing this innings, particularly with Bangladesh preferring to start with the spinners from one end. And they kept spin going in the power play. They picked up a wicket as well. And these top order batters of Afghanistan have contributed in the earlier games. They're in good nick. Akbari, Hassan, Noor Ali, Kamal, all of them have been in good nick. The wicket keepers handy bat as well. Ali Hill. So they'll fancy their chances.
Oh, how is this not bowled him? It's an inside edge. Noor Ali has got off to a tortured start. He's been in all out of form. This one's speared in quicker, and Rakibul Hassan was almost off in celebration. He was off for an Imran Tahir. Instead, the inside edge has just come down in time, and all of that experience, Noor Ali Zadran has just one off 13, and he will be feeling the pressure in a big way.
Good ball, good ball.
Just the 1 run from the over. Afghanistan behind the rate, 29 for 1. Two games in progress, as we've seen throughout the group stages. Sri Lanka A off to a good start up against Oman, batting first, 50 for none after 5. But they've just lost their first, 56 for 1 now. The end of the 11th over. We've seen Noor Ali Zadran take an awful lot of the strike up since he's come to the crease. Here are some of the scenarios. If Bangladesh take a very narrow win, then Sri Lanka must get over the line by 46 runs or more. So you'd think well within the compass of that Sri Lankan A team taking on Oman. Whereas if Afghanistan A win, it's much simpler. Sri Lanka must just win over at the Prima Dasa. It's guided away, should be a couple. Noor Ali Zadran continues to take the strike. How can that disrupt and interrupt the fluency that Hassan has shown at the far end?
Yeah, what he must not allow is that it should not affect him mentally. He's got to realize that somehow Noor Ali is not getting off the blocks today. He's finding it tough to get runs quickly enough. So he's got to bide his time and wait for things to happen. Of course, Noor Ali is trying hard, and the impact of what Noor Ali is doing will be more on the batters sitting inside the hut, because they would be under the impression that it's not as easy to get runs because he's a fluent player. He's got runs in the first 2 games of this competition. So that is a critical factor here, more than it affecting Hassan at the other end, because he's out there batting and getting runs too.
Will also affect that required run rate, and they'll be keeping a keen eye on that. It's about 6.7 per over at the moment. You don't want that to get up north of 7.5. We're going to have a break in play because of that landing area. The ground staff have been called out. We're in the beautiful Buddhist nation of Sri Lanka. Golden Buddha in the background there. Here's the standing. So I'll explain that scenario once more for Group A. Group B is done and dusted in terms of who qualifies. India and Pakistan going through without doubt. Doesn't take away from tomorrow's clash, which is going to be a ripper, an absolute belter at 2 p.m. But in Group A, if Afghanistan win, they're obviously through. They'll top the group. But if they lose, it means that Bangladesh A are guaranteed into the semi-finals, and Sri Lanka A will have to win by a margin over Oman.
All these basic calculations come into play, providing the weather holds and there's no interruption. There's the ground staff there working on the foothold there of the bowlers. Repeatedly they land there, and that creates a little bit of a problem.
Well, a big game in the morning for Nepal and UAE. Both looking for their first win in the competition. I know millions again will be watching on from Nepal. And then all eyes turn at 2 o'clock to Pakistan versus India.
My television set is tuned on at 9:55 a.m. tomorrow. I'm not going to miss it for anything, Andrew.
You really enjoyed watching Nepal yesterday. I know they're shy of fluke players and probably wasn't their best performance, but they showed phases. Clipped away. Look at how quick the outfield is. Oh, that's raced away like a tracer bullet.
This is exactly what I meant. Noor Ali is trying his best to pick up runs here, but somehow he could not get his timing going. But on that occasion, it was absolutely immaculate, his timing. The ball raced away to the boundary, bigger boundary too, but it doesn't make any difference in the power play. Once you find the gap, you're going to find the boundary. And Nepal and UAE, it's a good game, because it's all about games being competitive, and if teams of equal strength play against each other, you're in for a good time.
And they're great rivals on the associate circuit. The Associate El Clasico is what they call that one. Change in pace. Tanzim showing us here that he thinks if the pace is on the ball, scoring is going to be easier.
He's looking to take the pace of the ball, but could not get the direction right. But these days bowlers resort to all sorts of variations in terms of pace, in terms of length. They're constantly thinking.
I know Ali's found his first boundary in this over, but he is battling out there. Just his timing, his rhythm, particularly against the spinners, it looks all at sea right now.
I get the impression that he's looking to hit the ball hard. He's not allowing the ball to come on like we saw Joy do in the morning. On this kind of surface, you got to play through the line because there's no pace, and you got to wait till the ball comes on to you in case you have to make some last-minute adjustments. It's not a pitch where the ball is pitching and really coming on so that you throw your bat at it.
But he's found a way to muscle it. Again, not out of the middle of the bat, but does enough to get a boundary. He's got all that experience and he's needing to lean on it more heavily than ever. Gets to double figures, 10 runs he's accumulated himself in this over.
He's played it much closer to his body, almost beside his body. He's got to give himself that time to ensure that he makes decent contact with the ball. If he's going to be ahead all the time looking to make impact in front of him, he's going to struggle.
This time guides it away for what won't be a single after the two batters almost shake hands in the middle of the wicket. End of the 9th. It's 40 for 1.
সবাই একটু একসাথে থাক বয়স শাবাশ শাবাশ গাইস কাম অন রাকিবুল ভালো ওভার করেছে জায়গাটা এখানে একটু ভালো
Now 9 overs in. The reason I want to talk about the bowling card for a second, look at the disparity already. Mondal and Tanzim going at over a run a ball, the two spinners going at 3 and over and half a run per over. We think that Bangladesh have a banker of probably 30 overs of spin. Are they going to try and maybe find a fourth spinner somehow? We'll see. Sheikh Mahdi Hassan, Rakibul Hassan and Mahmudul Hassan Joy all bowl some spin. They may bowl 30 overs. Is it the kind of time you need to adjust to the pitch, adjust to the conditions? Say find another part-time spinner.
He'll require brains on this surface, not brawn. You need to work the ball around against the spinners and keep picking ones and twos. And then when you're set and you've got a measure of the bowlers, then you can play big hits, because one side you got a small boundary here. A lot of calculation is involved here, as also skill sets.
Sixth bowling option we've tended to see used by Bangladesh in this competition. It's been those medium pacers of Sumya Sarkar. He could maybe bowl some cutters. Down the track, use of the feet, and oh yes, it's his second maximum. And this one is even more stylish than the first. Swift footwork of the highest quality.
This is exactly what I meant. You've got to be sensible here. The moment you get a little bit of time in there, you've got to seize upon it. That's exactly what Hassan did there. Hint of time in there, good use of the feet, and a clean strike down the ground for a maximum. He realizes he's provided some extra time to the batter. He's got to keep plugging away ball at the pace that he normally bowls, and also quicker to the air.
Darted in this time, only a fraction of flight, but Hassan pounced on that.
And that's a warning for the other spinners too. When you bowl to Hassan, don't give any extra time. He is going to punish you.
Now goes back deep in the crease, very nearly gets 4, but an excellent stop, a diving stop from that man. Everything Mahmudul Hassan Joy does today turns to gold. I hope he hasn't done himself a nuisance. Certainly it was a heavy impact as he landed. 3 runs saved.
It is way too short. Great stop this by Joy. You can't keep him out of the game today. And it's also an indication of his fitness. He's batted just about the whole innings in the morning, and now he's diving and saving runs for his side. He's been kept busy. Yeah, once again, Joy. It is who's fielding, and it's a good throw to the keeper too. End of the over, 47 for 1 Afghanistan.
Two games in progress today. You're enjoying the action live here on Star Sports 1 of Afghanistan A. Chasing down, or attempting to chase down, Bangladesh A's total. Still need 262 more across at the Premadasa Stadium. Sri Lanka A have lost their first, having been inserted to bat. 63 for 1 after 13. And if the trend continues in this chase, you would think that Afghanistan are going to be desperate to score heavily off these overs of seam bowling. We will see Rahul Asher, the Omani umpire, indicate we now enter the second power play. So 4 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. And as of right now, Bangladesh are only choosing to utilize, well, they are taking all 4 of those fielders. In fact, one is camouflaged out at deep cover. So deep cover and deep third on the offside. And then fine leg and a sort of deep backward square leg in place. We maybe see the occasional short delivery here.
There's not enough pace on this surface. As the power play highlights that you're watching. Good shots in that power play. Over the top against the spinners goes Hassan. And then there is this wicket. That was a half cracker. Very unfortunate. And then Noor Ali playing that lovely flick.
Back live with you now. It's two deliveries lined up perfectly. You probably seen honours even at the end of that first power play. Is that fair?
I'd rather say it's slightly in favour of Afghanistan. It's not been a great power play for them. But also, you'll have to bear in mind that they've not lost wickets as well. They scored at just about 5 and over, which is not bad. And that's a good foundation they got there now. It all depends on what the middle order batters do.
Yeah, this is glided away, and it's the short side. It races across the outfield. Every ground we've seen has seen quick outfields, and the 50 comes up with a stylish four from Hassan, who's looked very good.
He made it look really easy. Exquisite that. Played it late, and he knew where the sweeper was, and he placed it to perfection.
You see at the bottom of your screen there, the current run rate just a shade under 5, like you referred to, and that required run rate about 6.5. That's okay for the moment. Something we saw discussed down at the Cricket World Cup qualifier in Zimbabwe as they get back for the second was trying to keep that gap between your current run rate and your required run rate less than 2 runs per over. You can do that, you're in with a good chance of the acceleration you'll get in the final power play. And that last 10, the slog overs, to maybe hunt down this total. And remember, if Afghanistan do that, they will not only qualify, they will top the group. And it means that Sri Lanka A's qualification scenario will be kept more simple. They will just need to win over Oman to join Afghanistan in the semi-finals. If Bangladesh win, it gets a bit more muddy, a bit more complicated. The runs, the seam bowlers are certainly coming more fluently than off the spinners.
Yes, they've got to ensure that it doesn't go beyond 7, the asking run rate. Because of the long tenure of the innings, you cannot allow it to go anywhere close to 9-10. Whereas in a T20, even 14-15, they fancy their chances these days. But in a 50-over game, if you lose a couple of wickets quickly, it changes the complexion completely, and the equation changes.
It's that gap we're talking about. It's at about 1.5 between the two now. That's okay. Clipped away, and look at the speed that's raced across the outfield. The seamers and Bangladesh have problems here. It's another boundary. It's 58 for 1.
ভাই আউটফিল্ডে ফাস্ট আছে, এতটুকু একটু মাথায় রাখ, খুব ভালো জায়গায় করতে হবে। Come on guys, come on guys.
The last ball of the previous over, look at Noor Ali play the flick and the power that is generated. It's not easy to generate power when you're playing behind square. Yes, of course, you just have to give it direction, but the wrist workers, they were brilliant.
The wrist work and the timing just combined to make that ping off the bats. I know we're 11 overs into the chase here. The seamers have bowled 5 overs. Those 5 overs have gone for 41. Spinners have bowled 6.1 overs, going for just 17. Something's got to give here.
Not a surprise at all. We saw Ibrahim go for runs as well. 73 runs he went for. He had picked up 7 wickets in the preceding 2 games. And this morning he had only just 1 wicket for 73 runs. So this is the kind of surface it is. Spinners, if they bowl the right speed, they can do something on the surface. But the fast bowlers, they got to be really spot on.
For me, it's fascinating because we were talking about the approach of the fielding captain in the first innings and how much more difficult it is in 50-over cricket to get the right balance, the right mixture of your 5 or 6 bowling options that you have, maybe even 7 we see used sometimes. The question will be is when will Bangladesh's captain use his spinners and how much of them will he bowl out early in the game?
Good, Rakib.
It depends on the skill sets of the Afghanistan batters because you require different skill sets. When you play against the spinners and when you play against the fast bowlers, it's not the same skill sets you're going to be employing. So you will have to suss out the skill sets of the batters out in the middle and then go about his bowling changes. Hassan is using the feet really well against the spinners, whereas Noor Ali is not. So that's something that he got to note down.
Just 3 runs come from that over. Score now 61 for 1.
জ্যাক আছে ঠিক আছে নাইম লম্বা আছে বড় জায়গা আরো পাবেন নেন এইদিকে হ্যাঁ এটা বাইরে রাখিবুন
12 overs bowled. And a quick update from the other ground. Oman have picked up a second wicket, and it's the tournament's leading run scorer, the player of the match from the game against Afghanistan, Minad Baduka, who made that wonderful century. He's been dismissed. 75 for 2, Sri Lanka are in the 16th over.
Talking about when the spinners are going to be employed by the Bangladesh skipper, he's also got to plan the last 8 overs here. Maybe Azan has come on to bowl. The reason I say that is because we saw the fast bowlers concede a lot of runs when the Bangladesh batted in the morning. So it's a conundrum for the Bangladesh skipper as to when he finishes the quota of the fast bowlers. Does he reserve them till the end or does he bowl them out by the time they get into the last power play?
Good ball, Mehdi. আরেক বল হইলেই ঘুরাই দিতে পারবে মেহেদি ভাই
Yeah, Shak Mahdi Hassan is probably one of the 2 frontline spinners alongside Rakibul Hassan. Just wonder, are we even going to see the temptation from the captain to follow Afghanistan captain's shoes, where we saw Shahidullah Kamal bowl a couple of overs of left arm spin? Will we see Bangladesh's captain Mohammad Saif Hassan bowl some off spin to open up those options and to lessen the pressure on the seamers as this game goes deeper?
Change of angle from the off spinner. He's got a bigger boundary there on the leg side, and that's the reason he's decided to come from round the wicket, provide a little bit more flight there.
Good wrist work again from Noor Ali Zadran. It's been a very notable part of his innings thus far. And in fairness to Zadran, after that initial battle, remember 1 off 12, he's caught up nicely. End of the 13th over. A good introduction of Shaq Mahdi. Went for just 2. It's 63 for 1.
তুই নেমে যা পারবি তো, তুই ভালো ফিল্ডার তো। হ্যাঁ আপনি ঠিক আছেন।
Well, a great climax to this Group A. Really is all 4 teams still duking it out to try and get through to the semi-finals. All playing their part.
Come on, Rocky ball. Hey, dharo.
Afghanistan's second wicket partnership building really nicely. Definitely Rayaz Hassan, the more fluent of the two.
Good ball.
Are you happy with the tempo at which they're both playing?
They've got to try and accelerate a little bit here, if only to gain the psychological advantage and dominate mentally.
So that current run rate, about 4.73, you'd like to see that up above 5 and over. That gap we're talking about, it is 2 now between the current and the required run rate.
Yeah, more than that, look at the number of balls each batter has played. Hassan has played 41, Noor Ali's played 28, which means they're really well set there. And they need to try and really jam on the accelerator a little bit now.
They almost sort of go through the gears, isn't it? Find a boundary, if not every over, at least every second over.
Good ball.
This is also the period of the innings. Look at the timeline, almost binary code at the bottom. Just dots and ones together. You have to possibly manufacture a boundary, take some risk.
Don't allow the bowlers to dominate longer than required. You're well set now. Now try and gradually turn the tables on the spinners. 65 for 1 after 14 overs, Afghanistan.
শোন এখন করলে মারলে কিন্তু 5 রান জরিমানা দিয়ে দিবে। 5 রান জরিমানা দিয়ে দিবে। हम इंटेंशनली कोशिश ना करें नॉट क्लोजर टू मी।
Cancel every appointment and be at the R Pramadasa if you're around here in Colombo at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That's when this encounter starts. Or get glued to your television sets. Bring you all the action. 14 overs have been bowled, 65 for 1. It's a rather very cautious start after losing 1 wicket. Looking good, Akbari, the one who's been dismissed. Shamim, you'd be happy with the way Afghanistan A has been progressing, because you asked for some sanity when the first 10 overs being bowled at Bangladesh.
Absolutely. I'm extremely impressed with the way they've gone about the work. Just set the platform. You see, you've lost a wicket into the 15th over, going at around 5 and over, or 4.5 and over. Feel comfortable. These two have been there for quite a long time now, settled down, and now they need to get a move on. Maybe take a few chances. They can afford to do that. So this is a period of play, the next 5 overs, I think, which is going to tell us how this innings is going to progress. Have to manufacture the shots. And it is time the Afghan A team batters take a few risks. And also test the mettle of the bowling unit. Can't be pressurized into bowling loose deliveries. So, war of attrition going on in the middle. Very interestingly poised.
Speaking of chances, I think Afghanistan did play a gamble. Akbari rather more aggressive. Got 10 of 12. He was caught very well at square leg, but had he been around, the score probably would have crossed 100. Once he got out, they've gone back to that conventional way of playing one-day one-day cricket and just pushing the ball around, getting the odd boundary going. At this stage, 76 for 3 was Bangladesh. So they're not far away in scores, but they've got more wickets in the bank.
And that's all right. You go to plan A. If that does not work, you immediately fall back. But even plan B has worked well for them. That angle of the delivery, something that you want to avoid. Got away with it on that instance, getting a single off the bat. But Shaq Mehdi needs to, his bowl well, needs to keep it on or about the off stump and just nip it in. So got a little surprised with the turn that's being achieved by Rakibul and Mahdi, because the spinners of Afghanistan did turn some square virtually. Got a bit of bite out of the wicket. Not yet seen here.
Just 2 new balls to be used. So at the moment they just just about 7 overs old each. 69 for 1.
So we go back to that little discussion WB and Andrew Leonard were having about the use of the Bangladeshi bowlers. Ripon Mondal warming up once again. Maybe he'll be given a second spell. He was a little awry. Match in progress here. Bangladesh versus Afghanistan. Sri Lanka 77 for 2 after 17.1 overs versus Oman at the Premadasa. So everyone's keeping an eye on that match too. But just going back to that, Bangladesh's options in bowling. They've got Shomo Sharkar, who can bowl the medium paces. He might be used to make up for Ripon Mondal if he again gets a little expensive. Have to wait and see.
Mondal has been brought back into the attack after his 2 overs, none for 17. He was rather treated a bit harshly by Akbari earlier on with that new ball. Current is 4.6. Required is not too far away. And probably as the innings progresses, they will target certain bowlers after having a careful look where they can extract more runs. Who can they put pressure on?
And I think it is about time when they just make it steady. 5-6 runs on a steady basis from now on a regular basis. Oh, that's rather tentative, sort of half-hearted little attempt at a shot. Was short of length, just not how you'd like to. A little waft. Lucky didn't get a touch to that one. I still feel Ripon Mondal is struggling with his lengths in particular. Just problem is first over he came into balls stretching, is doing some exercises.
Yeah, as a fielding side, you got to keep thinking. What are the ways to break a partnership? You can't just let things just roll in silent proceedings, because every single run they're getting closer to that target. I know it's still a long way to go, 309 to win it. But you've got to keep thinking out of the box, make those right changes in the bowling, identify which batter is comfortable and uncomfortable against what style of bowling.
Back in.
And I'm saying all that as if they are not thinking all this.
I'm sure they are, but you see the timeline. Lots of ones, some dots. That's going to build up the pressure. They're assessing the situation, that's for sure. Waiting for that right ball, the one that allows the boundary to come, to relieve the pressure. Just asking how many deliveries have been done well so far in this over. Ripon Mondo. He has given that length, he's given that width. Little surprised that a couple of the deliveries were not taken care of in a more attacking fashion by the two batters. Despite the fact they're seeing the ball well, there are no gremlins in the wicket per se. The bounce is reasonably okay. So all in all, opportunities missed here. 6.91, the required run rate keeps on increasing. Something's got to give here.
Yes, that particular delivery, the width and the length on it, it's pretty ordinary. It's not the first time that he's been put away 404, and it's a classy shot. 16 gone, it's 77 for 1.
Partnership bringing about 51 runs, 65 balls they've taken, and they're looking good. They've been patient, they've waited for the bad balls to come along. When a bowler is leaking runs from the other end, it's difficult for the spin bowler to just keep everything in check. He's got to be very, very disciplined in his lines and lengths. That extra bit of pressure on Shak Mahdi is doing well. But last over was very ordinary from Mondo. See the boundary, just simple task of standing up and blasting it away. Just a hint of turn there from Shak Mahdi. I think Ripon was given an over by the skipper Saif Hassan. The way he bowled, which is mediocre to say the least, I think it might be taken off.
Bowled well. Will be a second maiden if he can bowl one more dot in this over. Shak Mahdi started with that brand new ball from this end. And one maiden over in between just changes the required, even if to a little extent, but it does. Down the wicket, and that's a very good stop to keep it a maiden. That kind of work can really bring the team up. Captain himself, 77 for 1. Just getting news, 3 wickets have now fallen. 3 Sri Lanka wickets with 88 runs on the board. And bowling changed straight away. After that boundary was hit with that last ball, I think the captain has lost a bit of confidence. It is now the experience and medium pace of Soumya Sarkar coming from that far end. It was a very strange change in that previous game Bangladesh played. He bowled that just 1 over and he was taken off. It's not like he gave away 100 runs in it, it's just a couple of runs. Really didn't understand that change, but I am pretty sure that he'll get more than that in this particular match. 88 for 3, yes, Sri Lanka.
It's the lack of pace, I think, which is really the captain's hoping that Shomoshaka can give the ball a little bit of a variation with his lengths in particular. Lines he's got to be very, very accurate about, because the batters will try to manufacture shots. He's not offering any pace at all.
Oh, that's not good.
Come on, guys.
He's trying to keep it within the stumps, and it's just a misfield that allows the batters to rotate strike. You got to keep in mind the previous over was a maiden. So try to keep it that way as much as possible. 188 games, 101 wickets to his name. Economy, not bad. Yeah, those variations will test the batters a bit, because the lack of pace. Then you got to improvise and use more power in your shots.
His military medium anyway, and then he rolls his fingers across. Lands before it reaches the keeper. Yeah, this is be a tough ask. When you try to manufacture shots, you take a few risks.
He's tried to angle this one in. He's ended up conceding a boundary, but he's taking one away, and now this time trying to angle one in. A little bit of pace also on that occasion on the ball, so it's worked out well for the batter.
Trying the variations and paying the price. Go the normal way. Shomoshaka drifting in line, allowing the closure of the face of the bat. That's played very, very well timed and placed it nicely. So again, that release of pressure that was being built up by Shomo initially. It's got to be so much control over the bowling. Three times that back of length, slowish kind of delivery has not really allowed the batters to free their arms, cramping them for space. Just spoiled it by that one. He tried to bowl a little quicker in the process, darting down the leg side. 95 for 3 with Bangladesh at this point.
5 of the over, 82 for 1.
Zubair Akbari, the only batter out, and these two have done well. Riaz Hassan and Noor Ali taking the total up to 82 for 1 after 18 overs. Sri Lanka and Colombo in particular, very, very pretty city. Nice surrounds, old buildings, lots of places to visit. As we prepare for the break after the drinks interval, and this is the time sometimes that the batters lose their focus on occasions, lose the momentum, and that's the advantage that as a bowler you've got to take. Try and eke out another wicket, try and get a breakthrough. Batters need to get their focus back very, very quickly. It's that weight out in the sun, got the rejuvenation, replenishing of the liquids, the salts, rehydration, all done. Might relax you a little bit. Can't afford to do that because Riaz Hassan and Noor Ali have done an exceedingly good job so far. Put the pressure on Ripon Mondal in particular. Come to make to change ends. Maybe it'll do something for his confidence, and maybe he'll get his rhythm back. There's Noor Ali on strike. Again, drifting down leg. He's been struggling. Ripon Mondal. Yes, had a couple of wickets in the previous games, but today he seems a little out of touch, out of sync. Not the usual rhythm, not the generation of pace and the accuracy. Lovely sights to go. And here's a look at the points table.
Yeah, we were just having a bit of a discussion here about the possible scenarios for teams. Afghanistan, even after winning 2 out of 2 and grabbing their 4 points, are not out of danger. Because out of the, if there's a win here for Bangladesh and win there for Sri Lanka, then everyone lands up with 4 points each, and Afghanistan have net run rate which is not as healthy as Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka winning their game, if they do, will have a better run rate also. If Afghanistan is to lose today, their net run rate would come down a fraction depending on the margin of loss. So pretty much open gates for all three teams depending on the results. Only interesting if all land up with 4 points each.
Keeps you thinking about this group, and that is good in a way. Keeps the interest up. Lots of permutations and combinations.
I don't want to be speaking too soon, but that seems to be the scenario by the end of the day, that where net run rate might come into play. Sri Lanka beating Oman. You probably put your life savings on that and say, yes, Sri Lanka should beat Oman. But here with 309 target, even Stevens at this stage, but I think Bangladesh will back themselves up. And then everyone lands with 4 points each.
Ripon Mondal has kept the batters quiet so far in this over, but even in the previous over there was just one delivery, a loose one, which allows the batter to put it away to the boundary. Just wants to bowl within himself, do not offer the pace, just the 4 runs in the over. They will be looking for a big one. They will be looking to get a shot to just release the pressure that's been building up now.
over this. 19 gone, 86 for 1.
Batting first, that would be a good score. After 19 overs, 86 for 1. Problem is that they've got a target of 309. Oh, that's going to be signaled wide. Tomoshaka brought in to be a little more accurate than that. With his pace, he has to be on line and length.
Yes, that required has now creeped up a little over 7. 7.16. That's a shot. That's a good shot, but it's probably going down. But just that 7.16 to maintain that over 31 overs, that's a big ask.
Yeah, drifting down leg. But he's corrected himself after that first delivery down the leg side. Just looking back at the previous over by Ripan Mondol, I think Saif Hassan will heave a sigh of relief after that previous over. The making him change ends has paid off for Mondol. The support from Shomo needed here. Just reaching for that shot, putting it in the deep, just the amble single. But that's not going to do. It's piling up the pressure. Something's got to give. They've got to try and break the shackles. Take a few risks. Throw caution to the wind.
Playing a very important role here, Soumya Sarkar. The way he's mixing up the pace, bowling leg cutters, off cutters. He's trying to bowl fuller, pulling the length a bit. Very crucial spell. Still, you get a feeling that Afghanistan A batters are searching for that one bowler who they can score against, just to get into the third gear and reduce or bring that required run rate below 7, at least for a while.
Very intelligent bowling by Shomo Sarkar here. Slowed it down, really slowed it down. And in the process, on occasion, if you're trying to bowl a slower ball than usual, you tend to lose your lines and length. This is the qualification scenario for Sri Lanka A to go for the semi-finals. If Bangladesh win by 1 run, they've got to win by 46. That's a tough ask. Short. Just could not get enough power or the placement. Well, if Bangladesh win by 1, it's been confirmed 46. That is the difference. That's the times it'll have to be multiplied by. Afghanistan A win. Well, that's no problem. Ooh. Quite sure to get a bat on that as it trickled down, no signal. So that is it, 20 done. It's 91 for 1.
It's in progress. We're watching it. The other side, 106 for 3 after 24. Sri Lanka being asked to bat first. I think that game, Sri Lanka-Afghanistan, just opened up the group where Afghanistan beat Sri Lanka. Vanuka almost took them home with that 100. Just couldn't give that finishing touch. Oh, yes, just past Akbar. It's gone for 4. It was a little late to go after that one.
The movement by Akbar wasn't the best. He wasn't really anticipating. Rather streaky boundary, but they'll take it. Been out of boundaries for quite a while. Doesn't matter how they come, as long as they come. And they'll be pretty happy with that rather lucky one. And the sufferer once again, Mondol. Maybe he's going to be the one to go after. It's a good comeback delivery. They slow Yorker. Had to dig it out. He will be under pressure into his 5th over. 34 runs already taken by the Afghan batters. The quiet run rate not really sharply climbing, but still climbing ever so slowly. Take into account you've got to play out the remaining overs at a constant rate to keep up with that, or even bring it down if you can go higher. Sikandar, Bangladesh know that they're not allowing the runs to be taken here, but they also know there is, if these two carry on with the big numbers, they'll gain in confidence, they'll open up later on. Can ill afford to take that. I reckon there'll be some positive moves in trying to eke out a wicket here.
Just hanging in balance at the moment. Yes, you probably look at the required run rate, you say Bangladesh 1 up, but too many overs to go and still 9 wickets in hand, so still give it, it's hanging in balance. But very soon, probably in the next, during that next stint, or by the end of that next stint, which is 7 overs, we'll know a better shape which way this match is going. And if Afghanistan wants to keep themselves in the games, one of these two will have to shift gears. At least one of them.
The understanding has been good. The two have chatted in the middle. Ripon Mondol will be worried. You can see his general demeanor is not oozing with confidence per se. This is the time you just get a feel of who to take on.
"21 overs bowled, and they're closing up to 100. 99 for 1.
"73-1 partnership between these two just brought Afghanistan to 1 run shy of 100, as Sikandar said. That extra bowler being used right now is Soumya Sarkar, the part-time medium pace. He did pick up a couple of wickets earlier in the tournament, but has proved expensive, as has pace on the ball here. Riyaz Hassan desperately looking for that one to get him to 50. And joined again by W.V. Rahman. Very hard to tell which way this game is going.
Yeah, but this is the right stage for Afghanistan to start getting a move on here, because the run rate is climbed past the 7 mark.
That is going to be 50, and he's done it with a flourish and in style. He gets there with a boundary 4, flicked off his legs with immaculate timing. Back-to-back 50s for him. It's his 8th list day half-century. It's been littered with gorgeous strokes down the ground and on the leg side. Good way to get there.
Also, the additional bowler has been brought into the attack. Hassan is well set. That's a lovely shot, that behind square on the onside. The timing has been good, especially against the medium paces from both these batters. Hassan has been good against the spinners too. Played away on the onside, just a single on that occasion. Noor Ali has to try and somehow find ways and methods to get runs against the spinners. He's been good against the paces.
Does have those 3 one-day internationals for Afghanistan. Just 20 years of age, born in Nangarhar in Afghanistan. Those games coming against the Netherlands and Bangladesh for Afghanistan. Looks a very stylish player, doesn't he? And he'll be thinking that if he can double that total up, it's going to put Afghanistan well ahead in the chase.
Yes, there comes a time in a partnership when they have to decide. One of them has to take the lead role and play some shots. Hassan, to me, is that guy now at this point, because he's got good wrist and he's also capable of playing some big shots against the spinners, whereas Noor Ali likes pace. He likes the ball to come onto the bat.
Yeah, the two innings have almost contrasted. Hassan got off to a bit of a flyer and has just slowed down a touch. Ali struggled at first and has accelerated nicely. Another dot for Hassan. He needs to go on. 22 have been bowled. 105 for 1. So the required run rate is over 7.29 now. And we kept talking about that bridge, the gap. You don't want it to get in excess of 2. That gap between your current run rate and your required run rate. Moment, Afghanistan are scoring at less than 5 and over. They need more than 7. We'll keep it that simple. And as a consequence, they need to be acutely aware of that and make sure that keep that required run rate in check. One of the issues for that required run rate has been this man, the off spinner, has been so frugal. It's bowled 6 overs for just 15.
Yeah, they're looking to play him out here. That's the reason he's got away with that kind of economy. I'm sure that it won't be a difficult task to pick up 3-4 singles in an over from a spinner. They've not really made an effort to work the ball around and pick up runs here.
There's some aggression, but a good stop in the deep is going to keep it to a couple. I think that's 2 runs saved rather than 1 given away with the diving stop from the big fast bowler Ripon Mondal in the deep. Is it also surprising that as Hassan, we see his numbers for 50, definitely a slowdown, hasn't there been? Probably just angling down, a little bit of turn on offer. The fact that it's 2 right-handers at the crease and an off-spinner turning the ball in, there's a big gap, massive gap between long on and deep mid-wicket. It's probably about 60 yards. Yes, he's got to get it over the head of the mid-wicket in the circle. But they haven't taken really any aggressive options. We haven't seen the feet used an awful lot. Surely one of these 2 right-handers needs to have a go now at Shaq Mahdi.
The tactic seems to be that they're looking to preserve wickets here and then build it up to a crescendo towards the later part of the innings, but they cannot allow themselves to fall behind the run rate here in trying to preserve their wickets.
There's a bit of use of the feet. I do want to give Shaq Mahdi real credit though. He's got his field nailed down perfectly. The two men in the circle have done a great weight of work at mid-wicket and square leg. They're cutting off lots of singles, and his line is so tight, it's hard to score off him on the offside.
There's almost a sense of reluctance to play big shots.
See those two men on the right there, they're both right on their toes. Look at the line, it's always off stump and tighter. 23 have been bowled, another good over, 109 for one. Well, this one is building up to a classic for me. I think it could be going the distance. 27 overs remain. Afghanistan A need exactly 200 to win from here. And problem for Bangladesh in this chase, it's been two different bowling performances. Their spinners very frugal and accurate. Their seamers have been expensive, but they're going to roll the dice and go back to Tanzim. Is this a chance for Afghanistan to get that required run rate back down?
Yeah, we are approaching the halfway mark here, but they only got 1/3 of the target, so which means there is that little bit of bridge to be covered here. Otherwise, they're going to really lag behind a lot.
Immediately, Tanzim goes with a slower ball. We'll have a look at the best of Reyaz Hassan. That was probably a stroke straight as a die down the ground. The second maximum even better, but we haven't seen a huge amount more of that versus the spinners. The rest of the packages, the boundaries, have come off the quicks. Maybe now, with Tanzim back on, Hassan can accelerate. Uses his feet, no timing, a mix-up, but they'll get through for the single with the fumble.
It's really a surprise. Hassan has not really got more runs against the spinners because he's got great wrist. We saw him do that against the fast bowlers, and even when he stepped out, he was really good. For the simple reason, his wrists are neutral. He doesn't hold the bat too tight. Neither wrist is dominant. Both the wrists are neutral. That's what allures him the felicity to play shots around the wicket.
On-pace delivery, angled into the pads. I get a sense that these two batters are aware of the fact they're well behind the rate. And you see an urgency to score against the seamer. It's the two matches in progress. Sri Lanka A by no means dominating that clash against Oman A. Remember, they may not just need to win, they may need to win by a margin. All permutations in play on the final day of Group A.
Bangladesh were 132 for 3 at this stage. Yes, they'd lost a couple of extra wickets in comparison, yes, but that partnership was really good between Zakir and Joy rather.
Edged away, but deep third is very fine. Just as well he is. Puts off the boundary.
7.53 is the required run rate. It's gradually kept climbing. And that's because these two batters are really not taking any effort at all here to go after the bowlers.
Another off-pace delivery, nearly deceives Noor Ali Zadran, but squirts off the inside edge for a single. End of the 24th over, tied over in return from Tanzim, 1-1, 3 for 1.
Come on, boy, come on, boy. Naim. Mehdi bhai, samne asho. Ekটু দিকে Mehdi bhai. Dipon.
This game is in progress here, and the other game is happening at the Premadasa Stadium. Sri Lanka 132 for 3. A lot at stake for them in this game. A left-arm spinner brought back into the attack. Rakibul.
Good Rakib.
Good fielding. Going to keep that to a dot. That's outstanding. Just as well they didn't run the single. It's the captain leading by example, Mohammad Saif Hassan. I had the chance to have a good chat to Rakibul Hassan during the last game as we get a look at this fielding here. Swift footwork, the key to it, and a clean pickup. Noor Ali Zadran sent back. And marginal call, but safely home. Rakibul was telling me this is his favourite format by a distance. He loves the challenge of completing a 10-over spell, winning his country games through these crucial middle overs.
The previous delivery, the length is really full, right underneath his bat. Opportunity was there for him to pick up some runs. Goes over the top this time around. Does he find the gap? It's a good effort there out in the deep. 2 runs cut off, definitely.
Yeah, I think Bangladesh's ground fielding's been good, isn't it? This is, again, good game awareness, good judgment. He knows it's not a chance of a catch, but that if he ran the rope hard, he could cut it off and save 2 critical runs. There's the makeup of that kind of chase where every run is going to count. Chipped, oh, just inches over the head of cover, so nearly the second wicket. The panic setting in for these 2 right-handers.
Not a boundary in the last 20 balls. Goes to show that the Bangladesh bowlers are really doing a good job here, despite this being a very good partnership. Good effort this from Zakir Hassan. The intent is there, but the execution is somehow not matching the intent.
You see Noor Ali Zadran indicating for new gloves, the humidity causing a factor. Really good over from Rakibul. He's an excellent young bowler. Halfway through the chase in terms of overs bowled, 116 for 1. Well, a bit of an impromptu drinks break, and this will give you a sense of the heat and the conditions, not just the batters who had a change of gloves and the fielders who needed liquids, even umpire Rahul Asher, and I can't blame him. I took 6 overs on one of our breaks there, WV, just walking around the outside to have a look at how hot it was, and I was drenched by the time I got back. I was just watching, I wasn't out there playing. The humidity here in Sri Lanka, it gets to you.
Oh, you're too soft, Andrew.
Are you casting aspersions on my background, my nationality? Not really used to this in Ireland, I'll tell you.
You're not used to this humidity, that's all it is.
You're spot on the money. One of your great friends that you asked me the moment I met you about Bobby Rao. Great former Indian international. He's made Ireland his home. Oh, nearly chops on. Fatigue becomes a factor too in these conditions.
No pace at all on that occasion. And this is what the batters have to watch out for. They got to wait for the ball to come on. I've been repeatedly saying this because that is one of the important things on a surface like this. Look at the way Ali is looking to force the issue here, but no timing at all.
Massive appeal. Now hold on. Could be a moment of controversy here. The batter, Noor Ali, is saying it's come off his arm, but the two umpires want to come together. Usually this is an indication that the main umpire will ask the square leg umpire, has the catch carried through to the keeper? There's every chance that umpire Faisal Afridi thinks there is an edge. We can go upstairs to have a look for close decisions. Was Noor Ali trying to cod the umpire by flicking his arm? There was definitely a noise. Which way is this decision going to go? Remember, we'll check the front foot, of course, as well, as we are going upstairs. Have Afghanistan lost their second? No problems there. From that view, it's carried, but look at Noor Ali Zadran. He's saying, it's come off my arm, umpire. You're not supposed to do that. And I think Noor Ali Zadran is making the third umpire's decision for him because he's already walking off. We're still waiting for the decision. Noor Ali Zadran has had to be called back by umpire Rahul Asher for the moment, but surely this is going to be given out.
He's looking to run it fine. And he's clearly indicating the scum of the forearm. But that looked like the forearm was far away from the ball when he played it.
Umpire Lyndon Hannibal is the third umpire. There's a noise there. Noor Ali Zadran trying to say to the umpire, I promise you, umpire, it's come off back foot. Here's the moment of truth. What will come up on the big screen? OUT is out, and Noor Ali Zadran has already trudged off. He's gone for 44. Afghanistan A, they're 116 for 2.
Medal. Thank you. Sergio again.
Shahidullah Kamal, the captain to the crease. Afghanistan have managed to find themselves in a spot of bother. Very short ball will be given as a wide. Welcome to the crease from Tanzim. 24 balls without a boundary. You could almost feel that wicket coming.
Tanzim has picked up a wicket here and then he's got excited upon watching the new batter at the crease. Oh, that bounced quite a lot. must have surprised Tanzim himself, because we've not seen anything bounce as much as that ball did.
I suspect the dot ball count, which if we look at, let's just take Riyaz Hassan's innings as an example. He's faced 83 balls. He's had 52 dots. Noor Ali Zadran, 57 balls, over 30 dots. That's over 80 dots between them, the best part of 15 overs. They have been hitting boundaries, 14 of them so far in this innings, but the required run rate, it's starting to spiral out of control.
And to make things a little bit more challenging, they got a new batter out in the middle, and he'll take some time to settle down before he plays his shots. Short stuff, but on a pitch where the ball doesn't come on, it's not an easy shot to play, the full shot.
Guided away to the deep point that is patrolling that short boundary. A lot of animation out there, not just from the fielding side, but also from the Afghanistan bench. It's all on the line here in Group A.
This was the fall of the last wicket. Noor Ali looking to run it down fine. As a faint nick onto the keeper. Like any other batsman, Noor Ali signaled it was of the forearm.
Good change of pace. Good cutter. An outstanding over. What a comeback from Tanzim. He was so expensive early. It's 118 for 2.
Okay? Yeah, thank you. Joy chap! Oh, silly, na na, tale thak, tale thak. Na, Jakir bhai, theek ache. Tui aay, arektu aay.
We got an update from the other venue at the Premazada Stadium. Is the game between Sri Lanka and Oman. 150 for 3 Sri Lanka. Out here at the Sara Stadium, Afghanistan have a daunting task ahead of them. They're 118 for 2, and they need another 191. And the pitch is definitely offering some kind of assistance to the spinners here.
And right now, in this moment, this game is drifting away from Afghanistan. They end up coming up short by 30 or 40 runs at the end of the contest. It's going to be this last 5 or 6 overs that will have proved the difference. Because there's been very few boundaries coming. They're allowing the required run rate to completely get out of hand. And Shaq Mahdi Hassan is about to complete his 8th over. He's gone for just 20, bowling off spin.
Yeah, without wanting to come across as harsh, it has to be said that Afghanistan have contributed to whatever it is that they are facing now.
And Shaq Mahdi's bowled really well, but they've allowed him just bowl to him. He's bowling to a very clear plan. To the right-hander, bowl to that really tight off-stump line and get those 2 fielders in the circle on the leg side to cut off the ones, and then all the protection in the deep. 3 boundary riders on the deep. We haven't seen Riyaz Hassan try to open up the upside, give himself room outside the leg stump. And even innovation like this is only going to be worth a couple, because there's a man out it very fine, almost a deep fine leg. Another over goes by and only 3 have come off it. Afghanistan in real trouble. 1-2-1 for 2. Credit to the Bangladeshi seamers for the way they've come back and assessed the conditions, lots of changes of pace. Is there a little bit of naivety in the Afghan batting approach here, or is there the pressure of the situation?
I think it's basically the mindset. And this is a big game which will come up tomorrow. It's being played at the Premadasa Stadium. It will start at 2 p.m. It's an afternoon game. Looking to pull, and it's in the air, just a single. Going back to your question, Andrew, I think it's got a lot to do with the mindset of the batters, because they do get to play against good spinners in the nets, because Afghanistan has good spinners too. And there's a little bit of challenge on this surface, playing against the spinners. You got to have all the gears in your batting to succeed on this surface. When the spinners are really gaining some deviation, you need to constantly keep changing your tactics. If it's an off spinner, you play one set of shots. If it's a left arm spinner, you play another set of shots. And also the asking rate, when it's climbing all the time, that also creates a lot of pressure. So it's a combination of mindset and you're getting a little bit overwhelmed by the pressure.
Yeah, and I also think Bangladesh have played their role in a big way. They've answered the call both in the field with some good pressure and with the ball. And as a consequence, the big strokes are now coming out. Just cannot find the boundary. It's 38 deliveries without one now, and Hassan has been out there for 88 balls.
Looks like there's a little bit of a conflict between the body and the mind here. The mind is asking them to go for big shots, but the body is not able to execute them because they realize the asking rate is gone to 8.33. It's only climbing in the last few overs.
And this is where you need to be so aware of the situation, not just in the middle as the two batters, but also number 5, number 6, those with their pads on. They can't afford, if they're called in to duty, to start slowly. They have to start quickly now. They're into a position, Afghanistan, where with nearly 8.5 and over required, can't afford 3 or 4 quiet overs. And that's why the big shots like that are coming out. Hassan so nearly loses his off stump. Another tight one, 3 off it, 1-2-4 for 2. Well, the perfect illustration of everything we're just talking about, isn't it? WV, the lighter blue worm is the Afghanistan one that has dipped significantly below Bangladesh's innings for the first time. And remember, there was that surge in the mid-innings before Bangladesh finished really well at the death. The two spinners, Sheikh Mahdi Hassan, 8 overs, none for 22, and Rakibul Hassan with 6 overs for 15, are both somehow being allowed to bowl, albeit very excellently, at 2.5 and over. I've said it already this innings, something has to give, and a big shot is surely going to come out now.
Good bowling.
Yeah, it'll take something extraordinary from somebody here for Afghanistan to achieve their target. Hassan is well set. Despite him getting an half century, he's allowed himself to be dominated by the Bangladesh bowlers. And it's been a case of a strange pattern in his innings. He's got his first 25 runs soon enough. After that, it's been slow going for him. looking to play over the infield. He does it in style. He's got to play a lot more of those shots. Boundary for him.
Finally, he does something different. We asked for him to give himself room outside the leg stump to open up that offside, to access it. But it's taken 8.5 overs. Shaq Mahdi Hassan's orthodox off spin. We haven't seen any mystery from him. We haven't seen Dustras or any kind of change up. So he has to change his angle, comes around the wicket now. Gives himself room outside the off stump. But only gets a single outside the leg stump even to access that offside. A bit more like it from Afghanistan.
It's intriguing that Hassan has not played a sweep shot or a slog sweep against the off spinner, because he does have a huge gap once he clears the short square leg and the short mid wicket.
The other thing that Afghanistan will have now for the remainder of this innings, certainly for the moment, is the left-hand right-hand combination. So even though it would be against the spin, you should maybe expect the captain Shahidullah Kamal to take on that short boundary on the leg side off the off spinner. I think Afghanistan a bit guilty of allowing Mahdi to bowl at them.
In fact, there's a huge gap there around the square leg area. There's a 45 in place, but after that it's a case of those two boundary riders saving everything and anything that comes that way. Looking for a second, he won't get it, just a single. 131 for 2 Afghanistan.
Well, they've got their work cut out here, Afghanistan, that's for sure. 68 to Hassan. Skipper Kamal really trying to get a move on. 6 of 13 needs to just take a few risks. You cannot afford to die wandering here, because the asking rate, the required run rate is climbing by the minute. Azim Hassan Saqib done a good job in getting a wicket. There it is, 8.43, getting more and more difficult as Bangladesh bowlers turn the screws, get it tighter and tighter.
Yeah, let's make it simple, Shamim. If you've batted for 29 overs in the name of Hassan, then you've got to be doing much better than 68 of 92. That's a good looking shot. Now this is what we're talking about. Improvise a little bit. Just moved away, made some room and lifted that one over extra cover. That's required. That's more of Hassan that we would expect after spending such a long time at the crease.
Absolutely. I think look at him backing away. This is a very difficult shot to play inside out. He's just got into that position very quickly. Has played this delightful looking shot. Afghanistan want more of these and on a regular basis if they're going to make an impression, try and go to that target.
The change of pace. Just went through with that shot a little earlier. Bat had gone across and then the ball arrived. But just talking about, so if you're Hassan, you've got to increase that pace, you've got to change gears or make way for the next guy to come in, because there's a bigger cause at stake. It's about team's qualification. I'm pretty sure that the think tank in the Afghanistan A dugout have told them that 2 out of 2 wins still does not confirm qualification in the semi. So they have to at least try and get closer. The required run rate now is 8.37 and it's just been on the rise. And to maintain that over 20 overs after this, it's just going to make it even more difficult for them. So you've got to take that responsibility. Either you go out there and give it a shot, and if you lose your wicket in the process, not a problem, because more is expected out of you. You're not out 72.
Question here is, Sikandar, how much trust do they have in the batters to come to keep this momentum going? The partnerships, you can see Akbari threatened early, but went early. 26. Hassan and Ali compiling that 90 runs partnership, which just sort of kept them in the game. Then it slowed down. 20 of 25, particularly with the skipper in the middle. He needs to just open up too. Give Hassan that support. He's been doing the bulk of the work right from the start of the innings. Must be getting a little tired also. Can't always blame him. And that shot, the previous shot that struck him on the side of the hand, tells you that maybe being there for 94 balls and realization of the fact that he has the onerous responsibility of getting a move on. That'll play on his mind and make him play, I don't know, something out of the ordinary that might make him lose his wicket. But you're right. I think you just can't afford to die wandering. How high was that? Was it waist high? The batter was coming and meeting the bowler, so I suppose looks inquiringly at the square leg umpire as to the height of the ball. Tanzim, in an effort to slow it down, I think the ball slipped through his fingers and didn't have the control. Now Kamal, what is he going to do? Eyeing the onside. Lots of acreage in that area.
Need a boundary every over, at least for the next 5 or 6 overs, so that just to bring that required down. The key is to stay in the chase, to stay in the game. There's no point having 10 or 11 runs an over required and you just have, what, 8 wickets in hand. What's the purpose of saving those wickets? The whole idea of taking that bus and getting to the ground is to win a match.
Second occasion that Tanzim has tried that slow ball bounce and it's worked. Once it missed the bat, once again, this time not getting a hold of it, not reading the pace of the delivery, intelligently bowled into the rib cage. Not a very comfortable way to negotiate the delivery. After that boundary first ball, Tanzim Hassan has done exceedingly well. Just restricting 3 more runs off the remaining 4 balls, just the last to go.
Good short ball. Oh, it's been given a wide after longest wait. Faisal really stretches his wings.
I think he looked up at the square leg umpire, see if he could get a square on view. Seemed to be at point of passing, the batter needs to be under head height. Seemed to be just angling away.
It looked like a good bounce. It would seem to be on the rise when it passed the batter, but probably square on, we'll get a better picture. It's ended the over, 140 for 2.
.168 for 3 at the other ground. Premadasa, 36 overs done there. Sri Lanka A. And get a win with a big margin. That is the target for them if they're going to progress to the semis. Bangladesh A in control here at the Pisara Oval in Colombo. A lovely afternoon. Still a bit hot and muggy. A little bit of respite with some cloud cover. 30 overs comparison, 166 for 4, 240 for 2, falling behind. But at this point, after 30 overs, Sikandar, you just try and do the Aussie way of looking at things. have wickets in hand, you double the score at 30 overs. But that'll even take them, if you double the scores in the next 20 overs, it'll take them to 280. Well short of the target of 309. They've got to be consistent. Sheikh Mahdi has been very impressive, to say the least, after opening the bowling. Hasn't got a wicket. Oh, that's a brilliant effort. Excellent. I think that's Rakibul.
Yeah, full marks for that effort, because that ball, once it would have beaten that fielder, there's no way it could have been stopped. And the good thing about that stop is the recovery. In one motion, he picks up the ball cleanly and releases it, just to stop that run. Or leading edge. There's a lot of bat there. There's a lot of screaming around, pleading the umpire for a leg before.
That sound didn't sound like a ball hitting pad. More like bat. Let's wait and see. Oh, maybe you're right. But pitching or impacting also outside the line of length. Inquiry always from the bowler, quite animated.
Yeah, he's not at his best, Hassan, against Sheikh Mahdi. And it's been noticed from the start of the innings when he bowled that first over. And it's a good idea. He's now coming around the wicket with that angle. He's further cramping him up for space. 99 balls for his 74. Oh, that would have been a very soft dismissal at short mid-wicket. He literally handed it over in that region.
Oh dear, oh dear. A deserved wicket, hands on hips, understandably. Not the best of deliveries, but that is the vagary of cricket. Low full toss. I think just patted back to the fielder. He could have had his first. Kamal on 7. Got to take a few risks here.
Bottom right of his screen, 4-2-2 and nil the points. Good backing up there. Single to end the over. 143 for 2.
Then
I remember talking about the effect that net run rate might have even in the very first game, and someone said, isn't it too early to talk about it? So Sri Lanka playing Bangladesh. Because just playing the 3 games in each group, I mean, every match becomes significant in terms of initially for a win, and then the difference, the gap that gets you the net run rate. So, and you see what's transpired in the end. We're all talking about it and the permutations and the combinations and how a team can get to the semis. It's quite intriguing. Rakibul, it's a short, missed out. Deserved something better from the batter. Bangladesh will take it. just going back to that permutation, if Bangladesh win by just a single run, Sri Lanka must win by a margin of 46 runs. It's due to that net run rate. Afghanistan A win, Sri Lanka sort of go through. A little bit of turn, getting the inside part of the bat, appreciated by the bowler. There's been a good fielding effort from the Bangladeshis so far.
Yeah, these small things. Now, there was a run there, but Hassan completely refused to leave the crease. And I just fear, as he's approaching to his 100, he might slow down even more. And that is not going to help the cause. He's been at the crease for 31.3 overs.
But this is where a player in the middle has to make a decision. Do you just meander along to your century, get the team to lose the match, or do you make a concerted effort? Another one down the leg side, so a little tardy in terms of lines from Rakibul there. 2 wides down the leg side. Just back to that, or do you make a concerted effort, really go after, make and reduce the margin of defeat eventually, which might work your way in terms of the net run rate too.
Yeah, even if you're going to lose the game, which you don't want to, of course, but you don't want a big margin, then your net run rate further dips. This required now is slowly creeping up to 9.
Getting tougher and tougher for Afghanistan A. Fortunately for them, the run rate 8.92. Really going to be a tough ask. Haven't really seemed to be really threatening the Bangladeshi bowlers. Not really prepared to take them on. Give them something to think about. Throw caution to the wind. Have a go, just like that. And it's gone straight to the fielder. Could have gone in between, but at least the effort is there. That is over. 32 done, 148 for 2.
মিড উইকেট লাগবে, চেক চেক মিড এখানে তামিম পয়েন্টে চলে আসবে, কষ্ট কম হবে তো দেখে ভাই এদিকে আসো ভাই, ইচ্ছা যে কোনো দুইজনই ভালো, যে কোনো হ্যাঁ বাইরে ওঠো বাইরে।
This partnership of 32 or 44. A lot of batting there, but it's just about the purpose. Which direction is Afghanistan A heading in this chase? 18 overs to go.
Now they've got to contend with the lack of pace from Chomo Sarkar. It'll be really tough with the mindset they're in, with the temperament they're showing and just meandering along. That kind of a lack of pace from Chomo as the required run rate creeps over the 9 mark, getting further and further away from them.
And it should be out. Yeah, it's gone finally. They get a wicket here. Just waited on that shot, wanted to just ramp it over short third. Eventually hands it over and he's gone for 78.
Yes, that was on the cards. Just the short pitch, the slower bouncer that really tempted him to try and ramp it away. But the upper part of the bat not in control. Yeah, I tried to hit it hard enough, but that's straight down the throat. And that is the end of Riaz Hassan, gone for 78. It's 148 for 3, and it's time for a drinks.
Last day for the group stage or for Group A, which has Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka and Oman. By tonight, we will know which are the two teams that are qualifying for the semis. And then we come to Group B, where it's a clear case of where India A and Pakistan A would play the semi-finals. But the big one tomorrow is the most important encounter, which is between the two sides at 2 p.m. local time at the R. Pramadasa. Will decide who finishes on top in that group. Bahir Shah, 3 matches, early days, and he's got a job on hand. 9.11 required hit rate. Soumya Sarkar will continue with his over.
Off and running. Gives you that sort of good feel if you get the first run out of the way. 179 for 4 at this stage. They were just beginning to shift gears, Bangladesh, at point in time. Kamal, the skipper, now he has been languishing with the run rate now 9.14. Just need to innovate, improvise, take a few risks. Got to rattle the bowlers who are just rhythmically going on their merry way.
Good single that. Good call. It's the one to come on to strike. That's the wicket of Hassan. He waited on that shot, had no pace on it, just a tennis ball bounce. This was caught at short third.
And if it's not a shot to his third, if he played it forward or square, it would have been a tennis ball volley. Because that's kind of shot he played, that slapped it. 150 has come up for Afghanistan A.
Call is for 2. It'll be interesting. Will he take him on the throw? It's good work done by Long On, rushing to the ball, restricting them to 1.
Just the position that Bangladesh are in now. The fielders have got a spring in their steps. They're showing some agility here, charging the ball, making sure that the batters don't get that extra run, always keeping the batters guessing and under pressure. This is good in the outfield. Good support for the bowlers.
Single to end the over. 33 have been bowled. 152 for 3.
আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে ভালো ভালো ঠিক আছে সমস্যা নেই সাকিব ওই যে আমার ওই জায়গায় টিউবো গ্রিপটা আছে একটু দিতে বইলো পরের ওভারে এই যে এদিকে
Impressive from Sheikh Mehdi Hassan. The economy 3.3 really deserved a wicket. Mondol has been a little expensive. Rakibul been quite parsimonious. 1 for 20 on off his 7. A wicket each for Tanzim and Shoma Shokka.
আচ্ছা ভাই আপনি সামনে থাকেন ভাই
1 for 21.
হ্যাঁ বাকি সব পিছে আছে
Fine tuning the fielder at fine leg.
আরামসে দাদা ভাই শোন এখন ওদেরকে বাউন্ডারি মারতে
Talking about Afghanistan and their chase, folks of Bangladesh after their opening game against Sri Lanka where they lost that game, they've really come back strong. A good outing against Oman. They outplayed them completely, and today also, with that pressure on them and the expectation that they should qualify, they've come out strong. Lost 3 wickets, yes, in the first 10 overs, but then some really good work from Joy and Zakir to form that 100-plus partnership with the ball. They've been very disciplined, living up to the expectations. You'd not be surprised at the kind of performance they've given overall up till now in this match. What the batters of Afghanistan have done is they've done or helped half the work for Bangladesh, since they're not attempting. Bangladesh bowlers are more than happy just with those push-arounds and singles, because now it's 9.5 runs and over. It'll be only a matter of time. In the next 5 overs or so, if they keep doing this, it will just go out of reach for the batting side. 112 dots in this innings as of now.
Sweep in the air, but it's going to fall short of the fielder in the deep. But they're trying, at least it's good to see they're trying different things. Saw the attempt at the reverse sweep. That went to hand. They're sweeping, trying to sweep Rakibul, getting around, but the boundaries have dried up completely. That has been the big problem for Afghanistan.
And they've batted more than 18 overs and dots out of the 33.5. Add one more. 34 bowled, 155 for 3. Few blocks from down here are Premadasa, 195 for 4 Sri Lanka, asked to bat first, still got 9 overs to go. It doesn't seem like a high scoring encounter as of now. Can't really tell how good Oman has been with their bowling. It doesn't look really bad, 195 in 41. I think Oman has done well to stop them from going for a big score, maybe looking at 250, 260. Hit straight. And it'll go to the boundary. The minute past that non-striker's end, you know it. There's no way long on, long off can cut that off.
Flat-footed bat, didn't he? Really struck it truly. Just straight past. No chance. And zipping away to the boundary. Good start with the bat. Quite ready. What is he looking at? Looking at the field, seeing how many fielders are outside. No more shortcut. Done a good job. Got a wicket. Containment was the requirement and he delivered so far.
We noticed yesterday, and we saw it in the Pakistan and UAE game, that it wasn't very easy to hit the fast bowlers away for big ones. If you don't see that exaggerated turn or spin over here today. And mind you that Afghanistan A is playing 7 internationals in this 11 today. You expect them to understand the requirements of the chase a little more than an emerging side. Good running, coming back for 2. That's really good running. They put everything in that first run, helped them to complete 2.
Yeah, good to see that understanding the first run taken very, very quickly, immediately turning. Both batters looking not blind to the throw and aware of the fact what pace it's coming at you. Good call and good response. Yeah, we're talking about the manner in which they've played the innings and have built up the innings. I must say, credit has to be given to the Bangladeshi bowlers for not really giving them the wit or the luxury of loose deliveries to pounce upon. It's been pretty meticulous and disciplined from all the Bangladeshi bowlers.
Excellent. You also see one of the batters is very good, having the bat in the right hand while turning around, where his partner was holding the bat in the opposite hand. Just makes it a little touch difficult to be watching the ball and holding the bat in the wrong hand when you're turning around for the second.
Trying to throw the bat at virtually everything now. Getting another run. Ends over number 35. 164 for 3.
Got scores to settle here. Nepal beat them in the final, UAE, to qualify. So that's a bit of a rivalry there. And of course, you don't need to know more about what's going to happen at 2 o'clock at the hour Pramedasa. That's the game everyone will be watching.
I know one guy is going to be watching the Nepal UAE A team, and he's in the comm box here with us. That is a much bigger rivalry for him than the one we've been all hyped up about.
He was given the option to commentate on India, Pakistan or Nepal, and he said it's an absolute no-brainer. Got to choose Nepal.
Good on you, Andrew Leonard. Always giving your all for Nepal and the associate members, not just Nepal. He loves the associates. Don't forget Ireland. That's where he's supposed to be from.
Wicket number 1. That was there to be put away, but straight to that fielder, a square leg. And then that faint edge. It was just a nothing shot. And then this catch at short fair to dismiss Hassan. The 3 wickets to 4. The big question would be, will they get the status first or he'll get the nationality first?
15 overs coming up in which Afghanistan A have got to show that the mean business. Got to really take the game by the scruff of the neck. Got to show much more determination. Some more power into their shots. $197 for 6 at the Premadasa. Sri Lanka have lost a couple more wickets. That will give Oman A something to look forward to. They're really putting up a tremendous fight, the Oman A bowlers.
Again, good running, putting pressure on the fielders in the deep, coming back for the second.
Easy, Ripon.
Square is not so dry when they turn around with this huge puff of dust.
And that's why I've been a little surprised with the spinners not getting the turn which saw yesterday at the similar time. The ball was almost turning square and the batters are finding it difficult. Not so today. Same wicket, same conditions. Nicely opening the face of the bat using the pace. Delicate little touch, gets him 4 runs.
Sixteenth boundary in the innings. That's a very deliberate shot. Just waiting onto it and just opening the face right at the end. There was no way the man in the deep would have cut it off. A good use of the pace offer.
Ripon Wandol has been the sufferer amongst all the Bangladeshi bowlers on view. A little tardy with lines and lengths. Really struggled right from the word go. Quite expensive too. Game sort of meandering along now. No real effort on the part of Kamal or Shah to get a move on. He seemed to be content with what is happening, just carry on in this fashion. Not the right attitude to have. You've got to show some determination so that you at least make an effort to get there.
Yeah, strike rotation a little more frequent now between the two, Kamal and Shah. Boundaries is what they need. Just endorsing what you just said. 200 has been put up on the board by Sri Lanka A, but they've lost 6 now. 7 overs to go.
বাউন্ডারি সেভ দিব কিন্তু সিঙ্গেল গুলো যদি আসে আশেপাশে ধরে ফেলবো ধর
36 overs have been bowled. It's 173 for 3.
বলছি
Well, here we go. It's all on the line. 14 overs remain, and for Afghanistan A, they want to keep their fate in their own hands. They're going to have to get this done. They'll need the best part of 10 runs per over, needing 136 to win from just 84 balls. They are certainly trying to play some big shots, trying to show intent, but just haven't been able to get anything going. See the batter trying to put pace onto the ball, but Sarkar is a clever bowler, taking all the pace out of it. His medium paces have proved hard to get away. Skids away across the outfield, should be a couple. Does well in the deep. Mohammed Hassan Joy is, I wish, almost a good evening now to WV Rahman. Can Afghanistan pull this out of the fire?
It all depends on whether they want to win this game or not, for the simple reason they've been a little bit docile all along. The intent has been missing.
It's almost bang on 10 and over required. The sun is starting to drift towards the Bay of Bengal, towards the Indian Ocean across to our left as we look. I said that late partnership, that one between Rakibul Hassan and Shaq Mahadi Hassan right at the end, that could prove the difference. It's looking, it could be the way.
Is after the first half an hour in the morning, it's been Bangladesh all along. They recovered well when they were batting, and then there was a flourish towards the end of the innings. And we were remarking about the fact that Afghanistan needed to plug the gaps then, which they failed to do so. Then when they started the chase, the main objective seemed to be to preserve wickets and try and see if they could really build it to a crescendo towards the end of the innings. There's clever stuff this from Sarkar.
It's almost slower ball bouncer stuff, isn't it? Sarkar bowls no more than probably 70 miles an hour, 120 kilometers, real military medium stuff. But he's mixing it up, varying his lengths and just banging it into that used service. Look at the puff of dust as that was bowled into the wicket. Afghanistan just can't get anything going. More than 10 and over required now. Another slower ball bouncer, longer side of the ground, and just a single. It means only 4 from the over. Nowhere near enough for Afghanistan. 177 for 3.
In Group B, the semi-finalists have been decided. India will take on India and Pakistan are qualified in Group B, and in Group A, all the 4 have a lot to play for. If Oman win that game against Sri Lanka, that could set the cat among the pigeons. Afghanistan here fighting hard to try and register the 3rd victory, and Bangladesh need a victory desperately here too. So it's very interestingly poised at the moment. It'll all change in another half an hour, 45 minutes. But until then, there's a lot of suspense hanging in the air.
You're spot on. Fascinatingly poised, isn't it? Suspense hangs in the air as the leg cutter goes wrong. And if Afghanistan are going to get the 10 runs required per over, it's almost exactly that right now. You're going to have to target someone. And surely Mondal, with that extra yard of pace, is the man to go after.
There's been a bit of a threat from Shaw, but somehow he's bailed out at the last minute against the paces. He shimmied down the track, looking to go big, but the bowlers have outwitted him most of the occasions.
I do want to give great credit to Bangladesh's bowling attack. The way they have read the conditions, they've become acutely aware to the fact that pace on the ball has travelled today. So even their seamers who bowled in their comeback spells, particularly Tanzim's comeback spell, and now to Mondal. They've taken all the pace off. They made it difficult for Afghanistan.
Yeah, tactically they've been better. They won the toss. They did the right thing by batting first. They decided to put runs on the board, aware of the fact that there'll be some help for the spinners later on in the day.
Club down the ground, a gorgeous noise off the bat, and it thuds almost into the scoreboard all the way for 6. That's more like it from Afghanistan. They're known for their T20 exploits around the world. They're going to need to be at their best to hunt this 300 plus total down.
Yeah, it was coming. Kamal was looking to play some big shots for a while now. He got hold of that really well. And the lack of pace also helped him to adjust and really give it a thump.
22 is the gap right now between the two teams at this exact stage of the contest. The big advantage that Afghanistan have, those wickets in hand, that could end up being worth their weight in gold in due course. They'll still need a special performance from not just the captain, who's finally weighed in with his first maximum, just his second boundary in his 36-ball innings, but also Asir Shah, who's looked good at the crease. I think the umpires are looking for a new ball here too.
Yeah, the skipper has been in good nick in this tournament, and he's out there. As long as he's there out in the middle, Afghanistan will feel that they have a chance.
Well, here is the reserve umpire called in. Wimbledon's just finished, but new balls, please.
Sri Lanka 214 for 7 after 45 overs. It's been a bit of a slump for them at the Premadasa Stadium against Oman A. They'll be disappointed because one would have expected them to put up a really formidable score there. Yes, this could be a winning score, but still, it's not formidable.
And remember, Oman A really threatened in that Afghanistan game to chase down that total, particularly when Akib Ilyas was flying at the start of that chase. So I think Oman will be quietly confident. And we saw as the floodlights kicked in, it seemed to get a little easier to bat in the second half. We don't know necessarily the wicket over there. They've selected a new ball back here at the Pisara. Need multi-screen, don't you? Watch live here on Star Sports, maybe get the YouTube out to enjoy the action from the other ground. It's all happening in Group A. A climatic finish of the highest quality, befitting the excellent tournament we've seen thus far. Can't pierce the infield this time, dot ball.
One thing for sure, if Oman end up winning that game, calculators have to work at a frenetic pace.
Maybe not. Afghanistan could be through anyway, depending upon who wins this game. There's so many scenarios, we're not going to explain them all to you. Just enjoy the action for now. Afghanistan, to get through, they must win, and they've got to keep an eye on that dot count. They don't want that getting any higher in the final 12 overs or so. Finds the gap. Really nicely played. To be honest, it was bowled into the slot by Mondal and put away. The Afghan captain finds another boundary, and it's a big over.
That's clubbed into the gap. They played as many as 20 overs, dot balls, but still they're in with a chance here because they got the wickets on hand. They got Kamal out in the middle, and it's never over until it's over.
Leg cutter picked by
Kamal.
I think he's being encouraged, isn't he, Mondal, the young quick, to take that pace off the ball. Afghanistan could get another boundary from this final delivery of Mondal. Maybe the biggest, it would be the biggest over the innings. Already 13 from it.
And they'll also be mindful of the fact that he's got 3 more possibly to go. And if he bowls those 3 overs, they can really cash in.
Heaved away, man out there. And it's gone down, and it's gone through him as well, to add insult to injury. It's 17 from the over. Afghanistan on the charge. 194 for 3. WV, we spoke at length in both innings now about getting your bowling options right. Bangladesh have never gone to a 6th bowler. There's a couple of part-time spinners in the team. Why is that? And could it prove very costly in this last power play?
It all boils down to the confidence the skipper has in those options. That's a wide to start this over. Afghanistan now are really turning it on. Bit of pressure, very palpable here. The idea was to try and bowl a wide Yorker, but it is really wide. Nothing like pressure to really make bowlers do that they don't want to do.
Back-to-back wides, big puff of dust again comes out of the wicket. You have to remember, Sumir Sarkar is very much a part-time bowler. Are they definitely going to rely upon him for 10 overs here, it looks like? Well, where's that one gone? It's all the way to the boundary. The plan is obvious, the execution is off. And Afghanistan bring the 200 up and very much on the move now with 7 wickets in hand. It's almost just 9 and over required. Are they moving into the ascendancy?
Suddenly the runs are coming thick and fast, played into the gap. Both the fielders on the offside behind square were inside the ring.
Once the single he sent back. Oh, well, I think Shah has had a poor moment there, a definite one if both batters go. Instead it ends up as a dot, the captain is turned down.
Good partnership this, 52 of 39. And the required run rate is come below the 10s here. It's come down to 9.34. The run rate obviously needs to be up and up now.
Little outside edge, but good work. Rakibul Hassan does really well across to his right. That's his weaker side as well. That's probably 3 runs saved. Bangladesh's fielding keeping them in the game.
Kamal and Shah putting up a good partnership here. Just 40 deliveries consumed for 53. It's been a case of either boundaries or nothing in Afghanistan innings.
Another little slower ball, the off-cutter. Problem is with those 2 wides at the start of the over and then the boundary conceded from the first legal delivery. Sarkar's just looking to get out of jail here from this over. Afghanistan, they almost feel like just in the moment of the last 2 overs, in those 10 balls, they've turned this chase around.
Yeah, they're looking to work the ball around, pick up singles. This gear was missing for most part of the innings, especially against the spinners. That's hammered away, will be picked up by the sweeper. We were talking about Afghanistan batters not really working the ball around against the spinners to pick up singles. And this is the scenario here for Sri Lanka to get a semi-final qualification. If Bangladesh win by a run, Sri Lanka must win by 46 runs. We'll get back to that shortly.
Pulled into the wicket and another diving stop. Tigers, they're fighting hard and they're fielding, keeping them in the game. 11 remain. We've got a thriller on the cards. 204 for 3. there are the standings. We'll guide you through this as the afternoon and the evening indeed progresses. We'll keep it simple for now. If Afghanistan win, they top the group and they will qualify for the semi-finals. If they lose, it could well be a three-way tie with 4 points apiece for 3 sides if Sri Lanka can get past Oman. But Afghanistan, whose chase at points has stuttered and stalled, and even though Hassan made a fine 78 up top, he was really battling with his strike rate. And when he got out, didn't see the change of gears immediately, but now the 4th wicket partnership is starting to get it done. And with Ikram Ali Keel, particularly Sharifuddin Ashraf to come, Ashraf has developed his batting immensely in recent times, and his strike rate has gone through the roof. So with those two to come, I wonder, may we see Ashraf promoted up above Ali Keel, because they need still over 9 and over, 9.55 the required rate. And 2 overs remain of Rakib Hassan. Shak Mahdi is bowled out, and Rakib Hassan is going to bowl now. He's only going at 3 and over. Afghanistan can't afford any more cheap ones. 11 to go. Feels to me very much like a coin toss now. 9.5, 10 and over, 7 wickets in hand. It could go either way.
I tell you what, if the Bangladesh fielders are sharp enough, they could get a run out here, because there's been a lot of misunderstanding between the two. In a case of one wanting a run, the other one not even interested in it. So this is something they got to sort out, these Afghanistani batters out there.
Even a small period like that, which flies by because a spinner is on, .1 tilts the scales back towards Bangladesh again.
Yeah, this is the stage where they have to be relentless here. 5 bowlers have been employed. Rakib is bowling his 9th. The off spinner has finished his quota of overs, which leaves Tanzim with another 3 overs left, Sarkar with another 3 overs left, as is Mandal. So there's a lot of pace bowling to come if those are the options that the Bangladesh skipper uses.
This is where you just wonder, does that lack of a 6th bowler being used thus far really come back to bite Bangladesh? Maybe not right now, but in due course. Leg byes given, just a flick of the pad indicated by umpire Afridi.
Looking to nudge it away, doesn't make contact. But I wonder if the captain will bring in the 6th option now, because it's a tense situation. It'll be a last throw of the dice if he does that.
Just purely because the spinners have been so economical. Shak Mahdi's 10 overs went for 33. Rakib's about to bowl the last delivery of his 9th over. He's going at less than 3 and over. Surely Bangladesh, with all of their history and heritage of spin bowling, would have wanted to bowl more spin on a surface like this one. Just the single to close out a really tight 40th over. It's 207 for 3. Power play 2 is in the books and almost honours even in those middle overs. The problem for Afghanistan here is that because they were 18 behind in that first 10 overs and 4 behind in the second set, 30 overs, means they'll have to go well past what Bangladesh achieved in the last 10 as we enter the 3rd and final power play, indicated by umpire Rahul Asher. It means that 5 fielders are allowed outside the circle. They're all being used as well. And it starts perfectly in the final power play with a boundary. 3rd is up in the circle and it runs away fine of him for 4.
Who among these two will go one better than Mahedi? Mahedi played a cameo towards the end of the innings when Bangladesh batted, and that's the reason why Bangladesh went past the 300 mark. You need a lot more shots like that, a lot more deft touches for Afghanistan to get closer to the target and possibly even overhaul it.
Off cutter. I think it was picked, but just threw the shot too quickly. Skews away off an inside edge for a single. It really feels like we're building up to a thrilling finish. Are we going all the way to the final over? The final ball, maybe?
Yeah, it could be. But Shah was looking to send the ball to Gaul where the test match is happening. That's the reason he couldn't make decent contact there. And in trying to do so, he was not looking at the ball till the end.
Yeah, just the one over remaining of recognised frontline spin for Bangladesh, with Rakibul Hassan having one left. They stick with these 5 bowlers. Everything else is going to be seam, even if it's this medium pace. That'll be a wide outside the off stump. The left-handed captain of Afghanistan is the shorter leg side boundary, so Sarkar's trying to hide it away from him.
Sarkar is very predictable, of course. He's not the regular option. He's either looking to bowl wide Yorkers or bang it in short, and he's not got the direction right when he's tried to do that in the last couple of overs. Eased away through the offside, but it'll be cut off. They'll get back for the second. They need boundaries here. Yes, a couple is better than a dot ball, but they've got to somehow find ways and means to pick up boundaries. And that's clapped down the ground. Deft touch coming from the right-hander. This is the partnership between Shah and Kamal. Some lovely shots played. Raw power going into some of those shots.
Yeah, it's come in good time too, just when Afghanistan needed it. Previous delivery had the rarest of things, a misfield from Bangladesh. The captain, Mohammad Saif Hassan, unable to keep it to 1. With the required rate where it's at, actually just the 1 boundary per over. 4 singles and a 2 gets them to where they need to be. That's how this over is shaping up. If you get that boundary early in the over, it does take the pressure off. These slower ball bouncers, they look innocuous, but they can be difficult to get away.
No pace at all, balloon bounce. Well, it is going to the keeper.
Goes again. There's something about this wicket, this surface, it's getting quite tired now. And those slower ball bouncers are proving almost impossible to get away. 41 have been bowled, 217 for 3. Two thrillers look set to round out the Group A fixtures as an impressive Omani bowling attack has restricted Sri Lanka A to 245 for 8, and Bangladesh A and Afghanistan A are playing out a classic for the ages in the somewhat fading light as we tip towards 5:30 p.m. local time. Perfect picture is painted here at the PSR Oval. Something you don't see too often as one of the Afghan batters change gloves. The entire Bangladesh team came together, all 11 of them, and had a huddle mid-game. Captain reading down the orders for the last 9 as Rakibul Hassan is going to bowl his 10th and final. The intensity, it's upped again.
Rakib, good going, Rakib.
Good variation in pace here from Rakibul. The first one was fired through. The next one was tossed up slowly. Hence, there was a little bit of deviation.
Really brave bowling. Does get the reverse sweep away at the second time of asking, but there's two men behind square there. Got a much shorter leg side boundary. Do you understand that option from Shah?
Take the aerial route in front of the wicket. Huge gaps there. And it's very difficult for the left-hander to clear that boundary because it's really big. It's in excess of 70 meters, 80 meters.
Cleans him up. Darted in by Raqib Hassan, and well, that's the icing on the cake of an exceptional spell from the left-arm spinner. He's in the wickets again, and he's gone right through Afghan's captain, and the middle stump has been clipped.
Is that the decisive moment in this game? Raqib picking up the wicket of the Afghan captain there, beating him on the front foot, checking for the legality of the delivery. It's fine, and a classic dismissal this, through the gate, and then the stumps being pegged back. End of the innings for Kamal, the Afghan captain, dismissed for 44, and Afghanistan 218 for 4.
I don't know how's the ball. Yeah, lefty.
Won't be Sharafuddin Ashraf promoted up the order. It will be Ikram Ali Keel. As Bangladesh's young left-arm spinner Raqib Hassan dealt the telling blow in his 10th and final over. The spinners for Bangladesh simply exceptional. We'll bring Ikram Ali Keel to the wicket, who's not known as a big hitter by any stretch. He's usually an accumulator, a slow starter too. He doesn't have the time to afford that luxury because it's the best part of 11 per over now. After this over from Raqib with just one from it thus far, I'm surprised not to see Sharafuddin Ashraf up the order.
Afghanistan have been fairly rigid with their tactics. You need to be adaptable.
That has turned big way. Raqib Hassan can't believe it. We've given us a wide. Not sure what that's come off. Maybe a glove or the forearm.
Very good, very good.
Given us runs, so Ali Keel is off the mark. Afghanistan leaving it all to do against the remaining overs of seam.
Wicket keeper batter. He's played for Afghanistan Test in ODIs, and he's just 22 years of age.
Sharp turn and offer again. As Raqib Hassan rounds out an outstanding spell. 10 overs, 2 for 30 for him. 42 in the books, 2-2-1 for 4. Two Group E games remain in this ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup. Nepal will take on UAE, both looking for their first win from this very ground in the day game at 10 a.m. And the greatest rivalry returns with this latest incarnation. Pakistan A versus India A, the one that will draw in the mega millions of viewers to the Star Sports coverage. And many more eyeballs around the world at 2 p.m. the day-night clash from the Premadasa. And as we really drift towards the end of daylight into the last hour now before the sun will set, we've got a thriller in our hands. Afghanistan They need something special from Basir Shah and Ikram Ali Keel and maybe Sharafuddin Ashraf to come. It's 11 and over exactly as Tanzim returns. This tactic of bowling into the pitch seems to be the go-to effort from the Bangladeshi seamers in this death series of bowling now.
He's not the quickest of bowlers, but he bowls it closer to the bat. Doesn't give too much of width. That's the reason he's able to restrict the batter. The direction has to be good when you drag it in short.
Into the slot, but it cannons into the stumps. You might think of a second after the ricochet, but won't quite get there.
This was the wicket of the Afghanistan skipper. Rakibul picking up the wicket in the last over. Beaten neck and crop was the left-handed batter. Classic dismissal of the ball squeezing through the gap. And in the other game at the Premadasa Stadium, Sri Lanka have finished with 259 for 8 in their allotted 50 overs. Well, Oman set the cat among the pigeons.
They could well. And all eyeballs now here on the Pisara. Oh, good footwork. Well, we saw a 1-2 or a tiki-taka earlier from the opening batter, Mohammad Naeem for Bangladesh. Again, the football skills come out. This time it's Tanzim.
Yes, he's not really giving too much of pace. That's why the drive, even though it was played well of the previous delivery by Shaw, it did not really travel as fast as he thought it would.
Again, bowled into the wicket. The timing, the rhythm, and the quality of ball striking for the Afghan batters has just deserted them again after a flurry in the 38th, 39th. They're right up against it now.
Looks very unnatural for the wicketkeeper batter, Ali Kil. And power game is not his forte from what little I've seen of him. He's more of a guy who works the ball around, nudges it around.
And I think he's given it away. In the hunt for runs, he simply lowered his head and walked off. He knew that it had put it into his glove. And this tactic from Tanzim of bowling short, well, it's reaped rewards. Afghanistan A getting themselves into a muddle. They've lost too quickly.
Absolutely no pace at all. It's not easy to play a pull shot, and that to play a big shot. As essayed by Ali Kil, the net result was that it lodged into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. That's the end of Ali Kil for 1. And Afghanistan 222 for 5.
Final 2 games in progress. They're over at the innings break at the Premadasa. So I think even the Sri Lanka players and some of the Omanis will be taking a little peek in at the coverage and seeing what's going on here at the Pisara. All eyes now on this historic venue that hosted Sri Lanka's first ever test match back in the 80s. One of the only venues in Asia that the great Sir Donald Bradman played at in 1948. We were treated to all that history and heritage. Is there a match for the ages? In the offing, Sharafuddin Ashraf's going to need to do something very special to do so. 43 have been bowled. It's 2-2-2 for 5.
in progress. Bangladesh A versus Afghanistan A, but it's the Sri Lanka game also attracting attention. Sri Lanka finishing their innings at 259 for 8 in their allotted 50 overs. Well, they fought hard. Afghanistan trying to come back into the game, but in the process they've lost a couple of wickets. It's going to be tough work for the remaining batters. Get those 87 runs. Tanzim 2 for 41 with his tail up. Mondol now taking over. He's been the weak link. That's going to be a wide, just outside those lines. Maybe the batters will take on Mondol, who's in his 8th over rather.
"12 wides and 2 leg byes." If this was a T20, you'd fancy your chances with 5 wickets in hand. Say 2-3 big overs, you're right there. It won't be easy on the surface to hit those big shots, especially when you're targeting the bigger side of the ground. So they can actually go, Shamim, and try to focus on hitting the ball big when it's being bowled from the end where it's being bowled right now to the right-hander, because that's the smaller part.
Yeah, and they've got to think it like a T20 match. That's the way to go about it. We saw the fall of the wicket. And as I said, Irfan Mondal, the weak link, still require 12, almost 12 and a half per over. It's going to be a tall task, but why not go for it? Go for the big shots. Play a cameo. Just the sluggishness of the wicket, not allowing the pace that the batters need to go for the shot or use the angles and use the pace of the ball to garner the runs. Managed to choke them in the middle part of the innings. That's where I think Afghanistan A just faltered, and it's always been there trying to play catch up since then, despite that effort in the last like 7 or 8 overs when they've done a good job.
So if Bangladesh A win this one, which should be the case, unless we have some special performance with the bat coming up, and at R. Pramadasa Sri Lanka beats Oman, then we are down to net run rates in this group, which is Group A. We can actually see, I know we can't show it on the camera, but I can actually see the lights of R. Pramadasa in the horizon, and they're on. Here it's getting a bit dark as the clouds are coming in and covering up the diminishing light. We still have 5, 6 overs to go. Should be all right in terms of light.
You have this knack of mentioning that we're behind the clouds and suddenly the sun breaks through. I remember earlier today you said it was bright and sunny and there was an immediate cloud cover. 80 runs, 37 balls to win it from. Irfan Mondal has been good with the slow Yorkers. It's the perfect balls to bowl at the depth. He's trying to redeem himself after being really taken apart. There he goes again. This time he gets behind the line. There's protection in the deep. The fielding generally has been pretty good from the Bangladesh 18. 44 done. 230 for 5. Bahir Shah has done well, 37 of 36. Sharafuddin Ashraf, well, still new to the middle, so he'll really not get a time to get a sighter in and get a feel of things. He's got to chance his arm and get a move on, take a few risks. Keep on saying that right to the Afghan innings, but that's been the scenario with the Bangladeshi bowlers really tightening the knots, bowling diligently. Tomashaka 1 for 53 has been a tad expensive.
See, 50 overs is 300 balls, and you're chasing 309 to win. So that's a little more than a run a ball through the whole phase. And when you come out to chase, you've got to plan the chase accordingly. For the longest time, Afghanistan kept wickets in hand. For the longest time, they had nine in hand, then 8 in hand, but they never accelerated. Calling for 2, but just 1 will be there. Some part of the intent, and then, of course, some very disciplined bowling. A mix of that has put this equation in front of us, 78 of 34.
And some attacking fielding must add that to the mix, because the Bangladeshi fielders have been very agile. They've attacked the balls, restricted them from getting the 2s. Slow and slower is the ploy now. Quick run taken. Once again, throw from the deep. Afghan batters will really have to try and generate a lot of bat speed, because they are not being given the pace to work with. Got to manufacture the shots just like that. And the direct throw, it would have been close.
Really slow, loopy, medium paces, just so tough to put them away. And that too on the bigger part of the ground. That's well done by the keeper. Just putting glove at the half volley and allowing the ball to have its opportunity to hit directly onto the stumps. The length allows him to pull that, but still again finds the fielder, Zakir Hassan, around there.
They have been out in the ground, Zakir Hassan, a long time with the bat. We're coming to the end of the day, and look at the commitment shown in the deep. Running around quickly, making sure the ball doesn't go over the ropes.
Yeah, look at that. He's just bowling into the pitch. It makes it so difficult to hit that ball. It comes at an odd height, no pace on it. So important as a bowler, understand the conditions. 45 gone, 235 for 5.
.78 from Hassan Akbari, got out early, and then there was a period of play where there's not too many runs coming. Then that momentum shifted till a couple of wickets fell. Sliced up in the air, fielder coming around, thinking of taking the catch. He had to make a decision whether to save the runs or go for the catch, which would have been a little risky. Mondol being given his 9th over, despite the fact that he has been the bowler who they've taken a liking to. Next to bat, not a lot of time for that. Naveed, Ibrahim and Safi.
Full toss. Has he put it away, or will it just go to the fielder? No, it has crossed the rope. Maximum signal by the umpire.
The struggle continues for Ripon Mondal, trying that Yorker length ball gone. Alright, the length. He has really taken advantage of that one. The low full toss. Still fighting for it. Afghanistan not giving up. Good to see that.
This time he goes straight. Will it be an opportunity for long on? Oh, diving try. Very good try. Eventually he's pushed the ball over the ropes, but I'll give you full marks for that effort.
Just see the expression on his face. He's not happy. He's bowling despite the fact that is given that opportunity. It's just a big shot, one after the other, and he's been really ripped apart by the Afghan batters here. 6 and a 4, 11 already in this over. 3 deliveries left.
This time over extra. Again, an opportunity has been taken this time. Good catch. Good awareness where the boundary is. And absolutely no problems whatsoever for the batter to make that effort. Hit a 6, hit a boundary. It's required right now. Ends up giving a catch at deep cover.
That leaves some pain. That attempted Yorker again going wrong. What a wonderful judgment. Nice on the in the deep there, and realization that the boundary line was closed. Sharafuddin Ashraf goes, caught by Joy, and Afghanistan are 246 for 6.
এইটাও
26 balls remaining, 63 runs to get. This is going to be a tough ask, but they're not giving up. Zarul Haq Naveed, the right-hander batter, on strike now.
It won't be easy to just come into bat and straight away try and chase 14 and over, especially on the surface. But this over has been good. 12 runs off it and a wicket.
That wicket of Ashraf could have been a 6. It was just a couple of yards either way, but what a good anticipation from Mohammad Hassan Joy and coming across and taking the catch.
There's good areas. Mondal is bowling in. Not much room to squeeze it out for a boundary. 46 overs gone. It's 248 for 6. Mondal has been expensive, 9.3 runs and over in his 9, 1 for 84. Most economical has been Shaq Mahdi, 10 overs 2, none for 33. No wickets for him, but he's made sure that he doesn't allow the Afghanistan batters to score freely. You see the follow wickets, apart from the first one, they had a good partnership. Second fell at 116, but the pace has been slow. Coming back for the second. Good running.
Yeah, they've got to do that. They've got to try and run for their lives at the moment. Heading towards that, what seems to be a little elusive with a short pitch delivery from Saqib. It's been played away. Good call. Made it quite comfortably, despite the fact that Akbar Ali just back-flicked the ball onto the wickets. Good awareness on the part of the keeper also. It's just something bothering him as he walks away, and Tanzim Saqib has to walk back. 2 for 43 has been impressive. He's the only pacer really been troubling the batters early on. You could see even with Mondol bowling and also Tanzim, both of them deliberate effort to hit the deck hard and also ensure that the ball slows down, rolling the fingers back to the wind, not giving any kind of pace for the batters to work with.
That's well bowled.
It's a difficult art. I mean, it seems that you think that you're going to bowl the slow ball bounces, but just the control, and you know that the batters are going to take you on. So you're rolling your fingers at the same time you're trying to ensure it's a sort of semi-short pitch delivery. And once you sort of go into the arc of the batter, he's going to put you away. That's a very good looking shot.
It just becomes a touch easier when you know that the batter's mindset is just pre-programmed for a big hit. You can put in a slow one. Now this time had pace on it and it was slightly fuller. So he just went through the line and slogged it over mid-wicket. Yeah, the slower one. Timing is missing on that occasion. Allows Joy to cut it off. But still, they complete 2. This is exactly what was required halfway or 30th over mark, just to push it a little bit.
That's when Rakibul and Sheikh Mahdi were stifling the batters, not really allowing them to go through with the runs. And that's the period I feel that Afghanistan had lost the momentum. Since then, they've been trying to play catch-up.
Pulls this one for a boundary. One bounce into that square leg fence. It's been a good over once again. 13 off it. 261 for 6.
কত লাগে জ্যাক 48 ভাই এটা উপরে কুইক করো জ্যাক জয়
Calling for 2. And they should be able to complete that. Nicely done. So exactly what they need is 16 and over. Previous over, they extracted 13. If they can repeat that, you might have an over with 20 required. You never know. It'll be an interesting over. He's gone expensive, 86, 1 wicket. So this over can be the one where Afghanistan will try and squeeze their way further, closer to that score. Nicely done. Again, pushing hard. They want the second. This is the bigger side of the ground. And they complete it at ease.
running has been tremendous in the last few overs. Got a few boundaries interspersed with the twos. 49. This is excellent from Bahir Shah. Look at that Yorker length ball. It just angled the bat end. Quick run taken. Good response. Running to the danger end. Putting the pressure on the fielders. Suddenly you feel that with them sort of closing in, the Bangladeshi bowlers under some duress. Fielding has to be tight. Not going to be an easy sailing.
And gets a single. That's his 50. Bahir Shah gets a well-deserved 50. Job's not done yet, but he's come and kept Afghanistan in the chase with a 47-ball half century.
This has just been what Afghanistan needed. Someone to get a move on, to steady the rocking boat. Only 3 boundaries. It's not been a blistering paced innings, but it's been so crucial to hold it together and try to go for the target.
Oh, that's a bad ball. It took that outer part of the bat. It's gone for a boundary. And that makes it 9 of the over with 2 balls to go.
I cannot understand the thought process of the captain, Saif Hassan, keeping Mondal on despite the fact that he's been thrashed around right from the word go. He's never looked confident. Look at the balls he's offering. Freebies at this time. He's going to put pressure on Bangladesh A. Just not the right tactics.
That's a good ball. His problem is he's only operated 5 bowlers, and which means everyone will bowl their 10. He has to finish his quota, whether he bowls now or the last over.
Yeah, that's a calculation that we know Mahmud Hassan Joy was used in the previous game against Oman A, and somewhere in the region of the 35th over, he could have brought in just to fill up for some of the overs that he might not have given to Mondal. At least he's coming to the end of his spell. He wants to finish with a good delivery.
Good end to the over. 9 coming off it. There's 39 runs required of 12. 270 for 6. Oman A need 260 in the 50 overs. And this game is just 2 overs away to get done. And the equation, 39 required of 12. Tommy Sarkar in his last. And just not getting underneath it for that big hit.
Intelligently bowled. Shomo Sarkar has mixed his balls very well. The experience that he has tells him that the situation warrants slower deliveries, but accurately bowled. Can't afford to give them the long hop to tonk it over the top.
Gone up in the air. The keeper should take it. The glove man is the safest hands out there. And that's the end of Izarul Naveed. Wicket number 7 falls. Gets Bangladesh A closer to a win.
And that might be the last nail in the coffin for the Afghanistan A team. Once again, that tennis ball bounce really pitched low, and he tried to poke it away, attempted to do it. Simple take for Akbar Ali. Give Shomo Sarkar a wicket. Zarul Haq Naveed gone for 15. That's 271 for 7.
It's a matter of last 10 balls in this match. Zia Akbar, the new batter in, he's on strike. And offering nothing in terms of pace. The keeper collects it on the second bounce, and that's the way to go about.
It's been good. The slow balls really on a regular basis, particularly from Shoma Sharkar. We saw Ripon Mondal trying it, but it went a little all right. Look at the length. It was almost in his own half. Shortness of the ball, this one climbing up, it's pretty high. That's an inquiry, a polite inquiry eventually says, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said how's that to that one, which was striking the batter in the midriff.
Square cut that one. Stopped. Well done down there by Rakibul. 2 more minus from that required runs on the board.
Had that superb fielding once again. Rakibul had to cover a lot of ground. Shaka keeps on bowling them short, keeps on getting that tennis ball bounce, and the batter has to wait. Generate pace on the bat and to get it away.
Excellent over. Last over now coming up with 35 required. It's 274 for 7. So if Bangladesh wins this, which they should, they'll get their 4 points and also keep that healthy net run rate and be secure. Afghanistan will not have too much of a dent on that net run rate that they have, depending how they finish in this over. That's hit clean. Now that's what they've been trying to do for a long time here. It was right underneath that bat.
Yeah, Tanzim just offering the pace. We're talking about not giving any kind of pace to the batters to work with. This time round, it was in the slot and immediately blasted away into the deep. So a good start to the over for Afghanistan A, still needing 29 runs of the remaining 5 balls. Tanzim has got to keep his cool. Not afford to get carried away, just do the basics right.
This time just opening the face, is going to get out. Yes, that's a good catch. Came rushing to the ball and just in time. Right into those hands. Another wicket falls. Wicket number 8 walks back to the dugout.
He likes taking catches in the deep, doesn't he? Judged it to a nicety. Zia Akbar caught again by Mahmoud Al Hassan Joy for 6. 280 for 8. The look at the catch, slices it, doesn't have the distance, and is going forward, judged it perfectly. Thank you very much. Well done. That's what all the fielding has been about in this outing in the middle for Bangladesh. 280 for 8.
Cut away. We get 2 again. Big boundaries on that side of the ground.
Zakir Hassan and Mahmoud Al Hassan Joy, 2 youngsters patrolling that area very well, covering a lot of acreage. Ibrahim Abdul Rahim Zai, right-handed batter. What can you expect with 3 balls remaining, 27 runs, all over bar the shouting. Wild swing is the call of the day, but intelligently after the first delivery, Tanzim has slowed down his pace. That has resulted in the wicket, that has resulted in the dot ball. The last 2 balls of the innings coming up.
Yeah, it'll be a wide. Just marginal, just outside that allowed zone. Correct call from the umpire.
Touch and go. Just about there. Batter was moving to the offside too. Oh, Tanzim looked inquiringly back at the umpire so as to bowl 2 more deliveries.
Excellent bowling. Full and wide outside the off stump. It's been a long day out. It's been warm, hot, and we've had full 100 overs today. That last ball will complete 50 overs aside, with Bangladesh A emerging as the winning side. Again, this time gets bat onto it, otherwise could have been a wide. Ends with a boundary at extra cover. So what Afghanistan A managed in their 50 overs is 287 for 8. They needed 309 to win, which means after that boundary, the margin of victory is 21 runs for Bangladesh A, and they've grabbed their much-needed 2 points, and they remain secure in the tournament.
They do indeed, but Afghanistan have fought hard. The Afghanistan A team have not given up. They've got pretty close, 21 runs. Bangladeshis will be exceedingly happy. Started off with a loss against Sri Lanka, but here Bangladesh A winning by 21 runs, and every possibility that they're going to go and play in the finals. Still have to wait for the result of that game at Premadasa, but they look to be in a very comfortable position. Well done to Bangladesh, and they'll be looking forward to just moving on and playing the next phase of the tournament. Cursory handshakes after the game. That's what's transpired with the Afghanistan A team. Hassan got the runs, but not quick enough, and that's where the problem started for Afghanistan, in falling behind on the required rate, the required run rate, and then they're trying to just play catch up with 44 and 44 each from the skipper and Ali. Again, not too quickly. It was Shah who came in, really gave them a semblance of hope with a 50 ball 53, but then the tail just could not wag. They ended up at 287 for 8.
Bowling has been pretty disciplined, except for maybe Mondal has been expensive. Yes, 1 for 93. But look at Shah Mehdi. None for 33. It's about his economy that stood out with that new ball. Didn't really allow the opposition to get that flying start. Tanzim gets 3 for 67. 2 wickets each for Rakibul and Sarkar. Start was good, and some blistering stroke play from the left-handed opener. Got a few boundaries in his favorite zone. Hassan alongside him had a good outing, but he was a little quiet and a little more cautious than his partner earlier on. And then the first wicket was lost at the score of 26. Then came a big partnership, and they went along, pushing the ball around, getting that odd boundary going, but they could never keep up with that required run rate because it just kept creeping up on them. The score reached 116 when this partnership was broken in the 26th over. But till then, half the game had just slipped away from Afghanistan A's hand. We got a 50, and then the wicket fell. 116 for 2. After that, another good partnership came along with the 40-odd runs. The score slowly moved to 148 when they lost the third wicket. This time it was Hassan who went. Then after that, the middle order, lower middle order, kept trying. They got the opportunities of those big hits. They tried running between the wickets fast and quick, but the required run rate kept moving away from them and never came down below 10 runs and no. In fact, at the end of the game, it came up to 16. Rocky Bull did well. The spinners were very, very on target, and the fast bowlers were very good in keeping the surface and the conditions in mind and bowled accordingly. Took the pace off, never allowed the Afghanistan A batters to hit the ball freely. Good catching, and the fielders were also on the mark, throwing themselves around, making sure that no extra runs are given away. There were boundaries that came in the end, but it was a little too late. Finally, it was the tail-enders who tried their luck. Some were caught in the deep, some of them got those big hits, and eventually Afghanistan finished at 287 for 8.
Well, that's the match summary for match number 9. Bangladesh A posting 308 for 7 in their 50 overs, managing to restrain Afghanistan A to 287 for 8. Bangladesh A win by 21 runs. Right, so we can take a short break. We'll be back with the presentation.
Mr. De Silva, can you get that? Can you get that fixed?
Hello. Hello. Now I'm Mendisia. Can you hear me now, Stex? Right, hold on for a second. He's with the guest.
Is this working now?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Then test again. Hello.
Oh, it's my fault.
Hello.
All my fault, of course.
Do you want the captain's names and all? You have write down. No?
Yeah, no, I have all that. Okay, Tex, can you hear me now? Fantastic. Apparently it was entirely my fault the microphone wasn't working. That's what 2 of the crew have told me here. Is the other mic working for my guest? Test it. Well, he's just testing it just as well we are, because I don't think it is working.
No. Okay.
Okay.
I've got my guest and the award ready to go.
Hello, 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 mic check.
Mr. De Silva, the executive
1 2
committee
3
member.
mic check. Hello. R2 okay.
Is this one working?
Yeah.
You lie to me. I would like you to just start out a shot.
Okay.
Pass it